chance to talk some stats, to check out who is doing well, who isn't, who is trying to find their feet, and a chance to interact with you guys out there. I am Benjamin Nketia. Football is back here on 97.3 City FM. And this is the Republic of Football. We are live on YouTube at City Sports GH. Also, we are live on X at City 973. We're live on radio on 97.3 City FM. And we will soon be live on Channel 1 TV as well. Big games in the Premier League this weekend. Huge games, actually. One gone by already. The Merseyside Derby between Liverpool and Everton. That game ended 2-1. Well, we have a goal, I believe, in our featured game right now. Before I even get to introduce my guest, a goal has been scored, and it looks like Yankuba Minteh. It's Brighton and Hove Albion taking on Tottenham Hotspur right now. This game is at the Amex, and Brighton have taken the lead in the 7th minute. So 1-0, the home side lead. Kwame Namafo and Adam Kai in the studio with me. Yao Jamie Ta will join in a minute. Guys, let's get right into the game that we have stumbled into. Minteh putting Brighton ahead. You were rooting for Kudus a while ago to get a goal.
I found it strange. Yeah. There was a chance that got to him, and he hesitated to take the shot the first time, and the chance went away.
Yeah.
Then another ball was played over the top to him, and he received. I didn't think he fouled the Brighton player, so I didn't understand the foul that was called. If that foul wasn't called, he's cutting in and taking the shots off. But a foul was called, and they were in Brighton's half attacking. They lose the ball. Pass goes through, and Minteh is all on his own and just rounds the keeper. It's just a painful way to concede a goal when Spurs were mounting pressure upon the Brighton defense. It's just against the round.
Look, I like this guy. I feel like last season when he came in, there was a lot of moments where he had glimpses, like lots of glimpses. He was not having the end product to back what he was doing. This season, looks like he has stepped things up a lot more. He's looking a lot more confident. I don't know if it has to do with probably being more accustomed to the Premier League now, but he's come a long way. So 2020, he was playing for the Steve Biko Football Club. Steve Biko in the Gambia, a long time ago. And then he moved to Odense BK in the Danish league, bounced around, went on loan, was bought by Brighton, sent on loan to Feyenoord, and now he's back doing his thing. Marfo, let me bring you into the conversation on this one. What are your opening thoughts on this game? I mean, look, this looks like a game of equals in a lot of ways to me, but Spurs obviously have early momentum in the season. Are you expecting this game to follow in this pattern now that Brighton have taken the initiative, or you think Spurs will grow into it?
I just think Spurs will grow into it, but I'm sure they were shocked about Brighton scoring the first goal because they started the game so well. Spurs started the game so well. That
literally against the round of play.
So and they weren't expecting this goal. They've had about 3 chances that I think they should have even scored one. That is Spurs, but they weren't lucky. So I'm sure this goal will just make them set up. They have to just get their chances to score because if they don't do that, Brighton needs this win so seriously.
Yep.
And with Spurs, there will be a lot of pressure on them. Looking at how they've started the season so well, and if they lose this game, I'm sure there will be more pressure on them. So this is a game that they have to win. This is a game they have to win.
This is a game they have to win. Let me bring you out into the conversation. Yeah, quick thoughts on this one. Minteh giving Brighton the early lead in this one.
Oh yes, good goal scored by Brighton and Hove Albion. I love the transition play. One moment they were defending, the next moment once an interception is made, a quick pass through the middle, and yes, Minteh runs on to meet the ball. Very good composure shown from Minteh. That's one thing or one area of his game that he really needs to show a bit of improvement in when it comes to his execution or his production in front of goal.
Yeah.
He does a lot of things very well, but for a guy of his talent, you expect him to be able to get more of the goals than he has done so far in his career. But it was a very good start for Brighton and Hove Albion, and a good start for Yankuba Minte, a guy from Gambia who has done well for himself. And yeah, for him to be able to get the starting nod and more or less force a guy like Simon Adingra to leave the club, yeah, that tells you a lot about how good he has been. He's not the most flashy kind of winger, but he does everything right.
I wish he was, though. I see it. Like, I see glimpses of it. I don't know if the coaches are telling him to cut it out of his game, but
yeah, I think so.
I see it.
I think so. I think they're just telling him to,
Be
go
direct.
a little bit
Yeah.
easy on the whole step overs, trying to beat everyone in front of you and be a bit more direct, and especially help out defensively a little bit more. And that's what he's done so well since he moved to Brighton and Hove Albion. I think that's what gives him the edge ahead of Simon Adingra, and that's what got him to be able to have a consistent run in the starting lineup at the expense of Simon Adingra, who moved to another club. And so, and I believe he's at Sunderland. And so, yeah, that should tell you the kind of production that, or how good Yankuba Minte has been performing since he joined Brighton and Hove Albion. But very good start from Brighton and Hove Albion. Very good start.
It helps also if you are a lefty winger, because those are not very common on the market. I mean, they are there, but if you are a lefty winger, I guess it actually does help, because you are one of a few out there actually on the market. Let me quickly run through the games that are going to be played. In case you are joining us now, this is the Republic of Football. Liverpool and Everton played out a 2-1 game earlier in the day at Anfield. We'll get into talk of that in a bit, but happening right now is 13 minutes played between Brighton and Hove Albion and Tottenham Hotspur. There's also Burnley versus Forest happening, and Forest have scored in that game as well. So let me just get thoughts on that. So let me see. Let me just bring you. So Williams getting the goal in that game, 2nd minute. The same Burnley who packed the bus, the wardrobe, the furniture, and the kitchen cabinets in the game against Liverpool are now losing already in under 5 minutes. They considered early.
I think this would be a situation where Burnley fancied their chances and they opened up just a little bit, and that's what Nottingham Forest took advantage of. Because why wouldn't they open up? They should open up, because you look at Nottingham Forest after appointing Ange Postecoglou, they've lost 2 games in a row. They lost to Arsenal. I mean, there's no shame in that. And then they lost to Swansea City in the Carabao Cup in midweek.
After going 2-0 up.
After going 2-0 up. And so, and they conceded twice in the last 6 minutes of the game. And so, if you are Scott Parker, you're thinking, okay, we are playing against a team that is in transition, more or less. They brought in new players. They brought in a new manager. And on top of that, their confidence is pretty much shattered. Why wouldn't we give it a go? Knowing very well that last week, Burnley took Liverpool all the way to the finish line. Almost to the finish line.
Like 90 seconds. Like we're literally at the end of the game.
And yeah, it was very hurtful that they missed out on getting all 3 points and they ended up losing. And so you can use that as a motivating factor that, okay, look at how we played against Liverpool. We are coming up against this Nottingham Forest team that is short on confidence. Let's give it a good go. So I honestly believe that they opened up just a little bit, and Nottingham Forest took advantage of it, because it's not every day that you get to see Neco Williams getting on the score sheet. And I think it's just a situation where you had Scott Parker going back to more or less his default factory settings, where he always opens things up.
I'm trying to score some goals.
Yes, opens things up, trying to play as expansive as possible. And it just happened to be a situation where some spaces were created. Nottingham Forest took advantage of it and got that goal. But it's a very good start, a very needed good start for Ange Postecoglou, because if they had missed out on,
I forgot Postecoglou is even the guy there.
yeah, and Postecoglou is the manager at Nottingham Forest. Because look, if there's, let's say, the possibility that they lose this game, 3 games in a row you've lost, including losses to Swansea and a lowly ranked Burnley, yeah, that wouldn't be too good. That would be a very, very rocky way to start your managerial career, and will just pile on pressure on him, on top of all the pressure that he has to deal with after inheriting Nuno Espirito Santo's job.
Yeah.
But it's very early in the game, so
we'll get into more of Ange and his suitability with this Forest squad in a bit, because I think his style of football and the squad Nuno has day and night, I'm not sure how he's going to do it, but hopefully he can navigate it. West Ham and Palace are playing goalless. That game is at the London Stadium. It's 15 minutes played. Wolves are leading Leeds by a goal to nil. Quick thoughts, Krejci with a goal in that game. Wolves have been touted as early relegation favorites by a lot of people. I don't know how you feel about them, but they're leading in this game.
Wolves are, I think for the last few seasons, they are kind of floating in and around that place.
Yeah.
And with the amount they let go and don't really replace adequately, I understand why people kind of feel like that, because they've done some nice business across the last few seasons with some of the sales they've done. Some, like, I feel like they've done some couple of signings too that haven't really worked, and some have. But this season will be a real test for them, because the guys who have come into the league this season, I don't think they are ready to go down like that. Some of them got their first wins really early. I think it's a contrast to some of the newly promoted teams from last season. A lot of them were just losing games 3-4 when they came into the league last season. I think Sunderland and Leeds and Burnley haven't really played too badly. They seem to be much more pragmatic than the new guys who came to the league last season. So if Wolves don't really tighten things up and make sure games like this are games they see out, the important thing for them this season will be to see out games, because last season there were a lot of games that they could have taken a point from or 3 points from. They concede a late goal, they break down, and they lose the points. And this season, with some of the quality some of the new guys have signed into their team, Burnley brought in a Walker to kind of give experience to that back line. Sunderland have done some signing, brought in Xhaka. They've tried to balance out the inexperience in the squad. So some of these guys mean business. So if you are not sealing out games like this, you are just playing with floating around relegation. And I don't think they want to be getting to that zone after the first 10 games, because we are still within that period.
Well, they've lost 4 games in the build-up to this one, so they are winless as things stand now. This is a must-win game for them.
They have to get the points. So it's pretty much a game they will use to get their season going if they get the points, and it's good to do it in games like this so that it just builds your confidence going forward.
Marv, quick thoughts on Leeds United. They have also had a very interesting start to their campaign. They are 16th on the table. They have just 1 win under their belt. This game already, they are already down by a goal. Just snap thoughts on them. How you've seen them so far throughout the season. What their prospects could be in this game.
Yeah, so they started the season very well, especially winning their first game of the season against Everton by 1-0.
Controversial penalty.
Yes, and unfortunately for them, the next game they played against Arsenal, they lost 5-0. So from that game, you could see clearly that they've been struggling a bit. Last week, they weren't lucky. They had to make Fulham score them by 1-0. It was even an own goal in the 94th minute. So it was very difficult for them in that game, because you could see clearly they came there purposely to get at least 1 point in that game, and unfortunately they didn't get that. But this game, there's pressure on Wolves that is playing home. There's also pressure on Leeds. So this is a very big one that I'm sure Leeds has to just take their time to, if they want to get a point in this game. But they have to know that they are playing against a team that is struggling, that doesn't have even 1 point in this Premier League season so far. So it's going to be a very big one. But with Leeds, most of the championship teams, when they come to the Premier League, they just go through this patchy way. They don't really see things so well. Maybe later in the season, that is when they have to get those 3 points and things. But I feel like this game, Wolves is going to win this game.
Wolverhampton Wanderers taking the initiative in this game so far. Let me just go through the games that are happening as we speak right now. So there are a host of matches happening. Our early kickoff game has gone by already. That was between Liverpool and Everton, 2-1 it ended. There's Brighton Spurs happening as 19 minutes played in that first half. Brighton lead by 1-0. Burnley are up against Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest lead by 1-0 as well. Away from home, 17 minutes played in that. And then there's West Ham United taking
Burnley
on...
just equalized.
It's now 1-1.
Okay, so we have an equalizer. I like that. So an update for you. Burnley Football Club have drawn level. Let me just quickly get the... that update is so fast that I don't even have it on here yet. Who's the goal scorer? Let me if anybody has the goal scorer there. I think this goal is being verified because for some reason it hasn't popped up on my live ticker just yet. But the updates coming through is that Burnley...
Jadon Anthony.
Jadon Anthony. So Jadon Anthony giving Burnley the equalizer 1-1. Yeah, quick thoughts on that. So it looks like we have quite the game on our hands. 1-1 already. Good game.
Yeah, 21 minutes played, and we already have 2 goals in this one. Like I said, Scott Parker and his boys have to go for it. It's one of those games where you know that a draw wouldn't suffice, a draw wouldn't be enough. A loss is totally out of the question. It's one of those things that you have to go for it and try as much as possible to get the win. You look at the Wolves-Leeds United game, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Look, yes, you are a club that has limited, quality players. So your chances of winning or beating those big teams are quite low. So when you play against teams that are in your bracket, more or less, in terms of quality, you absolutely have to win those games.
Facts.
Or, no, even a draw wouldn't even...
No, you don't need to draw. Because this is like a championship game.
Yes.
In another era, this is a championship game, and you are home.
So you have to win. You have to beat those ones that are beatable. Then hope for something miraculous in those games that you aren't fancy to win. And so this Burnley Nottingham Forest game, on paper, it should be a straightforward win for Nottingham Forest based on what happened last season. Their rankings, they competing in the Europa League and all. But because of the circumstances that have taken place this season, if you are Burnley, particularly in the lead up to this game, if you are Burnley, you should fancy your chances of beating Nottingham Forest. So I'm not surprised that they are giving it a very good goal, and they've already have a goal to equalize in this game, and it set it up very nicely. I think this is one of those games where Scott Parker can be himself and not have to worry too much about being pragmatic, being practical, and ensuring that, look, you don't concede goals and you end up demoralizing the players and your team. And just as it has happened in his previous coaching stints in the Premier League, that got him fired at Bournemouth and at Fulham. This time around, I think he should be comfortable in a game like this, giving it a good goal. So I'm not surprised that it's already 1-1.
Nice one. Now, later to come, we have a very big game. That game is at Old Trafford. It should be a good one. It's Man United hosting Chelsea. It's a game that typically ends in a draw. The most drawn game in Premier League history. 27 draws, and 14 of those have come at Old Trafford. Crazy. That's how much.
I don't think it's a draw today, though.
we'll see about that. But that's one of the games.
Even if it will be a draw, I don't think it will be a draw without goals. I think we'll see goals.
Well, we hope. I always like goals. I always detest football matches where I have to sit long spells and then they end goalless. I feel like I've completely wasted my time. So hopefully they get goals. And then there's Fulham, Brentford. But let's zone in on the early kickoff game. Again, major talking points from that one. Merseyside Derby. David Moyes also had traveled to Anfield 22 times as a manager. Everton phase 1, Man United, West Ham, Everton phase 2. Never won a game at Anfield in 22 attempts. Today it didn't happen. Ryan Gravenberch was the star of the show. Goal and an assist to his name. We'll have a couple of statistics for you on Ryan Gravenberch in a bit. But quick thoughts on that, Liverpool. We're talking about that on Sports Panorama yesterday. Close wins, laborious wins, games where Liverpool are not controlling games. I don't know, cause to be worried, or you think that it's part of the early season? Most teams are still like trying to grind their gears, trying to get going.
Yeah, like I said last night on Panorama, I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. Yes, it can be a bit disturbing that you always have to have these heart and mouth moments when it comes to Liverpool, if you're a Liverpool fan. But when you detach yourself from all the emotions attached to their games and you just have an objective look at how they've played, you can tell that this team is not set yet. And a team that isn't set yet, but is able to get all these wins that it has.
Yeah, perfect
bagged
in the season so far.
Yes, it has bagged so far. You wouldn't be too worried, especially looking at the timing of the season or the timing of this kind of performances. Because it's early in the season, they've signed a couple of players in, like I said, critical positions.
Yeah.
More or less, they are trying to even reject the formation. Because once you have Jeremy Frimpong in there, you have to start considering playing with the back three. Once you have Milos Kerkez in there, do you play him as a left-sided, as a wing back, as a full back, as a left-sided defender in the back three? Looking at how offensively he hasn't really hit the ground running for Liverpool. Some of his crosses are wayward. I mean, his positioning upfield, hasn't been the best. But defensively, he has been solid. Yeah. So in that sense, okay, do you play him as a left-sided defender in a back three to ensure that you can accommodate Szoboszlai and Jeremy Frimpong in the same starting unit? Because playing Szoboszlai as a right full back is not it. It's just something.
I see it on the live apps and the heat map. I'm like, what's going on here?
But that's because of injuries. If
I get it. Yeah,
and he's played there before in his career.
Actually.
Yeah, he's played there before in his career. So I think he just
looks out of place.
He's just the only person who I feel like right now he's the only person who naturally in the team has played there before. So it just makes sense that he plays there. That's just how I feel about it.
Yeah. I think they've been a bit lucky in that sense that the teams that they've played against, where he's lined up as a right full back, the opposing wingers haven't taken advantage of his weaknesses. Because, for instance, that game against Newcastle, Anthony Gordon had him beat on multiple occasions. But the cross from Gordon after beating Szoboszlai, it was poor. It was poor. Against Arsenal, Martinelli, I don't know what he was doing against Szoboszlai. I don't know what Martinelli he was doing against Szoboszlai. You are way faster than Szoboszlai. Way faster than Szoboszlai. Forget about the tricks. Yeah. You are way faster than him. He got past him on a couple of occasions, and the end product was
couldn't put a decent ball in.
So they have been lucky in that sense. But aside that, I'm not worried. Looking at how they started the season, because trust me, they will hit their stride and they will hit form. Yeah. And when they do, looking at all the wins that they've bagged along so far, then it will be very, very scary for the EPL, and it will look like something that we had or we saw 3 years ago or 4 years ago with Man City under Pep Guardiola, where they'll start slowly, they'll be getting wins, but it wouldn't be in a dominant fashion. Then they'll get to a point middle of the season where you expect them to win games, and they will win games. They'll go on a 20-game unbeaten run where they don't even draw games, and that's how they will use to get the Premier League title. And so for me, I see the same thing happening. Looking at the depth in that this Liverpool team has, and all the factors that happened or took place in the lead up to the start of the season, I'm not surprised that they are playing like this. But at the end of the day, they are winning, and I honestly believe they will hit form. And once they do, they will be dominating games and winning those games too. And just a quick one. Last night on Panorama, yes, we highlighted their defensive lapses, that they concede way too many. Too many goals for a defending champion.
5 goals conceded so far
in 5 games. They concede way too many goals for defending champions looking to.
What a goal.
Okay, looks like
that's a screamer.
Let me see this again. So the whole studio basically froze.
I need to see the replay.
Let's see this again.
No, I need to see the replay.
Brighton and Hove Albion have scored a second against Tottenham Hotspur. Ayari.
It's a good
Defensive
goal. Very
midfielder.
good goal.
Interesting. Let's see this again. So it's
Let that one fly.
Thomas Frank looks like he's seeing stars on that
Let that
bench.
one fly.
Let me see this again. Yeah, so it's 31 minutes played at the Amex. It's Brighton and Hove Albion 2, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Leeds United have also scored. We'll get to that in a bit. But yeah, so here you have it. An attempted clearance that was fouled. Edge of the box. Oh my goodness. That is the R1 in the mix. Yeah. If you play some FIFA, yeah,
the keeper should have done better.
I think so too.
The
I
keeper
think
should
so
have
too.
done
I
way
think the
better.
swerve at the last
Yeah.
bit of the ball just hit him. It's
No,
No, but the
Harry,
keeper should have done
The
better.
keeper should have done
I
better.
think
Done
he
better.
hesitated,
Yeah.
like he misjudged the flight of the ball.
Yeah, but he should have been able to react in time to be able
Yeah,
to
he should
punch
have
it
done
out.
better.
I'm not saying save it.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
saying punch it out.
I want to see the shot again. I think it took a last little swear when it got in front of him.
Yeah, I get that bit, but like I'm saying,
I
yes,
think he was
himself-
positioned enough well to have saved it.
Yeah.
Yes, just
I think
just,
so too.
Just save it. I'm not saying even save it. Punch it. Like
Yeah.
Like
He should have got something on it.
got something
on
on it.
it.
You know what I mean,
Yeah.
that was very
I
disappointing.
agree
That was
with
very
you.
disappointing. But back to the Liverpool bit, the discussion.
Hold on. Let me update on the Leeds United. So
Dominic
Leeds,
Calvert-Lewin.
So Calvert-Lewin has scored
Oh,
and
he's-
given Leeds United the equalizer in that
See the
game.
smile on my face. I'm really happy for him. That's a striker that needed that goal. That's a striker that
yeah,
really needed
yeah.
that goal for the kind of seasons he had in the last, let's say, 18 months.
Somebody says that
Yeah.
Calvert-Lewin was only good because of Carlo Ancelotti, and since Carlo Ancelotti left, Calvert-Lewin hasn't been good again.
Either ways, he needed a goal. Either
Yeah.
ways, he needed a goal because, like, for a striker, if
Yeah.
you've not scored for a while,
Yeah.
it's just not great on your confidence. So
Yeah.
it
1-1.
just I'm just happy to see because he went through a rough period of injury too. So to get a goal like that early in the season is great for him.
Who's only on that? Yeah, we wanted to make a quick
and,
statement.
I highlighted that. Look, one of the reasons why I believe that Liverpool have not looked good and have conceded a lot of good and haven't looked good, especially defensively, is down to the coverage that they've been getting from the defenders have been getting from the deep line midfielders in Grafenberg, McAllister, especially. Their form to the start of the season has been kind of
Especially
indifferent.
McAllister.
It has been indifferent, just okay. And that's not what you expect from quality players like those guys. And it just so happens that today when Ryan Grafenberg turned up, you saw how they played, especially in that first half. They absolutely dominated that first half. Everton were in shambles, complete shambles. Liverpool should have scored maybe 3 goals in that first half. It was in the second half that Everton gained a bit of confidence. They were a bit confident holding on to the ball, moving the ball around, and that's what got Liverpool a little bit in a bind. But they were able to overcome that in the second half of that period, and they managed to get that win. But look, it's heavily dependent on the kind of defensive coverages that they get from Grafenberg and McAllister. Looking at how much Ibrahima Konate and Virgil van Dijk are heavily involved in the build-up offensively for Liverpool. So good win for Liverpool. Not surprised at all.
Let's talk about Ryan Grafenberg a bit and a quick thoughts on him. Guy who looked to have lost his way when he left Ajax. He was in conversations with like the best prospects in Europe when he was leaving Ajax. Got lost at Bayern. Klopp had no idea what he was doing with him, and then gets a stint under slot and completely explodes. This season,
The Dutchman saved his life.
it looks like he is continuing from where he left off. I mean, when I saw the score sheet today, I was not expecting to see Grafenberg go and assist, but that literally tells the kind of game he
I
had.
think he really had a good game in midweek 2 against Atletico Madrid, and he just carried the form into this game. Because I thought he was really good in the Atletico Madrid game too,
Yeah.
with how he carried the game for Liverpool.
Yeah.
And I think he's always been a class player. It's just usage. I think he's kind of had almost like the Frankie de Jong problem where coaches don't really know what to really do with him outside his national team. And Slot kind of just figured out and kind of redefined his position a bit. I think the double pivot suits him well because it's not every time that he has to do everything.
Yeah.
He kind of shares the responsibilities with McAllister.
McAllister.
Yeah, and with how he's picking up his form now, I don't think a lot of people are realizing how great McAllister hasn't been this season. I think it's great that Gravenberg is doing well because it's kind of covering McAllister up. I've liked him a lot. I think the 6 suits him much more in this system and the way Sloss is deploying him, it takes advantage of his height, the way he can protect the ball, his passing range, and with the kind of players Liverpool have right now, if he carries on with this form, I think his numbers will improve this season because there are a lot of the guys who can get at the end of these passes and finish them. And he has a shot in him too, which he can be unleashing more often. So he should just carry on in this fashion.
I was just about to say that. I think that's the part of his game where I feel he hasn't shown too much of. Like when you see him shoot, you can tell his technique is good.
But
he doesn't shoot enough. Probably doesn't score enough. So I don't know if he can add that to his game. But I like the points you make about him functioning better in a double pivot system. I don't know if he's a box-to-box midfielder at this point.
Box-to-box
in that role,
he does
plays,
everything right.
Yeah.
He can pass. He can break tackles. He can control games, and on top of that, he can run with the ball, carry the ball, and because he's athletic, he's strong, and he has excellent passing range. What else is there? I think he doesn't have any weakness. I don't see any.
Yeah, and
he can dribble fairly too.
Exactly,
Can dribble out of tight spaces.
he puts in a good tackle too. That's like another thing too. He puts in a good tackle too.
I don't see any weaknesses in his game. Honestly, I don't see any weaknesses in his game. So for me, I think he's a box-to-box midfielder, and he's a guy that does everything right at this point in his career. He's that kind of guy.
Ryan Grafenberg getting all the praise. Let's move it on because we have another goal. West Ham United have scored. No, Crystal Palace have scored against West Ham United. So, Graham Potter, more misery for Graham Potter. It's 1-0 in that game. I'm trying to bring you the goal scorer, and then we will delve into that particular discussion in a bit. But like I said, it's West Ham United 0. Crystal Palace 1. Let me see if I can figure out who that goal scorer is real quick, and then we will bring some nuance to that particular conversation. Yes, Jean-Philippe Mateta, the guy who was sought after by Liverpool, Man United, and all those other teams, but still didn't end up good. Marfo, let me take your thoughts on that one. So, Palace away from home. Are you scared for Graham Potter? I mean, how the season has started off for him?
Graham Potter has not really performed so well at West Ham. He started the season badly, and out of nowhere, they had a mysterious win against Nottingham Forest by 3-0. We were all surprised, and now they are back to factory settings.
He said mysterious.
Yes, because no one expected them to.
I think it probably had a lot to do with the turmoil going on at Forest.
Yes, and they lost last week against Spurs by 3-0. So you could see clearly they've not been performing so well. Potter as a coach, he has not really impressed me. From his time at Brighton, I didn't see anything in him that Chelsea went for him, and Chelsea, you could see clearly he wasn't performing well, and now also at West Ham. So it's very difficult. For Palace, it's good for them because this season, if going into this game, they've drew about 3 games, and they've won 1 in this season. So this is a game that they have to win to at least improve to be able to get more points in this game.
So they seem like
the updates are cooking. Leeds United have scored in that game against Wolverhampton. So Wolves took the lead, let in an equalizer, and then they have let in a go-ahead goal. This is the type of behavior that nearly got them relegated. They are back at it again. Anyway, so 2-1 in that game. Let me just verify the goal scorer.
The goal scorer hasn't confirmed yet.
It hasn't been confirmed yet, but we'll get that for you in a bit. But let me take your thoughts on that.
I'm scared for Graham Potter. I'm really scared that if this continues, by the next FIFA window, he'll be gone. By the next FIFA window, he'll be gone.
Isn't that too much turnover in coaches for West Ham?
Yeah, I should think so. Because that would be 3 coaches in less than 2 years.
You had David Moyes gone,
Lopetegui came in, and Graham Potter also comes in. If he continues, by the next FIFA window, they will let him go.
I will try and see if.
But don't you think the next FIFA window is too far? Too far.
I think it's in a week or 2. If I'm not mistaken.
I think what the managers will be doing is that they'll be speaking with other coaches around this time, just in case something comes up. So if the slide continues, then they will ready one of those coaches
for the window.
So as soon as the window opens, the players leave. Oh, then you can expect an announcement
because they have 2 big games. They'll play against Everton away and play against Arsenal at the Emirates Stadium.
Forget about the Arsenal game. The Everton game
is what they need to win.
That's what they need to win.
The Arsenal game they want to win.
If you don't beat Everton, then it means you are in deep trouble. It means you've lost to Crystal Palace. In case this game ends the way it is going, then it means you've lost to Crystal Palace. You've lost to Tottenham Hotspur.
Sunderland.
You've lost to Sunderland.
Chelsea.
Then you lose to.
Let's forget about Chelsea.
The top 6.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
then you lose to Everton.
Yeah.
I'm not saying beat Chelsea. I'm not saying beat Arsenal. But if you lose to Sunderland, Tottenham Hotspur, Everton, then
who are you beating really?
What's the currency?
And the shocking thing is that their performance is not even encouraging.
Exactly.
You can't see anything that
no patterns of play. Nothing like this.
It just surprises me because I think he did a great job at Brighton. I just felt like he didn't end the cycle of what he was supposed to complete at Brighton, and he left for the Chelsea job too early. That's just how I feel about him.
I think some coaches are so married to their projects that when they leave, it is not Kudus. Oh, Richarlison goal. Oh, yes.
Okay, so we have another goal. Oh, hold on. Has that been accepted?
Yeah,
okay, so it's 2-1 between Spurs and Brighton. It looks like Richarlison. Hold on. I think that goal.
I think there was a handball involved.
Yeah, I think that goal is under review in that particular game. So I don't know if they're gonna hold it up.
Yeah,
but there you can see the sequence. I think Kudus had a lot to do with it. Put the ball into the red zone, and then I think it was sent out wide. Yep, brought back into the box again.
Oh no, that should stand.
This is a clear goal. This is a legit goal.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what they are debating.
The Brighton defenders seem to be worried about something that happened in the build-up.
No, this is a clean goal.
Yeah, this should stand.
Clean strike.
Yeah.
I think, what did they think he was offside the first time?
He wasn't.
Kudus struck the ball.
Yeah,
no, he wasn't offside.
Yeah, plus even a Brighton player was there playing him on. So
2-1. Spurs.
They're
still checking though, but
that's interesting. But let's go to the other goal that was scored. Anton Stack gave Leeds United the go ahead in that particular game. So it's 2-1 in that game as well. Let me just stay with you on that one.
Like the Graham Potter bit, I think some coaches are so married to their project that when they leave, it's like they are having an identity crisis. They can't seem to find themselves. And maybe they might get successful there, but the success isn't wholesome. Like the one the project that they left.
I get what you mean.
I'll give you an example. So for instance, Eric Ten Hag. Yes, he got the FA Cup. Yes, he got the Carabao Cup. But overall, you could tell that his time at Man United, no, it wasn't successful.
Yeah, I don't think you look at that as success.
It wasn't successful. You look at how the Man United played. He can deflect and say, "Oh, I didn't have my players," and all those excuses. But it just wasn't successful per his standards. Then you look at what has happened to him after he left Man United. Complete disaster. I'm looking out to see if the same thing will happen to Gasperini, because he was so married to that Atalanta project that it became his identity.
Yeah.
Before Atalanta, he was a guy who was always highly rated because of his intellect and the way he saw the game. But he was never one to stay put because at a place, because he was let go by several teams before he landed at Atalanta. Then he built the team from scratch more or less, and it became part of his identity. Now he's at AS Roma. So I'm looking to see how he will fare. But with Graham Potter, it's clear that he's part of those kind of coaches that he built a project that he was so married to that once he was taken out of that particular
he has to find a new drive.
It's as if he's lost some part of himself. Some parts of himself. And he's never looked the same.
Yeah.
True. He's never looked the same. He's never looked the same.
I think I really agree to what you're saying.
I on top of that, I don't agree with how they went about their business in the transfer window, in the sense that you needed runners in that midfield, and the players that they got, they didn't get pretty much any top level runner, a guy who is dynamic enough in that midfield. Because if you have James Ward-Prowse in there, you have a lot of quality, but you don't have necessarily legs.
Leeds United have scored again. So
It's
it's
not looking
3-1.
good for
Wolves are in trouble.
It's not
Wolves
looking
are
good.
in
It's
trouble.
not
Wolves
looking
are
good. It's not
Wolves are in
looking good
trouble.
for Wolves.
Yeah.
Wolves will get relegated.
Yeah.
I just saw it from their first game of the season.
Yeah.
They just look all over the place. They look unprepared. They look uncertain. Man.
Just a quick one before we jump off this particular subject. Look,
Yeah.
I looked at their transfer in the transfer window. It wasn't good because you needed legs in that midfield.
Yep.
And they didn't get legs in that midfield.
They let-
Thomas Suchek is not what he was
They should have sold him
back,
a long time ago.
back in the day.
What happened to
3-4
Alvarez?
years, 3-4
What
years
happened to
ago.
Alvarez?
They sold him to Fenerbahce.
Yes.
He also wasn't doing really well.
Yes. Then you look at Guido
Rodriguez.
It didn't
Yeah.
work.
Overrated.
It didn't work. It works. His style works in the Spanish La Liga because he is not
And
necessarily
spend 5 seconds on the ball twisting and
exactly.
turning.
It's not every time that you have to be always running up and down
Yeah.
in the La Liga. It's
Yeah.
not. That's not the case. Then on top of that, you have James Ward-Prowse, super football IQ. But at the end of the day,
The legs can
you
back
need
it.
the legs. And they didn't get guys who have the legs to be able to run around in midfield. So
Yeah.
their midfield is broken. And it leaves their defense very, very exposed. And that's how come they concede all these goals and they just can't seem to keep a clean sheet. They just can't seem to bag a win. That win over Nottingham Forest, it was an anomaly. It was because of
So it was a
trust
fluke
me,
win.
it was because of all those
After that
um,
press conference, Nuno granted a lot of things were happening.
behind the scenes, fighting, ego play and
Yeah,
all that.
big ego
That's
play.
what led to them getting that win over Nottingham Forest because the timing was just perfect for them. They pounced on them and they bagged a 3-0 win. But aside that, look, they really need to correct things, particularly in midfield because going for in offense, they are okay. If you have Nicholas Fulkrug, if you have Paqueta in there, you are okay. Jared Bowen is an England international. You are
Fantastic
okay.
player.
It's the defense. No, not the
The
defense.
midfield.
It's the midfield.
Yep.
Trust me, it is not
I've
good
never
enough.
met a team with an average midfielder that actually good before. It's never happened.
And in
They
the
need to
Premier League,
improve.
if your mentions running and like I'll stress on running, if your midfield isn't running in the Premier League,
You are finished.
you're finished.
Literally. Let me just go through the score so far. So we are on the brink of half time. Brighton and Hove Albion 2, Spurs 1. Burnley 1, Nottingham Forest 1. We have West Ham United 0, Crystal Palace 1, Jean-Philippe Mateta with the goal in that game. And then we also have Leeds United 3, Wolverhampton Wanderers 1. So Leeds United really enjoying themselves at the Molineux, really. That's a ground that a few seasons ago was pretty tricky to visit. All of a sudden, it's just raining goals out there. Let me read a few messages, and then we will settle into some more in-depth discussion as the halftime break comes to. So, Spurs and Brighton are heading for halftime. That game, the first half was ended. So, let me get into
There's
this
a
one.
penalty miss in the Werder Bremen game.
Look at that. We'll get into that in a bit. So some Bundesliga action also happening. I think we'll be getting into that in a bit. Hamburg have scored against Heidenheim, so we'll get to that in a bit. So this one says, "Good afternoon, my people. Uche, listening from Kaneshi. If Man United lose today, I will not give my wife feeding money for 2 months. Glory, glory, United."
Charlie, that means
Guys,
serious.
your wife has not done anything.
do nothing.
Behave yourself over there, my brother.
You gotta relax.
Kobe Baden, listening from Dansuman Sahara, says, "Tell coach and Amorim that if they know how to coach, we the fans also know how to watch the game. Some of us don't have a problem with his so-called system of formation, but he should use the right players in their rightful positions." Okay. Let me see if I can get more messages. This one says, I want to know where the Ayu brothers are now. From Rich Inkede, greets Mr. Frimpong, Mr. Francis, Mr. Frederick, and Madam Anita at GOPDC. Okumening, I think, is the name. You want to know where the Ayu brothers are? Jordan is at Leicester City.
In the championship.
You can find Andrea Ayew at Nania Park this afternoon if you are lucky. So that is the update for you on the Ayew. Oh, am I lying? You can find Andrea Ayew at Nania Park. He's helping out his dad these days.
And
He's
even
doing
I remember recently, Ajimambedu went over to Nanya Park.
a free aqua.
They
couple
were
of the
just
guys.
chatting. It was good to see those guys reconnecting.
Yeah.
I mean, having spent several years playing for the Black Stars. In Ajimambedu's case, the under 20 won the under 20 World Championship together. Loads of memories. won the African championship together. So yeah, a lot of things to talk about. And yeah, that's the update on the Ayew brothers. The Ayew is still without a club. Jordan Ayew is at Leicester City competing in the championship. Recently scored his first goal of the season for Leicester City. And so yeah, that's the update on the Ayew brothers.
That's the lowdown. Like I've given you an update on the scores. Let me get to my YouTube people. They are also doing the watch along with us. So look at El Cid, Josiah. A big shout outs to you guys. Emmy Keys says he's watching from Anambra State in Nigeria. Shout out to you guys in Anambra State. Sweet Kwame is in the comment section as well. Sweet Kwame is a regular. A lot of the time he's causing trouble in the comment section. Always up to some mischief. This one here. Also, shout out to Daniel Kwabena Wonado, Wilson Klopp, Evans J. Adam, and EJ. So you guys out there helping to make this one interesting. We appreciate you guys. Let's keep watching. We are building up to the big game, of course, between Manchester United and Chelsea Football Club. That should be interesting.
The biggest Premier League game in Ghanaian fandom.
True. True, actually.
Ghanaian fandom. I think Manchester United,
all
Chelsea.
Facts, all facts. All facts. Probably are the biggest fan bases in Africa. Both teams. United have some way, somehow managed to maintain a big fan base, regardless of their poor performances.
They have true fans.
Yeah, exactly.
They have true fans.
That's what being a true fan is about. I mean, you just can't just jump ship at the slightest bit of trouble. Although Man United have been in trouble for quite a while, but that's the point. That's the point. That's the whole point of being a fan. Yeah, like through thick and thin. Yeah, you are there. That's the whole point of being a fan. I saw this video of a Man City fan talking about those dark days where they will even be baking pie and traveling with the team to other places, other stadiums, and they'll be sharing the pie amongst themselves as supporters, even to the point that his mom will even look at him and go like, "What are you doing? What are you doing with your life? Why are you doing this?"
That was those are Benjani and Damien
now,
Duff.
And now
Richard Dunn.
Yes, and now he even said that he's gone to Wembley so many times that he doesn't even go again. He doesn't go again to Wembley because they have gone to Wembley so many times. The FA Cup, the Community Shield, FA Cup, Community Shield, Carabao Cup. They were going several. There was a stretch where Man City won the Carabao Cup. I think 4 years in a row, 3 years in a row. They were just going to Wembley for fun. And so it got to a point where he's like, okay, I've gone to this place so many times. I know we are going to even win. So I'll just chill at home and be with my son or be with my family. To the point that they were traveling to Fleetwood and all these places. And now they were competing and in the Champions League, going to places like the Bernabeu. And this is a guy who has stuck with Man City from those dark days in the trenches to this point. And it just tells you that that's what being a football fan is all about, because it can't all be rosy. If it's just rosy, it's boring. Honestly,
you see,
you have to go through the turbulence.
I understand where you're coming from with the City fans. Shout out to OJ though. But with the United fans, I think it's a tad bit different because City weren't used to this level of success.
Yeah.
So now they've been introduced to it. But United fans, it's quite different.
Yeah.
For them, a lot of them grew up seeing their team be the badass team that go out and dominate people, go out and win titles. And now it's a period where it's like it's like they're always getting close. They feel like, especially during the Ten Hag period where they won a couple of trophies. Most of them felt like they were on the cusp of getting back to what they used to be. Yeah. But it almost seems like they hit the points where they are almost getting close, then they take another slump. So I feel like it's a bit different, and it will be a bit more frustrating for United fans. But City fans, they weren't used to this, and now they've gotten used to a new lifestyle. So they're just carrying forward. But United fans, like, I was used to a lifestyle, now you've taken that away from me. Yeah. So it's just a bit different for me, if you ask me.
Let me go through the scores of the other leagues, and then we'll zone into some more in-depth stuff. So when you get to La Liga, there's a game happening now between Real Madrid and Espanyol. That game is 35 minutes old. Real Madrid lead. Eder Militao with the goal. Valverde with the assist. Earlier on, Girona were at home. They were completely cleaned out by Levante. 4-0 is how that game ended. Yeah, very interesting there. So Girona, with their heroics, was it last season or last two seasons? Last two seasons looked like they were actually good to contest for the title.
Then they sold a lot of players,
and then slipped back into oblivion. They are back at it again. Hopefully, they can find some of that spark again. In the Bundesliga, Augsburg versus Mainz is 3-0 as we speak. 65 minutes played in all the matches. HSV leading Heidenheim by 2-0. Hoffenheim are down by 2-0 against Bayern Munich. Okay, so we have the ability to watch all the goals in that Leeds United game, giving us more perspective. Look at some of the goals that are getting.
The second goal was a free kick. Lee scored a free kick and Carvalho's goal was a header.
Anton Stark, okay, free kick. Noah Okafor, interesting guy he's bounced all over the place. Finally has arrived at Leeds United. I think that has a lot to do with his. Oh my goodness! Is that the Williams goal?
Yes, that's a banger.
What? Oh my! Yeah, it's good the goalkeeper didn't save that. I'm very sure he would have needed a stretcher to be able to, like. I mean, he gets to that. The ambulance will have to attend to him.
He puts his laces through that.
He really blasted that ball. Wow, those are some.
You take it.
Wolves are reeling. I mean, those are some of the goals that have been scored so far.
Yeah.
Then we have the Palace West Ham goal.
Again from a corner kick.
Oh, come on.
Again from a corner
West Ham
kick.
can defend set pieces to save their
Again
life.
from a corner kick. What are they doing during training?
And this is even a second ball. Like, this is a second ball.
There were about 3 or 4 players
ball they should be
just
defending.
ball watching in that sequence. So that's how it's played out. It's currently half time, so we've gotten a chance to have a sneak peek at all the goals. You are currently tuned into the Republic of Football live here on 97.3 City FM. We are live on radio. We are live on X or Twitter at City 973. We're also live on City 973 on City Sports GH on YouTube, and then we will be on Channel 1 TV pretty soon as well. So that's what's going on as far as the games are concerned. Let's now get into more detailed talk of the games that are currently happening. Let's start off with Brighton and Hove Albion versus Spurs. If we can have the lineups for that particular game, and then we can break it down properly during this halftime break. A few numbers to get through as far as that game is concerned. But yeah, let me start to you on that one. Spurs started off slow, went down 2-0. Have managed to get a goal. I thought the Brighton defense was caught sleeping on that occasion. Because Richarlison is not even the sharpest guy in the box. Some way, somehow managed to get hold of that ball and scored. But is there a way back for them in this one? They had a pretty decent midweek in the Champions League. Can they build on from that?
Yes, I think they can build on for that. Look, they've had a good start, a very good start to the season, particularly defensively. Because you look at some of the games that they've played, the number of shout-outs, wins that they've backed. It's impressive, and it's typical Thomas Frank, because I remember in preseason, one of their preseason games, in the post-game interview, he was talking about the number of the number of shots that they were able to block, and that it's a good sign that they are translating what they learned or they worked with in training in the game, and that for me really stood out in the sense that he's transferring some of his defensive style game plans from Brentford to Tottenham Hotspur. So I'm not too surprised with the defensive output from this team. What I'm a bit worried about, and the Spurs fans showed it in I think in their game against AFC Bournemouth. They lost that game, but it's not just the loss; it's how they lost. In the sense that they didn't create virtually anything in the game. The creativity is a bit of a problem. It's a bit of a challenge. And I'm afraid he might end up falling in the space where David Moyes ended up falling into. Where, okay, you won the Conference League for us. You won a title for us. Yep. But looking at the kind of players that you have, you should be able to give us more entertaining football. he should be able to give us more goals, and he should be able to give us a situation where we don't suffer hat-in-mouth moments several times in a game,
or labor to win.
labor to win games, or we score one goal and we have to defend for practically the next or the last 15 minutes of the game, just as they did in their first game of the season, first competitive game of the season, the UEFA Super Cup against PSG. Scored a goal, should have done way better to score more goals. They didn't. They started defending deep and deep and deep and deep. And the next thing you know, PSG have scored 2 goals in the last 6-7 minutes, and they managed to force the game into extra time. And they ended up winning, no, not extra time, penalties, and ended up beating Spurs to win the UEFA Super Cup. And so that's the little bit of worry. And we saw that in today's game. Creativity-wise, they didn't create much. Despite you having the likes of Kudus and all in the team, they didn't really create much. And so I think they are okay, and they will be okay under Thomas Frank because he's a very good coach. Things can be worse. He will make, at worst, he will keep things steady. But moving forward, the creativity bit, the lack of creativity, and I think goals too have been scored, but not as many as you expect from a team that is loaded with all these talents. Yes, Dominic Solanke is injured. He's had his injuries. Madison is injured.
I was going to get to that. I feel like that's part of the reason why.
Yeah, Kulusevski is also injured.
Some of these really creative players are not available. Madison, for example, Kulusevski is another one.
Madison ever available?
No, Madison.
Is Madison ever available?
Madison has spells where he gets injured during the season, but he at least gives you 20.
Oh, but you know the Madison cycle.
He's the most unreliable player.
No, you know
he's a brilliant player. I dislike it so
but
much.
You know the Madison cycle. When the season starts, he's unplayable. Where he's just absolutely busting everything.
You can't play him. Yeah.
Then he gets injured. He becomes unavailable. Then as the season comes to an end, then he becomes unrecognizable because he returns from injury.
Yeah, the team has moved on from him.
Exactly. Yep. So that's the Madison cycle.
But I feel that's why Simmons was brought in.
Yeah.
And it's just unfortunate. I feel like a couple of unfortunate things happened to him, like just before the season started and when the season started with some of the injuries. So he's kind of had to adapt, and I feel he's adapted well. That's one of the things I think I like about Thomas Frank, how quickly he adapts. Yep. Because I feel like the PSG game kind of opened his mind to how he should approach games now. He doesn't have some of the attacking players that will enable his Arsenal fire the way it's fire. Funny enough, their competitors are Arsenal. But like, I think he's adapted well. Like the Villarreal game is a game I feel like he should have done more in terms of like in attacking outputs, but they managed to shepherd the game out.
Once they got the goal, that was pretty much it.
And knowing Spurs the way I've seen Spurs play across these number of years I've been watching football, it's a refreshing change to see Spurs be a team that can score a goal and hold on to it.
Yeah.
It's really refreshing.
Which is cool.
I don't know Spurs to be that kind of team. So if Spurs can close out games like this, I think it's a good addition to how they can approach games and how they can get points across the season.
Let me give you a few numbers just to give the conversation some context. So Spurs have dominated this first half, actually. They've had 62.3% of the possession to Brighton's 37.7%. Some way, somehow, Brighton are leading. XG, Spurs have a higher XG of 0.97 to Brighton's 0.86. And then you can talk about 4 shots for Brighton, 3 on target, though. 6 shots for Spurs, only 1 on target.
So y'all's points comes to the fore. They are not doing much with the ball.
In the final third.
Yeah, you're not doing much with the ball. So they'll just have to step that up. I think Frank's problem at Spurs will come from how he will be able to balance what he knows how to do from having a team like Brentford. And
it's a bad tackle from Kudus.
And
he's been booked.
Yeah. He deserves to be booked for that. And he just has to watch himself from now on. As I was saying, I think the difficulty for Frank will come from having to balance what he knows how to do at Brentford, as in shut teams out, hit on the counter, protect the goal, see games out. And now he has more attacking talent at his disposal. How he will be able to translate that against teams where Spurs fans will feel like they shouldn't be playing behind the ball. They should be taking the game to those teams and winning those games. I think the balance between those two styles as a Spurs coach is what will determine how long he'll stay at Spurs.
Interesting thoughts there. Marf, let me take your thoughts. The second half has started in that game. Spurs looking for an equalizer. I mean, if you are Thomas Frank, will you be satisfied with a draw in a game like this, or you think that he will set up his team or encourage his guys to go all out, probably get an equalizer and get a win?
I think getting a win will be the best one for them, because if you look at the standings on the league table, they have 9 points right now. If they are to win this game, they'll get 12 points, and there are games yet to be played. The likes of Bournemouth is yet to play. Chelsea will also be playing against Manchester United. So if they even get a draw in this game, Chelsea, Bournemouth, if they are to win their games,
all go ahead of you.
Yes, they'll go ahead of you. So this is a game that they have to win, but it's difficult because Spurs are trying their best to just play the ball around, but creating the chances is the most difficult aspect. Is what they are finding it very difficult to do, but they have to just try their best to do it, because Brighton are just there defending, trying to
soak up pressure
and a counter. That's what they are trying to do, and I feel like for Spurs, they are just moving the ball around, which they are not doing anything productive.
There's no real penetration.
Yeah, they are just moving the ball around. There's no penetration from them.
How does that make sense? Because you spent money on Kudus, you spent money on Xavi Simons. You can't cry about Maddison anymore.
No, but the thing is, it
has to be West Ham with the equalizer.
Okay, so West Ham have equalized against Crystal Palace. We are getting the goal scorer for that one. It's 1-1 in that game. It's 50 minutes played in that match between. We said England International.
I said fantastic.
Yarod Bowen has given Graham Potter some respite. So we'll come back to that in a bit. But yes, you're making a point about creativity and Spurs.
Yes, you have Spurs. Yes, you have Xavi Simons. You have Mohamed Kudus. But at the end of the day, teams know that that's where your creativity will come from. So they will load up on those ends of the field, because they know that in the middle, it's just vertical threats that they have to deal with, from Palhinha and Bentancur. And now in this game they are playing Bergvall, I believe. They are playing Bergvall. If you don't play Bergvall, you are going to bring in Papisa. So creativity-wise,
they'll play 3 midfielders. So Palhinha holding, Bergvall on the right, Bentancur on the other side.
Yes. So if you place any of those midfielders, who are you bringing in? You are bringing Papisa. Okay, has legs for days, can run for days, but in terms of the creativity bit, as in what Maddison can do in just a split second, turn the game around, just a quick swivel of his hip, the next thing you know, he's facing his goal, where he's received the pass and they are under pressure, a quick swivel or a Cruyff turn, and the next thing you know, he's facing the opposing team's end of the field. And Spurs are in the attack. You won't get that from Papisa. You won't get that from Palhinha. You won't get that from Bentancur. You don't get it from those players. Maybe Lucas Bergvall.
Every now and then.
Yeah, every now and then.
I saw him make some runs, but every time he tried to make those runs, he was clipped.
Yeah.
Every time he makes the run,
it makes it predictable, more or less. And that's one thing I also noted about Arsenal. Back in the day, they were very predictable. You know, they'll move it to Bukayo Saka or Gabriel Martinelli. So just defend the middle. Defend those areas and just be aware of the threats that comes from those driving runs from deep, from Declan Rice. You are good. You'll be able to deal with their threat. But now they brought in Odegaard. Now Eze can operate from the middle. And so there's a bit more creativity and dynamism in that end. And now they brought in players that can take other opposing teams, especially the fullbacks, in one-on-one situations and not necessarily run past them as you always have Gabriel Martinelli do. This time around, they can beat you one-on-one with dribble. Eze is there. Madueke is there. Beyond Bukayo Saka. And so it gives you options. But Spurs, once you're able to load up on the wing areas to deal with Kudus, even Xavi Simons, I don't think you have to load up that much, because you know that physicality-wise, you get him beat. You know that pace-wise, you get him beat. And so in that end, you know that he will drift. You know that he will drift infield anyway. So all you have to do is just pretty much focus on Kudus. And load up enough in the central areas, and you're done.
They can use Simons to in the 10 slot.
Yeah, and that's
instead
what,
of
yeah.
playing him out wide.
I've seen Simmons play,
But if you
and
play him
I
in
like
the-
the point I was making. He looks a little like he's struggling with the physicality.
Oh,
of the
he's
player.
struggling.
Obviously, he just came to
if
the
you
league.
play him in the middle, that means you have to take one of your midfielders, and that means defensively your coverage will be a little bit compromised because Javi Simmons is not, the most
he wouldn't do any
defensively
defensive work.
sound player, and so if you are Thomas Frank, you have to balance it. You really have to. But if you play Simmons in the middle, that means you have to take one of your 3 midfielders.
Teams need to do better with their midfield selects. I think so. If you have 3 midfielders, there's no way you should have 3 midfielders with nobody with creative juice in them. It's unacceptable. Like, you can have an anchor man, you can have an advanced playmaker, and still have a box-to-box guy, or maybe even, like I say, a deep line play. You can't just have like maybe 2 box-to-box and then an anchor man or 2 anchor men. It's just not acceptable. I don't know how teams do their squad planning, but that's some of the things or some of the talking points to look out for. Let's take a quick break here on the Republic of Football. Things are heating up. Like I said, we are building up to the big game at Old Trafford between Man United and Chelsea Football Club. That should be a good one. So far, lots of goals in the 2 p.m. batch of matches. When we come back, we'll get into more details on the other games that are being played, and then we'll see if we will take more interactions. We'll open the phone lines at some point, probably half-time of that United-Chelsea game. So a lot to come on the show. Stay with us here on the Republic of Football. We'll be right back.
So you could see clearly the Gold Stars players are. I don't know whether there's a kind of pressure on them. They are not playing.
There
so
will be
well.
pressure on them.
There's a lot of pressure on them. So you could see clearly that they are not playing so well. Kabili is rather composed, so calm on the ball. But coming into this game, Kabili hadn't won in their Algerian league about 2 games.
No, they played 3 games. They've drawn 2 and they've lost 1.
Yes. So this should tell you that Kabili is not on good form, but they are very calm on this game. And I feel like the Gold Stars players just need to calm down. If they have to win, they have to win more than 3 goals. Because when they go to Algeria, they know that they will lose.
Is
So
the experience that Kabili
yes.
have that Gold Stars don't have? That is kind of
and you know, I like look, North African teams travel very well. Like, they'll come to your home and act like they are the home team.
Yes.
Like, it doesn't matter to them if you are they'll just come and feel comfortable and they'll play around. In fact, the one thing that prevents them from actually being dominant is the bad pitches that we have down here when they travel. If they have pitches as good as what they have there, like, you are in trouble. Like, you are in major trouble. So far, goalless, goal disallowed, but that's a wake-up call if anything. Also, we are live on Facebook.
Big
City
chance
973.
yeah,
Yep.
big chance for Spurs
To play the ball.
Brighton and Hove Albion turn the ball over. Palhinha just needs to deliver one time good pass to the feet of Richarlison, and he overhits that pass. Big chance gone.
Yep. That's
Big chance gone.
That's what you miss
That's
out
the
on.
bit that I was referring to about the lack of creativity from their central midfielders or in the central area.
Well, let's move it on and talk about another game that's also prominently happening. Eddie, you wanted to make a point?
Yeah, bringing
Spurs
on
already
Jonathan.
Siemens to come on, so I think he's seen the lack of creativity we are screaming about here and trying to make something different happen in the game.
Makes a lot of sense. So we are already live on Channel 1 TV. We are live on Facebook as well. City 973 Facebook handle. I'm so used to Twitter. I nearly said Twitter handle. But yes, we are live on Facebook as well. So you can tune in and as we do the breakdowns, as we share all the insight and the analysis. When we go to another game happening right now, so we can discuss in depth, it's that Burnley versus Nottingham Forest game. Yeah, let me talk to you about Ange Postecoglou. I thought it was insanity when I first saw suggestions that for a replacement for Nuno, they were looking at Ange. I don't know if Forest thought that, well, he's won a Europa League. That looks like a winner. I always win things in my second season. Yeah. He's winning things. Was that a primary motivation for them? Because this does not look like his type of team. He wants an offensive play at the center circle, high line, gung-ho type of team. This is not that type of team.
Well, but if you look at the players that Nottingham Forest signed this off-season, yeah, they can be that kind of team if you look at it carefully. Igor Jesus from Botafogo.
I feel the way with the team already existing, with the additions this season, the team can
I think
be
they
shaped
can.
up in different ways.
They can be shaped up in the likeness of Ange Postecoglou's game style.
So in this game like this, let me give you perspective. They have Chris Wood on top, Gibbs White behind him, Ndoye on the left, Bakwa on the right, Anderson and Lewis, Douglas Lewis actually, very efficient defensive midfielder. They have
Aston Villa days.
Zinchenko, Morato, Milinkovic and Willian. Everybody has forgotten about Alexander Zinchenko.
Yeah, I think minus the Chris Wood bit, I think everyone can fit in an Ange Postecoglou system.
You're actually right.
Yeah. So I think that's
Yates,
what
Sangari, Callum Hudson-Odoi.
I think that's one of the reasons why I think he got Nuno Espirito Santo got sacked, because Edu, the director of football, brought in all these players, and he was just still sticking with your usual counter-attacking style.
It almost got me Champions League football. I'm going to stick with it.
Yeah, so you see, it also goes back to the whole age-old problem where we think we can do better. We've offered you better resources, so you should do better.
Yeah, I mean, you are doing.
We can do better. You see, it can be a double-edged sword. Look at West Ham United as a good example. They thought they could do better than David Moyes. He had won the Conference League, but like all of a sudden, okay, we've won a trophy, but now the football is not nice.
But to be fair, I don't feel like the management are wrong, feeling that the team can do better than what they are doing right now. It just goes this way when it doesn't work out. Fair. Because if they had appointed Lopetegui and it picked up, I don't think we'd be saying that they were trying to cut their cost too big. They just felt that per the tools they had at their disposal, the team could be playing much better football.
Yeah. So I think that's where they ended up falling into. So for me, I think player wise, the player profile wise, team profile wise, I think it's decent. And on top of that, Marinakis is a bit flamboyant with his style, personality. So he would want his flagship team to also embody to embody those traits. So be a bit flamboyant, be a bit eccentric, expressive, those kind of things. And on top of that, be risky, because he's a businessman, he's a billionaire, he takes risks all the time. Yes, to get to this point. And Postecoglou will always take risk. And on top of that, he's Greek. He's of Greek descent.
Yep.
He's Australian, but he's of Greek descent.
Yeah, so
Marinakis is Greek.
A
So,
lot of
the politics was
it's all part,
politics.
It's all part of it. You can hate it, you can accept it, or you cannot accept it. But it plays a part. It plays a part.
makes a lot of sense
Very
actually.
It plays a part. Like the guys of Greek descent. I mean, Australia have a significant Greek community in their country, and he's from that community. Marinakis is Greek.
It was much made.
It counts.
What will be your projection for them this season?
I think projection for them this season, definitely falling out of the top 4. I don't see them finishing in the top 6. I think they'll finish.
It's a goal at Accra Sports Stadium.
Don't give me a heartbreak.
JS Kabylie.
Oh my goodness. It's almost like we knew it was coming.
Oh yeah.
What, 21 minutes played?
Yes. So BBN Gold Stars 0, JS Kabylie 1.
Wow.
Yes,
Wow.
I mean, they are coached by a former head coach of Hamburg,
Imagine, like
Joseph Zembao.
the North Africans are like they're like in a whole different stratosphere.
No, they are spending.
Joseph
They are spending.
Zimbabwe.
If you see their transfers, they are
They
spending.
buy players from all over the
like,
world.
They buy players like their club in Europe buy players nobody. They
Joseph
can
Zimbabwe.
go buy a player from Brazil, can buy a player from the continent here, buy a player like the
Bundesliga and
yeah,
things.
they are doing.
Who
very-
bought Anthony Modeste a few seasons ago?
Alali.
Alali.
Yeah.
Look at
Anthony
that.
Modeste, who played for Borussia
one
Dortmund,
at a time.
can mind you.
Crazy.
Yeah, Joseph Zimbao, they are just JS Kabyli's head coach. Yeah, he used to coach at Hamburg in the Bundesliga.
Imagine.
Back in 2016, 2017, 2015. Yeah, that point in time.
So they are
So-
up at the Accra
Yeah,
Sports Stadium
yeah.
1-0. BBN Gold Stars, just hold your nerve so you don't drop a few more goals before the halftime break.
No, because another goal and they're up against it in the second leg.
If you are 2-0 down
Yeah,
at home
Yeah, up
by
against-
half time, your morale will be all over the place. You might end up losing by 5-0. Meanwhile, in the Spurs game, Spurs look like they've upped the tempo a little, but it's still 2-1 advantage Brighton. Brighton are playing like literally
very
on the counter
dangerous-
at home.
yes,
like
a very
literally
dangerous game.
sitting deep at home.
It's actually surprising me they are playing this way. I don't
This
like,
is not like them at
this
all.
unlike Brighton. Like
Very,
Brighton,
very unlike them. I'm not sure what's going on.
I mean, Fabian Hezela is a different coach. He's definitely not Graham Potter or De Zerbi.
I think last season burned him a bit too with how very
They lost some key games, where they were leading, then they would drop points.
Started the
They will
season.
end up-
The
end
first
up
half of the
losing.
season was good,
Yeah.
and then they just fell through free fall.
I mean, we saw
second half.
De Zerbi with Olympic Marseille in midweek against Real Madrid. There were several instances where they had to go for it, but they were interested in intricate passing.
I
You just kept on asking them.
that
asking
game
yourself,
it's great. That game is not a game I think Marseille at least Marseille should have gotten a draw
Yes.
after that game. At least.
especially when Real Madrid were a bit stretched, especially after
The
that
red
red
card,
card,
yeah.
Carvajal red card. You got the ball in transition. Real Madrid had committed just a few more bodies upfield. The spaces were there. You had runners in there, Mason Greenwood and co. Give the ball to them quickly and let them run. And they were making runs.
I mean,
they weren't
what
picking
surprises
them
to me is Real Madrid's centre back pairing for the past 2 seasons, they are super suspects. Like if you test them, you get something out of that.
Let me not even get into it.
So like I was just surprised the way Marseille
But
approached
at
it.
least they are
Anyway,
leading their game against
Let's
Espanyol.
talk about Crystal Palace for a bit because they have also had a lot going on towards the end of last season and this campaign. Biggest talking point for them this season was giving McGahey a raw deal, letting him feel like he was going to go to Liverpool and then pulling the rug from underneath him at the final minutes. I'm not sure how he's managed to get his head together to be able to be playing games, but
I'll tell you why.
Just-
It's
just-
simple.
let's
It's
get-
simple.
let's get into
how
that.
he's been able to get his head in the game.
He's going
and
to
be
get more
playing.
money.
He's going to get more money as a free agent.
As a free agent.
Like it's just for
Why?
cool off.
Just relax.
and now even it can start as early as January.
Yes.
Can start as early as January. And now it's not even going to only be Liverpool. Real Madrid are interested because Madrid wants to sign a centre back. Barcelona themselves are interested. The other clubs are interested too across
Exactly.
Europe.
so bad news for Liverpool, good news for Gahi.
Yeah, good news
more
for
money.
There's more money. I don't
you
think
sign
he's-
as a free agent.
Yeah, you sign as a free agent. You take
a
a
free
nice
agent.
nice signing on
And
bonus.
now because of this is the thing that has helped a lot of players when they and become so confident when it comes to running down their contract. These days, even if you get an ACL tear, you know that after 6 months you'll be back.
Yeah.
Yes, it might take you a while to get your form
form
back,
back.
but you know that at least a year will pass, you'll be back to normal.
Yeah.
even if it's an Achilles heel, an Achilles tendon tear. Back
year.
in the day, when you had an Achilles injury,
Your
it was more or less like your career is dead.
Yep.
Yeah, but now
Now,
Florian Wirtz is someone who
It's
just came back
different.
from a
So,
ACL injury.
if I'm a player, and I'm in the final year of my contract, and I'm in huge demand, high demand, and the team I'm with is giving me a raw deal, more or less, I'll just play out my contract. At the end of the day, sign as a free agent the following transfer window.
Hold
Bag
your
a lot of
horses
money.
there. We have a goal. Crystal Palace have scored again
Oh.
in that particular game against West Ham United. Graham Potter cannot catch a break. It's 2-1 advantage Crystal Palace in that game. Let me just quickly refresh my live ticker here and see if I can bring you the goal scorer. Goal scored in the 69th minute. Crystal Palace have scored against West Ham United. Remember, they got the goal. West Ham got the equalizer. They have retaken the initiative in this game. So we're just waiting to bring you the goal scorer in that particular one, and then we can progress the discussion. So, yeah, do I have it? No, still don't have it. I'm still waiting for that one to pop up. But quick thoughts. So I have a little problem with the young man. What's the name? The Austrian head coach. Apparently, he's been approached to re-sign or renew his contract, and he is having none of it. So a lot of the Gehi conversation was based around Oliver Glasner being selfish, looking out for himself. Okay, don't take my best defender away because then I won't be able to perform. But then again, I won't sign a new contract either to stay with your club. How does that sit with you guys? I don't know.
I think he's looking out for himself. That's it.
I feel the story initially was Glasner threatened to leave if
If
Gehi was sold.
but then you are
But he
threatening to leave.
But he granted a press conference and said he didn't do that.
But,
He said
if you are not signing a
signing-
deal and you are out of a contract in like the next
2
year,
years, yeah.
what I have been reading from hearing from the grapevine about Oliver Glasner is the main reason he's still even in England right now is he's looking at that United job. He feels like
the poison chalice.
something might happen there.
He wants to go and drink from
No,
that cup.
If you think of it, how many
United's job
how
is a
many coaches
graveyard.
in the league play with the system he plays with?
Which is fair, but I'm saying that job is a graveyard. that is the place where careers go to die. Eric Ten Hag was doing great as a manager until he took that job.
He won Palace their
As for Ole Gunnar-
first trophies. I think he has the balls to walk there and think.
No,
can do
he
something there.
definitely he asked for the. I'm not even doubting his managerial acumen. I'm saying that place is a graveyard. It's not even about your own brilliance.
You are like the third person who has said this about
the-
United's environment.
The environment is not good. It's not good for the players. It's not good for the coaches. It's not the place you go. Mourinho went and didn't survive. Van Gaal didn't survive. Like what makes you think that you survive as Oliver Glasner? Anyway,
I think he has his eye out looking at that job, thinking
if he's eyeing
something can happen.
If he's eyeing it because of his pockets.
Fair enough.
It is
But-
the one job that can
but
pay
me-
him crazy
But
money.
heading into this season, if I had to do a top 2 list of coaches who will get fired first, Potter is one of them. The next person is at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
Spurs
Interesting.
just
So-
wasted
Spurs
a
just wasted a chance.
chance.
David
Yes,
Silva.
Kudus and
Javi
Javi
Simmons.
Simmons combined.
I'm sure
Look
they
at
were-
where Kudus picked up the ball, beat Kadoglu easy, and squared that ball into the central area of the pitch.
Ooh, that's a nice.
Brilliant step
How
over
did
from
Bergvall.
how did they
Bergvall.
not score that?
Yeah,
That
So
should have
that's
ended up
where
in
the
the back of the
creativity
net.
is coming from.
Well, Tyreek Mitchell is the goal scorer. Yeah, Tyreek. My old man says that Tyreek Mitchell could easily pass for a second D boy. Looks very much like a
I
Ghanaian.
cannot unsee
No,
this.
I'm serious. If you look at Tyreek Mitchell's
Oh, yeah,
head
yeah, yeah,
and his
yeah,
face, easily
Daddy boy, pa.
Airport Ridge or
Anyway, you were-
Anaji. Easily could have grown up in Anaji or Airport Ridge. He plays his football for Crystal
I can't
Palace.
see what you guys
I'm
are
telling
saying.
you, man.
Fijay.
I'm-
Fijay.
No, no.
No, Tyreek Mitchell is Fijay.
No, guys. I mean, Palace are doing some good work. There was a time where I was actually scared they were going to get sacked into relegation during the. They couldn't do without Roy Hodgson. Every time they
needed to
moved
get
away from him, they needed to go and bring him back to come and
Yes.
save the team. I'm happy they've moved out of that type of sequence. But Manfred, let me just tell you something quick. I mean, based on winning the FA Cup, keeping your best defender until the foreseeable future, or I mean, at least for the next 1 year, where can they finish based on how everything is going?
It's difficult, especially they playing in Europe. They'll be playing in the Conference League, so all that bet is really going to be difficult for Palace.
Completely forgot about that.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult for them. But Oliver Glasner wants to get a good CV, wants to get a good record at Palace, so I'm sure he would like to still qualify and play in Europe next season. But it's difficult because Palace are not. They are playing exciting game football, all right, but you are not seeing most of the wins from them, because if you see, you've played 4 games, you've drew 3 already.
Yep.
That should tell you that you have to get the wins that will make you get the maximum 3 points. But it's not bad from them. I'm sure they can just force and just place maybe 7th this season, especially they knowing very well that they won the Community Shield.
Yeah.
That one alone will also give them some hope that, okay, this season we can do our
Arsenal has
best.
done a killing at Palace, actually.
and everybody's forgetting he lost his best player to Arsenal. He lost his best player to Arsenal. The person who made
and his replacement is Pino.
Yeah, you see, and Pino will now have to get. I don't think Pino is a bad player.
Yeah,
But he's not an APL player.
He's
He's like an Anthony.
Which Jeremy?
Jeremy Pino.
Brilliant player. I'm not sure if he
No.
can translate, but
Yeah, it also had to translate to the
He's like
Premier
an
League.
Anthony.
Yeah.
I don't see him working out. I was surprised they went in for him.
But
Not
I mean-
because he isn't talented,
but you think that
because you just saw Anthony struggle in the EPL. And he plays just like Anthony. He's diminutive just like Anthony, left-footed just like Anthony.
Well, I think Anthony's way taller than him. Pino is
Pino
quite
is very
small.
small.
Yeah, he's small.
Very small.
he's
Yeah.
tiny,
But he's
actually.
he's quite stocky. I think we'll just have to see how he fares in the league.
You know what? I always think that when it comes to the Premier League and that whole strength, I think it's a matter of toughness, actually. Not strength is cool,
Yeah,
but
but-
toughness is actually what you need, because
I think we need a thing. Yeah.
Luka Modric was never the strongest
Strongest.
guy, but he was
Yeah.
tough.
Yeah.
David Silva was not
Not strong.
the strongest
But
guy.
those guys are outliers. Outside those
Fair,
two,
fair.
outside those two, which diminutive player came into the EPL and actually busted? It was those two plus Christian Eriksen.
Would you add Park Ji-sung?
No,
was he
Park
was he big? I don't think
Park
Park
Ji-sung
Ji-sung
was
was
tough.
tough.
wasn't big,
He was
but,
tough.
but he was tough, and he
Yeah.
played as a winger. Those guys were playing
The
central
middle
midfield.
Well,
You get it.
it's always a little different when you have
But
to battle it out in the middle of the
I
park.
mean, and you look at Anthony, for instance. Park is bigger than Anthony.
Stronger too.
And stronger too.
Makalele?
Makalele,
Central.
Makalele is just short. He's tough and he's strong.
Yeah, he's central.
Very strong.
It's just like let's say the fullbacks. Most of the fullbacks who play in the EPL aren't the tallest. Look
Yeah.
at Patrice Evra, those guys. They aren't the tallest,
But they're tough.
but center of gravity is very low, very tough, and they are strong. As in the sense that yes, you are tiny, but it will take a lot to.
I'll give you a good
Okay,
example.
Kante.
A good example
Okay, Kante.
of a
They sing.
good
Kante.
In
Kante.
fact, a guy at Liverpool, Wataru Endo,
Yeah.
fantastic, smallest guy.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like the strongest, but
he's
he's
tough.
tough.
It's-
He can definitely battle it out with the strongest
I
guy.
don't think Pino is frail. I don't see that. Like when I watch him, he doesn't strike me as a frail
Well-
player. We just have to see how that translates. But the point I was trying to make is that some of the lack of goals in Palace team early on is because the team is still in the phase of adjusting to playing without his best player, who they lost to Arsenal.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the things that happened in that FA Cup run are not happening without some of the crazy things Eze was doing. He was scoring screamers. He was assisting people. He was taking the game to people.
Somebody's making a brilliant point here on YouTube. I don't know if the name is SLSH. He says it's not always about being strong. Your football IQ is very important.
Yeah, football
Like,
IQ too. Yeah.
It matters. Look, there are players who are not built for physical battles, but because quote and unquote they are dumb, they want to mix up with physical battles. Some guys know that, I'm not strong enough for this, so I will do
I'll just release the
one
ball
time pass,
quickly.
move,
Yeah.
and like off the ball movement is something a lot of players are not gifted with. So if you are the kind of player who can pass, can move off the ball, you
That's a good point.
can find your way around.
I think Pedri is a good example because he's not
Fantastic
he's not really
example.
physically imposing.
Nope.
But
Pass the ball,
but
move
he's
around.
really smart with how he moves.
It's definitely important. Definitely important. So let me see if I can read a few more of your messages.
But you said Pedri again. He's central midfield. Look, if you are going to be on the wings,
Yeah.
then you have to be blazing quick. Like let's say this former Burnley chap. He used to play for Tottenham Hotspurs. He's English.
Marf, I think you need to check on that Gold Stars game again. Somebody's giving me a heads up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'll check.
you get
Yeah.
it. So you have to be blazing quick. And you look at your Pino. He's not the fastest.
Yeah.
EPL fast.
In fact, his
and you look at Anthony too.
Not the fast.
Not the fastest.
Pino's biggest attribute, I think, is his dribbling, agility and dribbling. I don't know how that will translate into this league, but let's see how it goes.
It's tough. It makes it really tough.
Let's see how it goes, but let's see if there's been another goal in that game, because I've just been given a heads up that there's probably been a development. I don't know if it means a goal, but let me read more messages.
The goal that I see now is the latest goal I see is Ren. Yes,
Ren have scored
against Nantes.
Against Nantes. Ghanaian interest in that game.
Ghanaian interest in that game. Alidu Seidu is starting that game, and yeah, it makes me so happy because he just recovered from an ACL injury. And what that means is that yes, our pool keeps deepening and keeps getting wide, as in defensive options. And I say that because we look at some of our defenders aren't necessarily getting a lot of playing time or game time. Case in point, Mohamed Salisu. So in that sense, it gives us confidence going to the final phase of the World Cup qualifiers that yes, you can rely on these guys to come in and get the job done. And on top of that, beyond the qualifiers, if we qualify the World Cup, yes, it will be great to have someone like a guy who is active, like Alidu Seidu, playing football, than someone who is pretty much sitting on the bench and hasn't been active pretty much for most part of the season. So yeah, good news for Alidu Seidu, back in action. His team is winning, and so we'll see if they can hold on and finish up the game with the win.
Well, that's a point well made. Let me see. Nitojo from Man Utd says Liverpool's defense is not convincing. This one here says shout outs to you guys. Evangelist Emmanuel from Airport Residential Area. Here's my darling club Chelsea will win today against United by 3-0. Come on, Chelsea, you say. Because I think United's problem is not the system of play, it's the board. They need to increase some players' salaries because some of them are not happy. Hey,
but United pay some of the best wages in the world.
United and bad salaries in one sentence.
I would love a United check for some number of years.
Phil Jones was chilling in United's reserve for like 3 years, earning £75,000 a week.
That's. I would like to be on a United payroll.
£75,000 a week. He was just chilling. He was just chilling. Anyway, this one here says that Osei Boateng Maxwell, former Kotoko Junior player. I still trust Spurs to win this game. And my Chelsea too will surely win against United. Shout outs to you, Osei Boateng Maxwell, for that message. Richie Royce from Bone says that good afternoon, City team. I'm a United fan, and I feel that Amorim is just not good enough for the United job. I just don't understand why United went for him in the first place. He isn't a proven coach enough as compared to all the past United coaches after Ferguson. David Moyes was not proven. He was not a proven winner. He was at a stable, overachieving Everton. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer had little to no experience at all. You still hired him. Anyway, more messages. This one here says, good afternoon. Please tell Maresca that. Hold on, let me see this again. He says, please tell Maresca that I'm on my knees and I'm begging him not to lose this game to United. He should forget who Chelsea play next and find solutions to our mistakes in defense. Chelsea 2, Man United 1. Ayuba Halilu with that message. More messages. This one here is from Abednego Hazard inside Dowenya. He says, greetings to you guys. Chelsea will surely win against United today. Cole Palmer on the score sheet. And please, to the Chelsea board, if they want the team to go far, then we need to buy a proper centre-back this winter window with immediate effect. Uncle Tosin can never help us.
Uncle Tosin takes me out.
Player I was trying to get his name was Aaron Lennon.
Oh, Lennon.
The guy was 5'5".
That'd be my guy.
Yeah,
5'5".
How Lennon was blessed.
You know, I think it works on a player-by-player basis because lots of players have come like that. Some succeed, some don't. You remember this guy, Bernard? Yeah. Shakhtar, Brazilian international, smallest guy.
He wasn't
really,
the fastest.
really agile, could really dribble.
He wasn't the fastest.
But I think I will agree the guy who speaks about football IQ.
Like, it's important.
Yeah. If
Look, I think football IQ is the equalizer.
Yes.
You can learn how to navigate your way around a pitch if you are smart. That's just what.
But if you don't have anything, at least the speed bit, you need to
have some speed. Lennon was quick.
Lennon was lightning quick.
And he could dribble. I miss watching wingers like that.
Also,
you make a miss Aaron Lennon.
Like coming at
Aaron Lennon.
Oh, that kind of guy.
Spurs used to be a team, you know.
Oh yeah.
They used to have Pavlyuchenko, Aaron Lennon, Van der Vaart.
Yeah.
They used to be a team.
Pavlyuchenko used to score some bangers.
Yo.
Then the Michael Carrick time, Keane,
Robbie Keane.
Robbie Keane.
That-
Those guys. Yeah. they were
If you ask me, Carrick is probably one of the most underrated English players of
Michael
the last
Carrick.
10,
Yeah,
15
He
years.
is
Very
a
underrated.
genius.
Yeah,
I don't,
really underrated
I don't
player.
know how he went under the radar, but hey.
No, because he played in the wrong era.
Yeah,
His
probably.
era, his position wasn't as celebrated as
It is now. Fair.
It is
Fair.
fair. Let me run you through the scores again on the 2 p.m. batch of matches. A lot of them will be coming to an end in just about 10 minutes or so. In the game between Brighton and Spurs, it's still 2-1. Spurs still have been the dominant force in this game, and that you have your goal. I think it's Van Hecker.
Own goal.
He has planted the ball in his own net. He looks like he wants to disappear.
But Xavi Simons was heavily involved in that.
Let's see the sequence
Kudusu.
leading to that again. Look at Hezela looking so cool, trying to look at the review when he's been scored on. Anyway, it's 2-2 between Brighton and Spurs. Just when I went to that game,
Xavi, that's nice.
it was Xavi Simons rounding his marker, going all the way to Kudus Mohammed, and then Kudus whipping in the cross. Yeah, that's in there. I think he shaved Van Hecker a little.
Yeah.
Oh, he hit his thighs.
Oh, keeper can do
Yeah.
nada.
Yeah. I was looking for a Kudus assist, but I'm sure
Van
this,
Hecker has taken that.
yeah, this is not a good result for Brighton. I'm sure they were hoping to get a win in this. I don't know, but I somehow feel that this game has one more goal in it. I'm not sure who scores the
I
one
don't
more goal.
think Franco wants to draw this. He looks like he wants to win.
He wants to win this,
Yeah.
so he's going to throw everything at it. Anyway, Brighton and Nottingham Forest.
But it's good to see Danny Rose on the Spurs bench. I mean, as one of the assistant coaches, Danny Rose.
You know, I saw Michael Potter here a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
He told a very funny story about Danny Rose, you know, some time back when big clubs were looking for Danny Rose, and then Danny Rose
I think it was Daniel Levy who prevented it. I mean, he was asking for astronomical wages and money.
Levy, a lot of the players. I want to do like a series of interviews about players and transfers and how they feel about Levy regarding that. I'm sure we get a lot of things.
Yeah, there was a spell where there was a significant report or significant rumor that a lot of Spurs players weren't happy because first things first, they compared to their peers, they were underpaid.
Yeah.
And on top of that, because they were good, a lot of teams were interested in them.
And Levy was blocking their
Levy
moves out.
was always demanding
What a
some
guy.
Astronomical transfer. The teams will end up moving on.
Exactly. And so, there was a lot of reports coming out of Spurs that a lot of players weren't too happy with the way things were being run at the club.
But on the other side, the boardroom guys, he's their guy.
Oh, yeah. Efficient.
Yeah.
He's a money maker.
efficiency,
Yeah.
He's a money maker.
Top level guy.
Top management guy. Anyway, I've liked Xavi Simons' influence on this game, and I haven't even kept a close eye on the game like that. He's basically
He's look lively.
He's turned around how Spurs have been with regards to their play in the final third. Looked very purposeful with the ball. Looks like we have.
No. He was looking for the penalty, but that's not a penalty.
Yeah, you just nudged him a
Yeah, he
little.
just nudged him.
Look at the fans at the back of the goalpost.
He was trying to buy it.
The fans are heaping. They are reviewing the decision.
Yeah, he was trying to buy it. I told you the way he stuck his leg in.
There
He
was,
was trying to buy it.
there was something in there, but I don't think there was enough in there to give a penalty. Anyway, the referee is
he's
consulting.
trying to buy it.
He's
trying to buy it. It's like
making a meal out
he's
of
just
it.
trying to buy it.
Xavi, get out. Nobody did anything to you that requires you to be on the ground for that long. But talking about players who don't get to move on when they are hot, look at Karu Mitoma. Man, my head just aches when I think that guys were lining up for this guy for 60, 70 million, and he decided not to move. Now,
There was even
nobody's talking about him.
There was even a Saudi Arabia pro club.
That is the one.
Was,
The 75
million
million.
pounds.
I'm surprised Brighton weren't willing to sell. That's what surprises me.
Mitoma didn't want to go.
He didn't.
Mitoma
Oh,
didn't want to
He
go.
didn't want to go.
Interesting.
He says that he was not interested in playing
in Saudi.
in Saudi. So Brighton could not do anything about it. Brighton were Brighton.
But even though I feel like there were clubs.
That is
like,
Brighton's policy. They were ready to.
But
they
there
were
were
ready
clubs
to
in
go.
Europe too that were interested in Mitoma.
Yeah.
But I think he's a really good player. Just that he has
He's falling off a little.
yeah,
I don't know.
it's-
Issues and,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, he's just falling off a little. Anyway, when you get to the other games being played, Leeds United are still leading at the Molineux by 3 goals to
Oh, no,
1.
I think that's done. I don't think Wolves are kicking back into that.
Crystal Palace look, Crystal Palace are unbeaten this season, actually.
Yes.
Just in case. They've drawn a ton of games, but they are still unbeaten as things stand now. So, looks like they will probably see that game out. It's about 2 minutes of regulation time to play in that game. And then you could talk about Burnley versus Forest. Disappointing for Burnley. Still have not been able to make home advantage count in that encounter. Let me read a few more messages. Kid Black from Spain Text says that he should keep on trusting. Spurs will always be Spurs, my guy. Kid Black, they've drawn level. They are looking to win. Let me read more. Dan from Ashiye says, I feel so sorry for United upon the lineup of both teams. In fact, the lineup for that game is out. So let's visit the lineup for that particular game. We will not discuss it in depth. We'll come back and zone in on it properly. But that lineup between Man United and Chelsea is up. So let's get right into it as we prepare to wrap up the 2 p.m. batch of matches. I see some head shaking going on over there. Looks like the lineup does not excite some people. Let me get into it. So for Man United, the home team... Okay, just give me a second. Let me put that up for you. Yes. So, okay. Let me take a little while to bring that up for you. I still have a little. Okay. I think I have it now. I have the lineup for Man United versus Chelsea now. Let's get into it. So I'll take Bayern there in post. I thought they would let Samens in the post on this game. I didn't know letting Samens catch.
Lamens is not ready yet.
Lamens
is not ready
goalkeeper too.
He just
ready again.
Oh no, but how many training sessions has he done with the team?
But he wasn't having preseason for a keeper.
But Donnarumma was signed like just a couple of hours before the transfer window ended. After the international break, he's in.
No, but there was an international break. You see what happens? You see the point you made about West Ham probably lining a manager up for the break. What happens is that during the break, if some players go, there's still a chunk of players that are back there the coach can work with and try and instill things.
But Donnarumma was away in Italy.
Yeah. Donnarumma has been at top level since 18.
And I think Donnarumma was at the Club World Cup. So I think he was active.
And he was active. But aside that, at this level, Donnarumma has been operating at this level since he was a teenager.
But the thing is, what I'm saying is, Lamens was like they went through preseason with his team. Your league had started before you were bought. So I don't understand unless they are saying
new team.
I don't know, man. Put Samens in the post. I don't know what that
and for Donnarumma, with the team he was playing at PSG, Pep and Luis Enrique are kind of similar in the way they think. So I don't think he was getting into anything that was like a complete stark difference from what he was used to tactically where he was playing. So I feel like all those things like accounts. But I think we should take time. I think he's a really talented goalkeeper. They should just give him some time. Same with some of United's signings this season.
Let's get into the lineups now. I'll take Bayern there as a post for Manchester United. They have a back three of Harry Maguire, Matthias De Ligt, and Luke Shaw, and then Patrick Dorgu, Bruno Fernandes, Casemiro, and Nuzer Mazraoui, Amad Diallo, and Brian Mbeumo, and then they have Benjamin Sesko leading the line.
The middle two is Bruno and Casemiro.
Okay. When you go to the other side, Chelsea have Robert Sanchez in post, Reece James, Wesley Fofana, Trevor Chalobah, and Marco Correa, Moises Caicedo and Enzo Fernandez, Estevao, Palma, and Pedro Neto, and Joao Pedro leading the line. So that's how the teams break down as far as this particular game is concerned. We will come back to this particular one, but let's just wrap it up on the games that are happening, the 2 p.m. batch of matches. I will reintroduce that lineup between Chelsea and Man United again. We will get into more statistics, but we have games to wrap up, and so let's finish that, and then we will get into some other stuff. So is there an update on the JS Kabylie and Gold Stars game? Because that game is at halftime.
Yeah, it's still 1-0.
Okay.
But in the
Ghana Premier League, I see some action there. Kwando House of Lions leading 11 Wonders 2-0. There's Hoho United and Young Apostles happening. It's goalless. Real Madrid up 2-0 against Espanyol. 73 minutes played. Looks like the Premier League games will almost all end in the same fashion as we have now. Who is that? Flexing at the back. Make sure
that looks like a Romero.
you don't give the ball away. So far, Leeds United 3, Wolves 1. Wolves are playing at home, losing that game. Palace are still 2-1 up in their own game, hoping to see this one out. So it should be interesting. And then you have, I believe, Brighton and Hove Albion and Spurs 2-2 in that game. Looks like that might probably also end this way. Brighton want to make a last, attempt before the game ends. This looks like a pretty decent move, but this I don't know. But I feel like Brighton scored the 2 goals. I don't know.
Well, at least it's great for a change that Spurs are not the people on the end of not managing games well.
Mm-hmm.
So they've done well to
finish the game hard.
Finish the game hard, yeah.
Yeah. So good game for Tottenham Hotspur so far. Let me get to more messages. 0549 986 996 0549 986 996. Guys, let's do predictions as well. Send me your predictions. Who do you think is winning that Chelsea versus Man United game? You can add goal scorers if your intuition is good enough, or if you have a crystal ball that you are looking into. Give me predictions for that game. Give me goal scorers for that game as well. I'll be giving you some statistics and history as far as this United-Chelsea game is concerned. Lots and lots of history with this game. Lots of talking points as well to deal with. So it's a very interesting game coming up. But we'll be wrapping up this one, or the 2 p.m. batch of matches, in a bit. Kudus, I don't know, guys, but I'm not happy with Kudus being purely a crosser of the ball out wide. I don't know, maybe I'm nitpicking.
He took a shot there that got deflected.
Yeah, but I feel like in the previous seasons I've seen him play, he's been more directly involved with goal scoring actions than he is at Spurs now. Like now, he's literally stuck out wide trying to cross the ball. He's crossing the ball way more than I've ever seen him do.
Yeah, but he's doing his job in the sense that you have Richarlison in there, you have Solanke around. You have to feed them. I mean, he's not playing like Man United wing forwards used to play back in the day, where you have Rasmus Højlund in there. They had Weghorst and all, and they kept on cutting in. And instead of feeding the striker, they would want to always have a shot at goal. They would always want to have a shot at goal.
Yeah. And
in that sense, when you do that, it just messes up everything.
Yeah.
Because it's not every attempt that you should shoot. You should be able to look to feed the striker. Because once you feed the striker, it helps out everyone, because the striker gets confidence. And once he's confident, every move that he makes pretty much is very dangerous. And that keeps the defense honest. But when that striker is devoid of confidence, the defenders can smell it.
I don't even disagree with you. I'm just worried about Kudus. I'm being selfish with Kudus in this perspective. Yeah, I'm not even thinking about the whole Spurs.
He made a point after his first batch of assists for Richarlison that he's there to save the striker, and he even said the second cross he played to Richarlison, he didn't think it was the best cross.
Yeah, but Richarlison made the most of it.
So
yeah, I remember.
I think it's great that we are getting this version of Kudus, because I think it's even help our national team in the end, because he's usually on the end of criticism of holding on to the ball for too long. So if he can bring people into the game now,
when he comes to the national team, he removes this cloak. when he comes in, he's a completely different.
No, I mean
player.
he just got to this team, and I think Frank is working on him.
I like this version, because what it means is that he's growing.
As a player,
as a player, and going in
better team player.
In the sense that, look, the kind of talent that he has, that ability to take on defenders, do things on his own, it will always be there.
Yeah.
It will always be there. So you just need to know when to unleash it. But prior to those instances where, you have to go on a solo run, dribble past 3 players before you're able to take a shot or maybe pass to a teammate, you have to be able to play within structure, within a system. And Frank,
And to
Thomas
be
Frank
honest,
is being able to do
I was just
that
about
so
to
far.
say, Thomas Frank actually a very strict tactician.
Strict
If
guy.
he gives you instructions and you don't do it, I'm sure first time, second time, third time you'll be on the bench.
Yeah.
So probably
and the second goal Spurs scored doesn't come if Kudus doesn't put that ball into the box.
true.
If he tries to go on one of those solo runs, the chance is gone. He
Yeah.
puts the ball into the box.
I just want him to be more 10 goal 10 assist guy than 2 goals 10 assist guy. I don't know, man. It's just what it is. Anyway, let me get to some of the predictions. So Joshua Hollow 2 says that what are you saying? You giving me a prediction? He says Man United 1, Chelsea 3, Joao Pedro brace.
Shout out to Joshua. That's my guy. Though.
Joshua says there's a Joao Pedro brace incoming. I see. This one here, okay, I don't have more predictions on YouTube, but you guys can send in your predictions on YouTube as well. Let me get to my message box. More predictions are coming through from that end. But guys, let's wrap up the games that have ended, and then we will fully get into the build-up of Man United versus Chelsea. We have about 30 minutes or so till kickoff, okay? So we'll be getting to that soon. We'll get into that in a bit. Let's tie up the 2 p.m. batch of matches. Let's start from Wolves versus Leeds United. 3-1 is how it ended. Leeds United, big win for them away from home. Is that an indicator of their strength, or did they just go to a struggling team and have taken advantage?
I think they took advantage of a struggling team, and they ended up beating more or less a peer. And so, in that sense, once you're able to get a win over a peer, you would want to go meet them at a point in time where they are struggling, they are not at their best level, and they got the job done. And it's one of those games where, yes, I wouldn't say you have to necessarily win, because they weren't playing at home. But it's one of those games where once you pick up a point, and in this case, once you pick up a win, it just makes your week even better. And so for me, yeah, it was a bit of a surprise though. 3-1, Leeds getting 3 goals away from home, and the win. I was expecting at worst for Wolverhampton Wanderers a draw, and so for Leeds United to bag a win away from home and be able to score 3 goals in the process, yeah, that for me was a big surprise.
Adam, same game.
For me, I just think that Wolves, this is not great for them. Yeah, with the kind of season they've had in the past and starting the season, and this is a newly promoted team.
Yeah.
If last season at this point, I don't think most of the newly promoted teams have won this many games. This should be Lee's second win, if I'm not mistaken, in first 5 games,
Yeah.
6, and I think that's impressive. That looks like a team that will want to make the most of their opportunities. And for Wolves, I feel like they need to do a lot of reflection. If you are going away from home to a newly promoted team and you can't get the job done there, it should scream early to you that your season is not going to be what you think it to be. And we are under 10 games. If we get to by the 10th game and you are not looking nice on the table usually looks like how it looks after 10 games gets into the end of the season. Not really much changes in the grand scheme of things. How the form the table takes after the first 10 games usually is kind of similar to the end of the season. So Wolves should be scared. I feel like this is like alarm bells for them.
Marfo, final thoughts on that one?
It's not a good result for Wolves. So far, 5 games, they've considered 12 goals and scored 3 goals. That should tell you really that it's not going on for them at all.
Relegation
Yeah,
form.
it's not good for them at all. Leeds United, a very good win for them. Especially their last win was in the first game of the season, and they winning against Wolves this time around is a good one for them. I think Wolves have to do a lot of changes. If they don't do that, as Adam said, when it gets to game week 10, game week 11, and they are still struggling, that is when we'll say Wolves will be relegated. So it's not a good one for Wolves.
Let me stay with you and do Palace versus West Ham. So West Ham have lost at home.
I'm not surprised though about West Ham losing. Palace deserve this win, and it's a good one for them. Palace, looking at how they've struggled to at least get some wins so far, although they've had a lot of draws, they've struggled to get some wins, and it's a good one for Palace to get this win. So far, Palace have won 2 games and they've drew 3 already. They are unbeaten, as you said, and it's a good one for them. For West Ham, Graham Potter, I don't know. As we're discussing, I just feel like the game against Everton will be a make or break for him. The next game, because if he doesn't win that game, I'm sure there'll be a lot of pressure that they have to sack him. He's not looking good, because you don't see any nice football from West Ham now. You don't see any progressive football from West Ham.
That's the worrying thing.
Yes,
Like, you know, when a team is struggling, sometimes you would see like glimpses that
Even for United now, even amidst their struggles, there's some sort of hope, because like there have been some good performances in and there.
Yeah.
But with West Ham,
you don't see anything
really
at all.
see
So there's a
anything.
lot of pressure on them. A lot of pressure on them.
That's just daunting when you look at that type of situation. And then let me take your thoughts on that, yeah, as well. Palace, seeing this one out, 3 points in the bag, away win, huge.
Yeah, London Derby win for Crystal Palace again. West Ham, yes, the same of things that have really bothered them, conceding first, conceding from set pieces, and not showing enough fight. And so for me, those things are really worrisome. And yeah, like I said, look, if things don't improve by the time we get to the next international window, yeah, Graham Potter might just end up getting sacked because they can't change things just yet. They have to wait until January before they can bring in the players that I believe they should have brought in during the main transfer window.
Yeah.
And that was to bring in players who have solid quality by a lot of legs. And they didn't do that. And so in January, they can do that. But between now and January, they should be able to manage at worst the situation and be able to play around this whole situation of not having enough mobility in the middle or the central part of their team. And that's where coaching comes in. That's what coaching is all about. And if Graham Potter isn't able to do that, then that's more or less like license enough to kick him out or get him out of the job. And sometimes it's not necessarily about the man not being a good coach and not being able to spot the problem and provide a solution. Sometimes it's just that the players don't have enough faith in him or confidence in the manager providing those possible solutions. So it might just end up being a situation where, okay, this guy, maybe he's good, but he's just in a situation where the players have lost faith in him and they've tuned him out. Even no matter what he does, it just doesn't translate. They just can't translate it onto the pitch. And so that's where, there will be the need for a change. But look, another encouraging win for Crystal Palace. They've deserved something like this because of the missed points that they've dropped along the way because of all those draws that they've registered. And so I think, Crystal Palace well deserved.
And with Palace too, their 2 wins so far, it's been away games. The first one was against Aston Villa, 3 goals to 0, and now another
that was a
away
big win.
Yes, so that should tell you they are doing so well.
Very positive. If you get your only wins of the season being away wins.
They also went to Stamford Bridge and had 1 point too. So they are doing so well.
Glasner technically definitely doing something right in that game. Burnley Forest ending 1-1. Points thrown away for Burnley. Points thrown away for Burnley. They would have thought that this is a game where they would have gotten 3 points.
Yeah, because if you want to beat Nottingham Forest under Ange Postecoglou, I think this was the time.
This is the time, yeah.
This is the time. I don't see them going over in the return leg and being able to come out with even a point.
That time he'll be properly settled.
Yeah, he'll be really settled in the team.
Today that he's not lost, I think that will calm his nerves a bit more. Because I think he'll probably be disappointed by the midweek loss in the EFL Cup. So this should just calm them a bit more and just so that they can just get things flowing right there.
Brighton 2, Spurs 2. How that game ended as well. Competitive.
I think it's fair. Yeah,
fair result.
It was a fair result. Very competitive. Once there are goals in there, 4 goals in there, you always enjoy such a game. And there were some good goal scoring opportunities, good action moments in the game. So I think, all in all, it was a fair result. I mean, Brighton and Hove Albion are not an easy side to play at the Amex, and Tottenham Hotspur aren't either. And so once those two kind of teams face off, but having a 2-2 draw, I think it's a fair reflection on the game. And as we watched, I think it's okay.
Well, let's now zone headfirst into that game between Man United and Chelsea. We have some time to actually properly dissect this game. Let me give you some numbers. That Charlie, the United numbers are not good at all. United host Chelsea today. They are aiming to arrest a run of just 2 wins in 13 league matches. 2 wins in
arrest.
13.
The last time we had arresting something.
Now Chelsea have a 9-game unbeaten run. It was ended in the Champions League by Bayern Munich on Wednesday. So they so far they are,
midweek.
yeah, they are unbeaten so far domestically as well. So there's that, but they had their run basically ended. Generally in the Champions League when Bayern brought them back to earth. They were calling for some high line to be tested, and then they got the first boss. They didn't even get to the last boss. They got the first boss. They didn't get the final boss, and then already they're already all over the place.
Final boss in November.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes, but that's it so far. But Chelsea also don't travel well to Old Trafford generally at all. United are 12 games unbeaten at home against Chelsea Football Club so far. It looks like we will have quite the game on our hands. Let me revisit the starting lineups again. We'll have them up for you. 3-4-2-1 is how Ruben Amorim's famous system lines up today. I'll take Bayern. There's the goalkeeper. My captain, your captain, everybody's captain. Harry Maguire is in the mix. Matthias De Ligt and Luke Shaw. They make up a back three. Patrick Dorgu, Fernandes, Casemiro, and Mazraoui make up the midfield four. Amad Diallo and Brian Mbeumo are attacking midfielders or attacking tens. Looks like that. Both of them are lefties as well. And then you have Benjamin Sesko leading the line, still yet to score for Manchester United. Yeah, let me start off with you. Matheus Cunha is one guy a lot of United fans were hoping to see start in this game. He doesn't start, but he's on the bench as well. First of all, impressions on that United starting lineup?
Yeah, I think I'm fine with Matheus Cunha starting off the bench because he had a bit of an injury issue, and so once he's coming back, it will take a boatload of confidence to start him in a game like this, which is bound to be very physical. Is bound to be quite hectic and quite competitive in the sense that you are definitely bound to see some niggling challenges in there, and so you would want to be a bit cautious about the way you handle his return to action, and so I'm okay with starting Matheus Cunha off the bench. The only issue I have with this setup is that he's still insistent on having Bruno play as a central midfielder as part of the middle two in that 3-4-3 system or 3-4-2-1 system. Why is he having an issue moving Bruno Fernandes to occupy one of the number 10 positions and move Amad Diallo to the bench and have him come off the bench? Because it's not as if Amad Diallo is balling out in an insane manner this season. No, he isn't. He's been okay, but at the end of the day, it's not like he's undroppable.
Yeah.
It's not like he's undroppable. Move him to the bench because now Mazraoui has come in, and so you can't play him as a right, as an inverted wing back anyway. So move him to the bench and have more firepower coming off the bench in those instances where you can clearly tell that, maybe Brian Mbeumo is frustrated or it's just not working out for him. The same for Bruno Fernandes. So you just give yourself multiple options coming off the bench. In that sense, with Cunha being on the bench, you can have Diallo and Cunha come in and sub those starters behind and play behind Benjamin Sesko. Then you have a situation where you can play Ugarte and Casemiro in midfield, or Ugarte and or Casemiro and let's say Kobe Menu in midfield. More or less rewarding the young lad for his impressive performance when he came off the bench in that game against Manchester City. And so for me, that's the only bit of an issue that I have with this starting lineup. Look, if they started Bayende, fine. Bayende, distribution-wise, top level goalkeeper. Shot stopping, not so convincing, but very, very poor when it comes to defending set pieces. That's the one thing they really need to work on him. If you can defend a set piece, then you have no business being a goalkeeper in the Premier League. You have no business being a goalkeeper in the Premier League, and so I think that's the one thing they really need to to work on him. But at the end of the day, look, if you are not starting Kobe Menu, I'm okay with it because you need legs in that midfield. Enzo Fernandez and Moises Caicedo, they will run for days. You need legs in that midfield, but Bruno Fernandes will do it. Defensively wise, his awareness is a bit suspect. Several players have been running off him to be able to get in goals or in good offensive positions, and that hasn't augured well for Manchester United. So, yeah, the only bit is playing Bruno Fernandes as a central midfielder when you have the chance to play him a bit upfield for Manchester United. Aside that, I'm okay with the selection of Ruben Amorim.
I'll get Adam and Marcos though, but let me stay on United with you. Yeah. Quick thoughts on Benjamin Sesko so far. Again, also a few things to be excited about, but generally
nothing to write home about.
Like especially based on the hype that was built around him. Will he come? Will he not come? Is he good enough? Will he's like all that? His agents, and I saw some comments about his agents saying that he was going to head to a team with a solid project, and that he wanted to work under a solid manager. And then I'm like, and this is it.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on with him?
Look, I think he's getting to the point where he will be categorized or in the same frustration phase where other United strikers have found themselves in, where there aren't just enough crosses to feed him, because he's still finding his way. Look, the EPL is not the Bundesliga. It's not the Serie A. And I'll give you an example. Højlund last week scored his first goal for Napoli. And you look at the goal that he scored, there's no way he's scoring that kind of goal in the EPL, where there's a pass played through the middle. He skips past the defender, manages to get his body in between the defender and the football. And because he's left-footed and the ball lined up on his left foot, he was able to smash it into the far post. It was against Fiorentina, beat David De Gea in post. In the EPL, you are not getting the chance to skip past Van Dijk, not necessarily because Van Dijk will bully you off the ball or something of that sort. The speed. He will utilize his speed to prevent you from skipping past him and getting your body in front of him. It won't happen. Gabriel Magalhaes and William Saliba. It won't happen.
They won't let you do it.
They won't let you do
But
it.
he doesn't play those guys every week.
But at the end of the even
You don't play those guys every week.
But the average EPL defender is faster than pretty much the average
Hugo
defender
Ekitike is from the Bundesliga. He's off the mark. 3 goals. It's excuses.
No, it's not
It's
excuses. And that's why I said that.
Like-
Look, that's why I said that. You are not playing in the Bundesliga. You have to have a situation where, first things first, the service has to come in. Feed him with the crosses. Man United are not feeding with enough crosses. That's one. And number two, he's looking to run in behind the defenders. You should be able to drop deep and play more or less like a Harry Kane. If you are not a Harry Kane, then you have to be an Erling Haaland, where your team is so super good in terms of creating chances for you.
You can afford to waste a few.
You can afford to waste a few. But you are not in that situation.
And the team is not creating chances because Ruben Amorim insists on that midfield.
Yeah. But how does Sesko get about getting his first goal, looking more lively today?
Get about getting his first goal. Unfortunately, he's a striker who depends. He's like an old school fashion center who needs a point guard to bring the ball up the court for him to be able to do his work. And so if you are not getting that kind of service, because Bruno Fernandes is heavily occupied with running around in midfield, doing his thing in midfield, then do the basics, which is flow in the crosses.
But you are playing two
You're playing
players
two number 10s.
who are number 10s who are acting
Inverted.
like inside forwards.
Yeah.
How are the crosses getting to the striker?
And that's where the whole wing back issue comes in. Patrick Dogu should be doing better with his crosses.
Yeah. I saw a lot, this whole week.
Mazraoui should be a bit more aggressive offensive wise.
Yeah.
So those are the things. That's what I'm saying, that the team is not set up in an excellent place where Sesko can
be
thrive
optimized.
off being like an Erling Haaland.
Fair enough.
No, they are not set up like that. So what do you do in the meantime before you get to that point? Just do the basics.
Yeah.
Fly the crosses in. Fly the crosses in. But unfortunately, there aren't enough crosses into the box for him to feed on. And so for me, that's the thing about Benjamin Sesko's struggles.
Your thoughts on the United lineup? What catches your eye? What don't you like?
I've been complaining about that midfield for weeks. The midfield he insists on with Bruno playing as an 8, because Bruno has never been an 8, always been a number 10. I know. I don't know what, like, to be honest, like, I used to be somebody who used to say, let's give Amorim time. Let's give Amorim time. His insistence on that makes me move away from it. It's not anything I would do. It's not anything I expect other top coaches to do, to be playing Bruno as a number 8. I don't know why he wants to do it. Why he thinks it's a great idea. I don't think it works. I don't think it start working today. I don't think it start working tomorrow. Like, and if he insists with that, the team is going to malfunction. So, like, off the bat, seeing the lineup, I don't think their midfield is going to be winning the battle against Chelsea today, because Casemiro doesn't have the legs Caicedo has. And Bruno is not an ace like Enzo Fernandez. Already, it's a mismatch in the middle of the park. Already, it's a mismatch in the middle of the park.
You can play Bruno Fernandes if in midfield, if you have a top level world class DM in the form of his life. Same way Pep Guardiola used to do back in the day, when De Bruyne would pair with guys like Fernandinho and Rodri.
Because the running is being done.
They could get the job done
Fernandinho
defensively.
could literally do everybody's work.
Yes, they could get the job done defensively. But here's a case where you are not getting prime Real Madrid Casemiro.
It's no good.
So it's always a struggle.
Let me check on Marfo on your thoughts on that United lineup.
I don't know, but no one is saying something about Luke Shaw, where he's playing. I don't know, like you don't really know where exactly he's playing this game.
My language.
Yeah, Luke Shaw was someone who didn't play so well when they played against City. We also how he was playing, and it's very tough. And now Harry Maguire also coming in this game. It's very, very difficult, because if you look at that side of Luke Shaw, you have the likes of Estevao who will be coming in to really disturb him. So it's a very, very difficult one. And as you said, in midfield, they don't have any player who is going to going to give the good passes to Sesko to get the goals. So it's a very difficult lineup.
Bruno's going to be busy being an 8.
It's going to be a very difficult lineup for Manchester United. I just feel like they have to be very attentive in this game, because any loose ball, I'm sure Chelsea will just beat them, but it's going to be difficult.
I like the thought on loose balls, because I feel like games like these are premised on who gets to those loose balls. Loose balls turn into chances if you don't capitalize, if you don't recover
Chelsea
quickly.
thrive a lot on transitions. They
Thrive
thrive a lot on transitions.
But to talk about that Luke Shaw thing, I've been on it for a minute. Look, and I think that some of these things are why United are still in the situation in which they are in. It's inexcusable that Luke Shaw is still playing for United in 2025.
Shouldn't be happening.
It is a sin. It is an abomination. It's not. Look, I was saying yesterday that, look, Manchester City have moved on from Kyle Walker, and Kyle Walker was always a better player than
Manchester
Luke Shaw.
City have moved on for KDB.
Exactly my point. They've moved. I'm even doing a defender thing because they are both defenders. Kyle Walker is way faster than Luke Shaw. He's way more
available
than Luke Shaw. Luke Shaw is slow. He never. But some way, somehow, United still convince themselves that Luke Shaw is one of their best players or one of their better defenders when he plays football. Guys, it's 2025. This guy should have been at Southampton or should have been at Wolves or something by now. You should have replaced him long time ago with a better player by now. But here we are. We are going to pretend as if when Luke Shaw is fit, he gives the team a verb. Anyway, there's that. Casemiro, he should have been gone. If Casemiro
I'm surprised he's still at United.
Nobody wants to take on those wages. And that's the first thing. You are going to really suffer if you give somebody £300,000. Who's going to buy him? They probably have to wait for his wages or for his contract to run out, or the next team that takes him on probably have to agree to pay parts of his wages. I don't like the fact that Amorim is forcing Kobe Mainoo to battle it out with Bruno Fernandes for a place. It is very senseless, and it is why I thought that they should have let Kobe Mainoo go. Because if you say you won't give me playing time, then let me go. Because you can't tell me that my competition in the team is the captain of the team and is probably the most available player in the team. This guy never gets injured. This guy never ever gets injured.
My own is not even about Bruno's availability. There's this strange ideology that Bruno can turn into a number 8 because Amorim has decided to play him there. I don't understand it.
There's that because ideally that should be Kobe's place.
He's not an 8.
But now
They've
turned him into an 8 and they say Kobe must battle out
with him. I don't get it. What's the reason?
All these things don't make any sense to me. But it's Manchester United and it's their team. Let's go to Chelsea. Let's talk about the Chelsea lineup and see what we can make out of it. So they also have Robert Sanchez in post. The shaky Robert Sanchez in post for them today. Reece James.
Now he's at least
he's not looking bad.
You know the funny thing about Sanchez? He has games where he makes killer saves. In those same games, he still looks shaky.
To be honest, Chelsea's are doing in this game. If United will get something of them, is their center.
Robert Sanchez reminds me so much of Victor Valdes. This guy is good. He will make crazy good saves, but but in the most the least expected moment, he will drop the ball and give away the game. That's how Robert Sanchez is. It's just what it is. Anyway, Reece James is out there. Good to see Reece James healthy and playing consistent minutes these days. Same for Wesley Fofana. There was a time when I thought he would never play consistent football again. Trevor Chalobah is in the middle. Is partnering Wesley Fofana. I like that partnership. And then they have Marco Correa in there as well. Enzo Fernandez, Moises Caicedo holding midfield, very strong. Caicedo is gradually building up to the form of the guy they spent that kind of money on. He's really beginning to look like that guy. Enzo, still hot and cold, but you know that on a good day he can give you a performance. Esteval, the youngster, Cole Palmer, and Pedro Neto. All Chelsea's attacking midfielders are lefties. That is extremely strange. Let me give you an update from another game happening. It looks like... yes, the lefty Portuguese, right?
Yeah,
Conceição. Yeah. He has scored for Juventus. Juventus are up against Chievo Verona. It's 18 minutes played in that game. Juve are up in that game. Allegri is hot. He needs to win games, or he himself, he'll probably find himself staring down the end of the barrel. But Chelsea's attacking midfielders are all lefties, guys. That's very interesting for me. Esteval, Palmer, and Pedro Neto. And then they have Joao Pedro leading the line. Let me start you on this tangent. Your thoughts on this lineup? What do you like? What don't you like?
Interesting lineup from Chelsea. But the centre-back pair is a very difficult one. Fofana, Chalobah. Fofana, this will be his second game that he has started for Chelsea. And the first game that he played against Brentford, he played as a right back. And we saw how badly he played in the first half that Maresca had to substitute him early in the game. But the centre pair of now, he's going to play as a centre-back pairing with Chalobah. And it's very difficult because if you check critically, Fofana has not been playing so well lately. He has not been he doesn't have a lot of games that he has been playing that you might say, oh, Fofana is doing so well. But for when you get to the attacking front, as Ben you said, Chelsea front line are all left-footed players. Neto, Palmer, Esteval. So that's very difficult. So that should tell you that Chelsea needs to work a lot in their forward line to be able to get their goals.
I feel Pedro will help with that, with rotating. I think because of how fluid Pedro is as a player, he can at points. I'm sure he will occupy spaces for other guys to be able to flip around him. I think he will probably be the focal point of the other three players rotating around him. Yeah, because I think Palmer can at some points Pedro can drop into 10 for Palmer to move into a central space.
That's very true.
And so I just feel like Pedro can balance that out. He being the righty amongst them there.
Okay. And I just feel like Enzo Fernandez also needs to come in the game because this season has not been really
it's been hot and cold.
Yeah, hot and cold from Enzo Fernandez. So he really has to come in this game because Caicedo alone can't do the job in midfield. So if Enzo comes in, I'm sure he's going to really help Chelsea a lot. But it's a very difficult one for Chelsea.
Adam?
For me, this is a game that I feel that if United were set up right, they can harm Chelsea. Because of Chelsea's centre-back pairing. Chelsea have been shuffling their centre-back pairing for a while now. I don't think any Chelsea fan can beat his hand on his chest and say he knows that these two players are his undisputed starting centre-backs. So it makes it easy for forwards to target them. If United was optimized well with players playing where they are supposed to be playing, I feel like this game will be a tad bit difficult for Chelsea. But with the way it's set up, I think Chelsea should be able to get this one today. I think Chelsea's team is set up in a more optimized way to get the best out of this game, if you ask me.
Chelsea set up Somebody, David Kweku Dankwa says, Ben, Luxor will disappoint you today. He should disappoint himself. he should be there. He should be the one doing the business for himself. Look, I really don't think Luxor is Man United standard at this point. I'm sure he's collecting some colossal wages. A lot of you are asking about Niaba. Well, he's a major stakeholder in some marriage ceremony happening, so he will not be available this weekend. So that's the lowdown on Coach Nimley this weekend. Let me give you my own thoughts on that Chelsea starting pairing. First of all, I don't like all three lefties across board. It's extremely difficult. If you know how lefties play, and Pedro Neto is the only person among them who can use his right a little among them is Cole Palmer. Probably why he's the one playing central. Sure. Pedro Neto literally has two left feet. Same with Estevao Willian. And when you do that, they almost always need to take extra touches to be able to get the ball in their natural lane to be able to either hit a shot or play a pass. And we all know how the PL is. Look, 2 seconds and your chance at the goal scoring opportunity is gone. The moment you do that extra touch, trying to move the ball onto your left foot, it just doesn't work for me. But hey, Maresca knows what he's doing. They definitely are a very good creative trio up front. I like Moises Caicedo. Like I said, I've really been impressed with the level of ground he covers. Even had the opportunity to bomb forward to get a few goals here and there. I've never really been convinced about Wesley Fofana since he came to Chelsea. Like, he's not translated that same form over to Chelsea for me. The injuries have plagued him a lot. I think he's also doubted his own abilities a lot. I feel like that comes from not being on the field a lot of times, getting injured when you try to play your best. But this probably, I would go as far as to say, this is probably as strong a side as Chelsea could have put out. And then there's Romeo Lavia, injured as usual, just collecting money for free. No, I'm serious. Collecting money for free. Always injured. I don't know why people hold on to players like this. Anyway, that's the...
Spent a lot of money on him.
Let me get your thoughts on Alejandro Garnacho. He is on the bench for this game. I feel like Maresca has a villain card up his sleeve.
There's a script somewhere.
He has a villain card up his sleeve. He says Garnacho is fit and ready to go.
I don't think Garnacho has looked bad since he came to Chelsea. I don't think he's looked bad. I like he played a pass that caused problems in the box for one of Chelsea's goals in a recent game when he came on. Yeah, I think Caicedo's goal in their fixture last weekend. He played a pass that came into the box, then spilled for Caicedo to hit that rocket in. So I think he's looked bright. It's a new club. I just feel that he would just need to ease himself in a bit. And there's no a place like United. At United, there was a point where he knew he would get games. Here, there's competition, so he'll have to raise the bar a bit. Yeah. And Garnacho's problem has always been making the right decisions at the right time. Yeah, making the right decisions at the right time. I think he's a talented footballer. I think if he calms down and puts himself through the mill at Chelsea, decides to raise his game, because here you are competing against other wingers that are really, really technically gifted and can put up performances too. So you have to raise his game, and if he can do these things, I think it's the right environment for him to grow. Yeah, because I feel like at United there wasn't really that much. The environment wasn't a great place for him to grow as a footballer. But Chelsea now it's a more stable environment with Maresca being there for a year plus. So let's just see how things go out for him. I think he'll do well there.
Well, kickoff is almost upon us. We are just about 2 minutes from kickoff. Let me read more of your YouTube messages. I'll get to my message box as well. Facebook is also live. Let me get there real quick and see what's going on there. This one is from Chris Uche Awa. He says, on Judgment Day, I will put on my Man United jersey to show God that I have suffered. That message has just killed me. Oh, Chris.
United fans are in the
trenches. Just do that, man. No, let me read that again. He says, on Judgment Day, I will put on Man United jersey to show God that I have suffered. Charlie, this guy is not serious. Anyway, more messages coming through. Chris, send us more messages. Prince Esiedu Jr. says, please, we beg, please, podcast. Oh, I didn't get to read that. And the Scooby says, I love you guys. We love you too, Ernest. This one here says, please, we beg, please podcast the Man United versus Chelsea match for we the fans. I don't know what you mean by that, but that's as close as what is close to what we are doing now for you right now in here. More messages coming through. That's just funny, man.
Now United fans are suffering.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Abdul Razak says, watching live from Kumewu, Drobronso in the Setre Afram Plains district. Congrats to my darling club Liverpool for victory today. I have a message on YouTube from Omar the poet. He says, today United are going to get mashed like yam. Actually, pounded yam. You know, Nigerians don't say pounded yam, pounded yam. That's how it is today. Omar the poet. This one here is from Alex Consult. Alex says that just sack Amorim. He's too strong-headed. Same lineup.
I really like what he said.
And kickoff is upon us just before you come in. That game has kicked off at Old Trafford. Man United, Chelsea, about 18 seconds, please. And then make your point.
He made a point I really like saying strong-headed, and that has become my problem with Amorim. Not the fact that I think he's a bad coach. I don't think he's a bad coach. I think he's a great football mind. I just feel like he's too young in his career to be this hard-headed about his way or the highway.
Yeah.
I don't feel he's gotten to the point or achieved anything where he can be doing that. Even the almighty Pep Guardiola has signed a goalkeeper that typically we won't expect Pep to sign.
True.
You understand? I don't think, and that was my problem with Xavi in his second season at Barcelona. When some things weren't working, it was his way or the highway. And if it goes that way and your way isn't working, the highway will show you. You'll be showing the highway. You understand?
Yeah.
So, like, that's just it for me. Like the insistence on using Bruno in the two-man midfield and some of the other little tinkerings he's done with the squad that I feel that is not good for the squad. It's just those things, and he insists on it. This is what he wants to do. It's too early. You are too young a managerial mind for these things.
This one here, I have a message on YouTube. It says, "Luke Shaw again will be the weak link." Then there's David Kweku Dankwa's message that says, "Luke Shaw will disappoint me today." Okay, let's see if he can indeed be a bright spot for his team in this encounter. But the game has kicked off. It looks like a rainy day at Old Trafford.
There is a goal in Accra Sports Stadium.
Oh my goodness! Please give me good news.
Viviani goes to 0, JS Kabili 2.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Okay, so looks like Bibiani Gold Stars will be cooked today. Let's zone in on Ruben Amorim real quick and look at his numbers so far. 31 matches played, 8 wins, 7 draws, 16 losses. Goals scored 36, goals conceded 49. Adam, I can coach United to these statistics. I'm not even lying. I always say this. Like, people think I'm lying when I say these things. Look, I don't need a license, what. If it takes how many games? 31 matches.
31 matches. That's all.
I can win 8 games with Man United. if you give me Man United, I can win 8 games. I'm not even playing with you. I can win 8 games.
You know the crazy thing, when Rashford scored earlier on this week, I saw a stats that said that Rashford has scored for 3 different clubs before Ruben Amorim has been able to win back-to-back games.
That is ridiculous.
As Manchester United, and that is.
It's almost 9 months. He's not won back-to-back games.
31 games is virtually.
It's almost a full
season. It's a season. But you're virtually.
You're like 7 games of a full season.
Of a full season. So that's almost a full season of underwhelming performances. I'm surprised he still has a title as a Man United manager. I don't know any Man United manager who has had half of this record and has kept the job. Like this bad a record and has kept.
Why do you think that Barada and Co are still holding on to Amorim? You feel like it's a matter of, okay, we have to sack him again, we have to pay compensation, we have to go looking for another manager.
They've invested a lot of pounds into the team by bringing him one at the time they brought him. 2, by the investments they've made into
his players.
Sign in quotes his players, because the complaint was like this is Ten
Hag's team.
It's been a thing about United. Almost every manager, he doesn't have in quotes his players. So now they've given him some of his players.
Red card.
That will probably be a red card.
We have an incident here in the game. It's 4 minutes played. Chelsea are protesting. Man United look like they were on the move. Okay. Oh, we have early controversy.
Straight red.
We have early. That looks like Dobzo. Yep. Denial of a goal scoring opportunity.
That goes
That is always going to be a sending off. So we have an early sending off. Robert Sanchez. What was I telling you about Robert Sanchez?
4 minutes into the game.
4 minutes
into the game. Let him score the goal.
Yeah. Robert Sanchez has been sent off in this game. I'm trying to see the sequence and who exactly was
Mbeumo.
involved. So we
Mbeumo.
have a replay here. Ball kicked long up the field by Altay and there, headed on. Mbeumo is in on goal. Robert Sanchez is out of his area and he clatters Mbeumo. Yeah, that is a sending off. He doesn't come out. That's my
a red
goodness.
card,
He
like,
took him out. So
Took him out.
yeah,
Clean.
red card for Chelsea's Robert Sanchez. They have been forced into a substitution
The game
in less than 10 minutes.
game hasn't started. Like you've thrown the whole game out the
away.
window.
Now the irony, and I like that. The irony about these type of things is everything you've been training for the whole week
It's
is
done.
useless now.
Done in 4 minutes.
You now have to improvise and turn around your whole game.
For 85 minutes.
Yes.
Maybe
plus, more. No,
Plus, because
plus
the
a lot of
time
time
added
wasted.
on.
Like you've thrown. I'm sure Maresca is super frustrated right now.
Yep. Chelsea have been forced into a goalkeeping change. I want to see. Esteval.
You have to sacrifice one of the attacking players.
Esteval.
It happened to Napoli in midweek when they got the red card. Conte had to take the KDB off because leg-wise, he's probably the oldest player in the team you can sacrifice. And this, he'll probably want Palmer on as opposed to Esteval because Palmer can make things happen later on in the game should a chance fall.
So Philip Jorgensen, the backup goalkeeper, has been brought in place of Robert Sanchez. Robert Sanchez, denial of a goal scoring opportunity with Mbeumo. He has seen
This
red.
is United's game for me now.
Early shower.
This is United's game. Early shower. He should reflect in the shower. He has to do a lot of reflection. This is
Very, very, very early shower. I'm reading a couple of comments from the YouTube. So
Another substitution.
yeah.
Neto out.
Yep. So 2 of the lefties have been hooked. But this is crazy. 6 minutes and already Chelsea have been forced to make
I'm
2
sad for
changes.
Maresca. Like it's like imagine you train a whole week for a big game of this nature. The game starts. You've not even settled into the game.
Nope.
You've not like
You probably not even started implementing your game
Chelsea
plan.
haven't even had a sequence where they've had the ball and taken a pass like 2, 3, 4 passes to try and even maybe create a chance. Then
But let me just highlight the importance of Benjamin Sesko in the build-up to that red card. So Bayende hits the ball long. Sesko beats his man in the air, and that's what turned into the ball that fell to Mbeumo's path. Very good
Number 9 play.
ability, to be able to get onto that header, put his player, on goal.
You see Maresca frustrated. He's completely frustrated.
When Neto was even substituted, he
Live
wasn't
it,
very
live
happy.
it. Like
He
you
wasn't
can't be
happy
happy.
at all.
He's blown his game out the water. It's
Well, United, also have a free kick in a very dangerous area. So it looks like the game has been turned on its head and not even a quarter of the game has been played. So very interesting developments here. Let's see how this dead ball goes. United have a couple of players behind it. It's 7 minutes played in the big game of the day between Manchester United and Chelsea Football Club. And Chelsea are already down by 1 man. Goalkeeper Robert Sanchez has been sent off.
this is Bruno Fernandes territory.
This is Brian Mbeumo territory too.
Yeah.
So it's a very well placed free
Bruno
kick.
played. Oh, yes, missed it.
Man.
Mbeumo,
Well, so United have blown the free kick. It didn't go in, but by way of information, Tosin Adarabioyo has also been brought on to replace Pedro Neto. I'm keen to update you guys on what the Chelsea shape looks like now in the wake of those substitutions. But Marv, quick thoughts on the incident, the sending of the substitutions.
It's not looking good for Chelsea. I'm sure if you are to be in Maresca's shoes, you just be asking yourself now, what kind of substitution, what kind of changes do I have to do? What kind of formation do I have to play? Because now Tosin coming in will now make the defense line be. I'm sure maybe they'll push Rich James forward to midfield so that Fofana will be able to play the right back position. Then we'll have a center pair of Chaloba and Tosin. But now the striking force for Chelsea will now be very weak because it will just be João Pedro and Cole Palmer. So it's a lot of work that they have to do. They've put a lot of pressure on them. I just feel like Sanchez should have just made the ball just inside the net. It's just 4 minutes played. Just 5 minutes played.
In fact, there's no guarantee he would have scored.
That's the next point I was coming to make.
I think he came out even too early.
Too early. I always draw examples with things like this. If you remember Barcelona versus PSG from a season ago, the season before PSG won the Champions League, Barca won in in France and came to the Camp Nou with I think a 2-1 or 1-0 lead. I don't remember clearly. Early in the game, PSG scored. Then there was a 1v1. Mbappe was still there. And Araujo took the bait and brought him down. Early in the game, I think it was 10-15 minutes into the game. And people were angry because you are leading the tie. You are leading the tie. And there is no guarantee that Mbappe puts that in the back of the net. Even if you concede a goal, you are still leading the tie on aggregate. You can fight back into the game with over 60 minutes left in the game. Now you've not conceded a goal. You've gotten a red card.
They're literally about to play a whole game with
a whole game.
This is literally playing a whole game.
The whole game. Yeah, you play because at the time you play over 90 minutes with 10 men, and it's just not. I feel like it's not even fair to the coach the most because the coach has devised the plan for the game, and now he has to re-strategize everything in less than 10 minutes. It's a lot of work.
So that's just Maresca's work thrown out the window. Let's zone in on Cole Palmer a bit, guys. We have some numbers on him as well, and let's talk about what he is capable of doing. Oh, this is interesting. I think okay, so let's get in on Cole Palmer. Players with the most goals and assists since Palmer's debut in 2023. Now this is interesting. So listen again. Players with the most goals and assists since Palmer's debut in 2023. Mohamed Salah, 97. Erling Haaland is on 85. Cole Palmer is on 73. And then there's Oli Watkins on 66. Bruno Fernandes on 64. I've always said that Bruno Fernandes deserves better. But anyway, what do I know? But guys, Adam, let me stay with you on this one. Talk to me about Cole Palmer. Has a thing for... I don't know, but I feel like with him, there are no gray areas. He's either going to have a really good game or he's going to be anonymous in the game. Not even bad. You won't even see him in the game. No sight of Cole Palmer in the game. What kind of Palmer are you expecting in a game like this, especially with his team down by a man?
In a game like this, I'm expecting him to be the person who they will use to relieve pressure of Chelsea. When Chelsea gets in situations, I'm sure they will try and look for him to try and take a man off to win a foul, kind of take the respite of the team. And I think the reasoning behind taking Estaval off and keeping him on is that Palmer is the guy who he doesn't need to be switched on in a game to affect the game. There are a lot of instances where he's not really having a great game. The chance falls to him, bang, it's in the back of the net. Bang, he causes a situation that
can do something out of
nothing. So keeping a player like him in the game is a smart thing for a coach like Maresca to do, especially after going a man down. Whether he will be able to get into the positions to influence the game enough is the thing now, because Chelsea are going to be playing behind the ball for most of the game. But keeping him on, I feel, just makes Chelsea's chances better should anything fall to Chelsea. Even João Pedro himself, I think Pedro is one of those guys who can make something happen. But more so Palmer, because of, aside the fact that he can score, he has that vision. He can pick the pass out. Even if he's not picking the pass, he's the person who can make the turn or make the dribble that can open up the field for Chelsea. So it's just a game like this, Palmer will have to pick his moments, and picking his moments will involve conserving his energy, because now you'll be doing a lot of running off the ball. So you have to know when to exert a lot of energy, when to drop off, and when to decide to be the guy who come out of his shell and do things for Chelsea. That's the kind of Palmer I'll be expecting today. The Palmer who pick his moments, almost like the version of Messi that didn't really used to do much in the game, but then just sees the pocket of space or the gap and attacks it. I feel like that's what Palmer will have to do today, because Chelsea are up against it. Because United will be fired up in front of their fans, red card early in the game. They want to make this game count. If United don't get something out of this game today, it's more daunting on Amorim than anything, than the team.
You're right. I mean, you are literally getting the chance to play almost 90 minutes of football with a numerical advantage. You need to somehow make it count. I'm reading some of your messages from YouTube, especially reactions to that red card and that Robert Sanchez situation. The text lines are also active. 0549 986 996. 0549 986 996. It's the big game of the weekend, and we have a goal. I don't know if that's going to be ruled off, but Bruno Fernandes is the one who has put Man United ahead. It's 1-0 advantage United. 14 minutes played at Old Trafford, and United are up and cooking. Chelsea are in trouble. A goal down, a man down. It's raining. The coach looks confused and upset on the bench. It is not looking good. 1-0 Man United. Goal looks like a very legit one. Let's go through that sequence again. So ball played to across the face to the right hand side. Mbeumo hooks across in. Ball looks like this is an offside.
No, it's a goal. The last player,
Bruno Fernandes was not inside.
Yes.
He popped. I think there's some. This is tight.
this is tight.
This is very
is
tight.
really
I think he was not the one who was initially off course.
Offside.
He came in through. I think Sesko is holding off the defender.
I think
Yes.
the hand of the Chelsea player will probably play him on.
Has
I
this
think
been
I
accepted?
think this will probably stand. It looks really tight, but I think he's on. I think he's on.
It looks like this goal stands. It looks like there's a little review going on. I don't know if
Amorim looks like he needs that goal to stand for the lead to be taken off him.
I don't know if
This is very tight.
Yeah,
Chelsea haven't restarted the game, so looks like this is still under review.
It's
Very
very,
interesting.
very tight. Very, very tight.
It's between Sesko and the Chelsea defense.
That was like Chalobah.
I also
whatever-
feel like somebody was disrupting.
Chalobah.
Yes, he was holding him off. So that definitely counts in a way. That definitely counts in a way. I don't know how this works.
I'm with the red card and this. I'm imagining the other time at the end of the half. That's
Just in 15 minutes.
Just
And
like-
a
just in
lot
15
of
yeah,
a lot of action.
lot of talking points.
Yeah.
Wow, what a game so far between Man United and Chelsea Football Club. Highly controversial encounter already. VAR still taking time over that decision. Let's see what really comes out of it.
Maresca, why is shit?
Maresca's not happy at all. He's not happy at all. Looks like we have to wait a while
Yeah.
for this decision.
It was tight already.
No,
and
it's very tight.
It was tight already, and the little interference you're talking about.
Yep.
So I'm sure they are
It's a
trying
goal.
to.
It's a goal.
Yeah,
So the goal has been confirmed. Bruno Fernandes kisses his knuckles. That is 1-0.
Now United,
Man
they look like they
United.
needed that.
Big time goal for them. And then, like you just mentioned, just talk through what a goal like this does for them. So ball headed across. Chelsea defender. So he stepped up at the wrong time.
Wrong time. He stepped up at the
Yeah,
wrong
trying
time.
to play the offside trap. That was just late, man. Yep. And there we have it. So it's 1-0. Fernandes. So Fernandes was supposed to be playing in the number 8. Some way, somehow managed to find himself.
But you see, today
at
it
the
shouldn't
end of
really
the
be an issue because Chelsea are a man down.
A man down, yeah, so
So
he's
he
going to
can
forward.
he can have the
yes.
license to do
Yeah.
that because of the numerical disadvantage Chelsea have. But United really needed a goal. The kind of performances they put up, I feel like a lot of United fans have felt like some of their performances have been rewarded this season with results. Yeah,
Yeah.
because in their opening game, I thought the performance was great. They just tailed off a bit. In their second game, too, I don't think they were bad either. I just feel like winning a game like this, regardless of the fact that it's with a red card, if they win a game like this, to do a great deal for their confidence. Because Chelsea are, like, we know the battles they've had across the years at the peak of both clubs. They were two of the clubs almost everybody wanted to watch in the Premier League.
True.
They have great law between each other, competing against each other for some of the top level titles. So and when like this against opposition like this, we just boost their confidence. And it's the exact thing the dressing room, Amorim, and some of the players, especially the new additions, need right now for United. So I hope they can see this through. But I don't want a repeat of what happened. They played a rugby match the other time where I think it was 5-4.
Yeah.
Palmer got a late goal. I would not want to see something like that happen to
4-3.
United. Yeah, it was 4-3.
4-3.
4-3, yeah. I would not want to see something like that happen. I don't think that would be great for United's confidence, especially going on in the season with the way they've put up some good performances, but the results haven't come from those performances. So I'm just hoping they can see off a game like this, especially with the numerical advantage. They should be able to see this game out and just
see Chalobah's
yeah,
last leg.
Chalobah.
See,
Look at
I was
that.
even his leg. I was thinking his hand.
Yeah.
No, it's leg.
It was his leg. His leg played more.
This is some interesting technology. Anyway, Ruben Amorim coming into this game, 31 matches, had a win
Another
percentage.
substitution for Chelsea.
Oh my goodness. That leaves you with 2 substitutions left.
No, like the guy stressed some more. Like, see, if it was even 15, 20 minutes into the game, like
This is literally a full match with
the
an
game
American.
starts. The
disadvantage.
game hadn't started. The game Chelsea had barely like gotten their
Settled
feet
into the game, yeah.
Sanchez didn't do well.
He didn't do well. Like he didn't do at all.
Wow. I wonder who is coming on again because this is crazy.
Andre Santos.
I thought Andre Santos should have started this game alongside Caicedo. like I said, I've not been convinced with
Enzo.
Enzo Fernandez's form. Not that he's a bad player, but he's just been a little shaky. Andres Santos is more energetic. He's a better tackler too, I think. Fernandez is more like a good cross between a 10, an 8, and a 6.
Yeah.
He's just like hybrid
Of
all
all
of those things. But maybe they have Caicedo and they think that, well, we have enough because United's midfield is not heavy anyway.
Yeah, I think he was banking on that. Then the red card happens. So, out the window.
20 minutes of football action. Let me go to a few other leagues because this is a lot of controversy. Anyway, 0549 986 996 0549 986 996. Those are the texts.
Out.
And what? Wow. So all the lefties have been hooked. Guys, I was talking about 3 lefty attacking midfielders for Chelsea when the game started.
And he brings Santos on.
Not a single one of the lefties are on the field now. And it's only 20 minutes played.
This I feel like this shows how much what Sanchez did had derailed the game for Chelsea. Like, I think Maresca is just.
Let me stay with you on this, right? Now, he was asked a lot coming into the season on if he should buy a new goalkeeper based on what he had seen with Robert Sanchez the season before. And then the Club World Cup happened, and then he went on to say things like they wanted to keep faith in the goalkeeper. Based on what has happened and based on if a manager makes 3 substitutions in 20 minutes, I haven't seen anything like this before. I've seen players get sent off and managers have to make changes.
At least 1 or 2. At least 1 or 2.
Yep.
But 3
in 20 minutes is unprecedented. I've not seen anything like that before. Does this say anything about how he will feel about Sanchez after this game? Will it affect their relationship? What do you think happens after this?
I feel like this happens in another game, not of this gravity. It might probably slide, but I don't think Maresca will be able to overlook it with the context, one, and the type of game it is, two. Because first off, as I said, it's not even, if it was 10, 15 minutes into the game, at least you've had a feel of the game. But it was literally at the, we had barely even
gotten into discussing the game,
like breaking down the game.
Yeah.
Then that happens. It happened before we could even start speaking about the game. So I'm sure he's looking at it like, no. And I do feel Chelsea should have still brought in a keeper. And I'll give an example. It's funny. I keep reversing to Barcelona for examples. Barcelona, Ter Stegen got injured heading into last season.
Yeah.
Szczesny came in, put in a good job. Even though Szczesny did a good job, they still felt they need to add another goalkeeper. And if you look at Barcelona this season, with Joan Garcia as a goalkeeper, it almost looks like Barcelona is a bit more safe at the back. Like, you look at the Newcastle performance, and he was at the heart of that performance. I don't think Barcelona played that way without having a goalkeeper who was that confident like that. And with the way Maresca wants to play with his centre backs and everything, stepping up and starting to play from the back, and you know the kind of coach he is. Your goalkeeper almost needs to act like your third centre back, and your goalkeeper needs to be somebody who can give your back line confidence, because they know that if they are beaten, he's coming out big and strong. He's coming out at important times. He can step up and receive that pass and return it to that centre back, and he just showed that he's not that guy. And it's not even 10 minutes into the game. If that means anything could have happened, even if he stayed on the field longer. I just don't feel like it's a good look for him with the kind of Club World Cup he had to do this. If I feel like if it was any other game, maybe Chelsea, Southampton, Chelsea in the EFL Cup, Chelsea in the FA Cup, Chelsea against a lower.
You can't overlook it.
But Chelsea, Man United. No, I don't think Maresca is overlooking that. And with the change, as you said, I've not seen 3 changes after a red card in 20 minutes in the same half.
Crazy for me. Marv, I just same question for you. How does Maresca's relationship progress with Sanchez after this red card?
It's going to be very difficult, because he will be telling his goalkeeper, you don't have to do this mistake. We just played 5 minutes of the game, and you did this mistake. That should tell you are not too good. You are not doing so well as a goalkeeper. And I'm sure it's going to bring some kind of problems. And especially, let's take it, if Jorgensen is able to perform well in this game, it's going to pile a lot of pressure on Sanchez, and that will make him sit on bench for long. So this is not looking good for Sanchez himself.
There were people who even were insisting that Jorgensen was good enough to be Chelsea's number 1.
I think the little I saw of him, he looked pretty decent to hold the spots down. I just feel like because of how Maresca wants to play and Sanchez having some of the tools he thinks he has, I just feel like Sanchez thing too is confidence. And at some points in time, it doesn't look like it's just a confidence thing anymore. In the beginning, I feel like people say, "Oh, he's not confident." But after the Club World Cup, if you reverse back to this,
just an eccentric goalkeeper with no composure. That's the thing. You see, if you have, I've seen goalkeepers come out like this. Like it mustn't be save the ball or take the player out. I don't know. I don't know if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
You can come out, make yourself big. And try and disrupt him.
Yeah.
Some way, somehow, he just
took him out. Yeah, he just took him out.
I don't know, man. Like this is just the kind of thing that would just drive a coach mad. Like you just train for a whole week for a big game like this, and then just before you can even create 2 decent chances in the game, your whole game plan has been thrown out the window. And so I don't know for Robert Sanchez. I feel like one of the things I always say is that ball playing goalkeepers, probably the most overrated new addition to football. I dislike it with every fiber in my body. Look, goalkeepers should do their primary job. If your goalkeeper can throw out well to your fullbacks, centre backs, fine. But guys, how many times will your goalkeeper be the one leading the like being the beginning of your attack? Every now and then we'll see Ederson deliver a killer assist. But what's all this obsession?
It's the way teams play now. Is the way teams play, and a lot of coaches buying into that idea. I mentioned Barcelona. Man City is another team that plays like that. Arsenal is another team that has, and I don't know if you see the pattern. This is you have Pep, you have some of Pep's disciples.
All of them, they are the ones
Pep's
doing
disciples. If you go to France, there's another one there, Luis Enrique. He another one of Pep's disciples.
He has moved on Donnarumma.
He moved on Donnarumma, and you see a lot of coaches buying into that idea of having a goalkeeper who can help out with those kind of things. Because as much as people don't like to say it's that important, if you have a goalkeeper who can do it, that you don't really see it, but it makes a crazy difference if your goalkeeper can start the attack even and bypass your centre back. Because I give an example with Barcelona Newcastle. There were times where Newcastle were pressing Barcelona really high up the field, and Garcia doesn't have, and he's not afforded the time to play the pass into Kubasi or Araujo. He has to start the build up, and he's playing a straight pass to a midfielder, or he can go long to a winger or to the person who is the focal points, and that thing helps relieve your team a lot if you have a goalkeeper who can do that. I just feel that the basis for the goalkeeper should be how good a shot stopper he is. Joan Garcia is a good shot stopper.
Yeah.
Everything that he has
is an addition.
It's an addition. So if the base is there of someone being a good shot stopper and those things are there, fantastic.
Yeah.
But if you're going to look at just that and bring the goalkeeper in, then it's problematic.
Ball playing goalkeepers and they are just, I don't know, man. Anyway, let me go around Europe for a bit. We haven't done that a lot today. Let's touch on some of the other matches. We will come back to this game. Marv, is there an update from Accra?
Okay, so it's full time at the Accra Sports Stadium. So BBN Go Stars 0, Jess Kabylie 2.
That makes the tall order for them in the second leg.
Yeah, just quick thoughts on that one before we move the conversation on.
I'm sure BBN Go Stars should. I'm sure by this time they'll be saying they are automatically out, although they have a second leg to play next week. But it's not looking good because you played home and you sitting at home and you losing by 2-0. It's not looking good at all. Because next week you'll be going to Algeria, and most of the times when most of the West African countries go to the North African countries, they don't do well at all. That's when they consider about
even Kotoko and Hearts come back with a basket
4, 5, 6 goals. So this time around, you losing 2-0 at home and now going to Algeria, it's not looking good. I feel like it's over for them at the CAF Champions League.
We'll be activating the phone lines at halftime. I want to hear Chelsea fans. I want to hear Man United fans. If you are not a fan of either team, you can still call in and share your thoughts with us. But let's take a quick turnaround here on the Republic of Football. When we come back, I'll do a round trip around Europe, check out what's been going on with each of the various teams, and then we will get into more talk of our big game for the weekend. Man United, Chelsea, 1-0. Man United lead. Bruno Fernandes with the only goal of the game so far. Robert Sanchez sent off for denial of a goal-scoring opportunity. Let's take a quick turnaround. We'll be right back. Benjamin Inketia here. The Republic of Football is live on 97.3 City FM, Channel 1 TV, City 973 on X and Twitter, City 973 on Facebook, and on YouTube at City Sports GH. The big updates, obviously, from the big game is that after 35 minutes of football, Man United lead Chelsea by a goal to nil. Chelsea goalkeeper Robert Sanchez saw red in the 4th minute. And Chelsea have been forced into 3 substitutions in the first half alone since then. Burmo's basically showboating at this point. He's done a couple of unnecessary flicks that he probably wouldn't do if they were.
Extra man, yes, so no.
Ah, man. Anyway, Adam Kai and Karamafo are in the studio with me. Yao Jemita was here with us a little while ago. You out there concerning your thoughts and predictions as well. We'll be activating the phone lines at half time, just so I can hear from both fan bases and also all of you who have an opinion to share on this game so far. And like I said, Chelsea have not won here in their last 12 visits. They were hoping that today would be the day for them. It looks like those plans went out the window very quickly.
Sanchez had other ideas.
Yeah, unless they can really do something extraordinary to rescue this game. And if Chelsea rescue this game, I promise you that United need to fire Amorim right after the final whistle
United
goes.
shouldn't have come into the season with Amorim.
It looks like we have a second goal. And it's Casemiro. Casemiro says, "What's my name?" He had his hands on his ears like that. It's 2-0 advantage Man United.
But you know, you speak about. It's funny you mentioned that if they can't get anything out of this game, Maresca should go. I was having a conversation with Manuel Angelo yesterday, and I was saying that United will have like a mixed bag of form that will probably get Amorim fired, and he was like, he doesn't think so. He thinks just similar to Ten Hag or Solskjaer. Every time it looks like they're on the cusp of getting fired,
He'll get some results like this.
And look at what is happening today. I hope he's listening to me and you can find this funny.
So ball started out on the right hand side in Burmo. Another cross inside. Dogu heads back across. Poor clearance from Reece James. Just falls back into the middle of the box, and then this is such poor defending from Chelsea. Reece James, I think Reece James is the culprit of this one. That clearance away was. Chelsea are frustrated.
They're frustrated. Yeah,
at this point, they're frustrated. Like anything to, shy away from the responsibility of how bad they have been in this game.
I can't really blame the outfield players. This is
all on the goalkeeper. All on the goalkeeper, really. The guys are heated.
Look, that's where it comes from. Shaw got feisty with Enzo.
Look, the last thing Chelsea need is another sending off.
Yeah,
so if I'm them, I'll try and keep a cool head. So far, but it's 2-0. Guys, let's break down that goal again. Adam, like I said, cross comes in. Poor header.
If you are heading the ball, coach always says this thing when he's doing tactical breakdowns. That when a ball across has come into your box and you're defending your territory, when you're heading the ball out, what you're not supposed to do is to head the ball to the side or head it right back to a place where it can be brought right back at you. And that's what he did. He headed into a zone that the danger is not clear.
And then James also did what you call in Ghana Sambe Wame. When you kick the ball and the ball doesn't go anywhere, it just goes into the air and falls back into the zone that you crossed it in. It's like they call it Sambe Wame. That's exactly what just happened with that sequence there.
You just invited the pressure back onto yourself with the ball is coming back like that. So, and as I said, with the numerical advantage, United always look like the better team going forward.
Yep.
They always look. They look like they are probably going to create a chance when they pick the ball and they are running at.
Look, it's about to get even worse right now. It's about to get worse right now.
Wow.
Chelsea are in 6s and 7s at the back. They look like they've lost motivation to play the game.
To be honest, the time the red card went in, if I look at the clock and I see that I have to play like 85 minutes. Mentally, I'm like,
you need to be the most mentally resilient team to be able to withstand that type of adversity. I feel like they really have their backs against the wall. What I think should happen is that halftime needs to come quickly for them, so they can quickly regroup.
To be honest, it actually hurts me for them that they conceded a second goal before halftime.
Yeah.
If they were able to keep it at 1-0 to halftime, I think they actually could have they stand
They
a
could have
chance.
stabilized this game.
Yeah, and to get back into the game. But 2-0, if they don't get a goal before halftime, and I don't really see where the goal is coming from, they are probably going to be up against. It's in the second half, especially because United will probably even get more ideas in the second half. Amorim can go and get creative with the changes you want to make and how you attack Chelsea right now. There's an advantage. So I don't really see how Chelsea are getting out of this.
Well, let me give you an update from the French Ligue 1. The game between Nantes and Rennes ended 2-2. That is disappointing. Rennes were up by 2-0 at a point in this game, and then just threw it away. They allowed how many goals? They allowed 2 late goals in this game. It's a game in which Ghana's Alidou Seydou also featured. Just in case you didn't know.
Back from his ACL.
Yes. Alidou Seydou actually was the man of the match for Rennes according to my tactical sheet. He had a rating of 8.6 for this game. So looks like he played really well in a back three as well, with very interesting players there. So Rennes there, Ludovic Blas gets in the goal for them, and then Le Paul actually also getting in on the score sheet. So Alidou Seydou had an assist with the Le Paul goal, so registered an assist in that game. So a very good run out for the Ghanaian international. Happy for Alidou Seydou. He's been on the sidelines dealing with injury for a very long time. So he's managed to get something from that game. Probably would have wanted his team to win, but that wasn't to be. 2-2 is how it ended. Let me give you also updates on what's the CAF Champions League qualification going on. Ghana's own Bibiani Ghost has lost 2-0 to JS Kabylie. Let me give you what's going on around. So Ethiopian Insurance beat Mlandenge by 2-0. Leoli also lost 3-0 to Orlando Pirates. We had Mogadishu City also losing to Police FC by 3-1. Power Dynamos of Zambia beating ASEC Mimosa by 1-0. Circle de Joachim losing at home to Petro Atletico of Angola by 3-0. We had Al Dukongo playing out a goalless draw with Rivers United of Nigeria. We had Fasel of Liberia. Also, they are playing MC Alger of Algeria. It's halftime and it's goalless in that game. There's also Gaborone versus Simba. 8 minutes played, goalless in that game as well. Al Hilal Benghazi and then Horoya are yet to play. That game is at 5:30 p.m. When you go around to other places, let's go to France again. Stade Brestois are up by 2-0 against OGC Nice. It's 13 minutes played, and OGC Nice are down by 2-0 already. Wait, somebody just went to OGC Nice recently. Some very popular player that I remember. I'm not sure who. I'm trying to remember, but I know somebody went to OGC Nice. OGC Nice have Terem Murphy still, Melvin Bard, Diouf Pepra. Yes, there's a Ghanaian in there. I knew it. I knew there was a Ghanaian in there. So Pepra plays for OGC Nice, also playing in a back three. Back threes have become very fashionable these days. All these young age woke tactics football managers with back threes all over the place. That's becoming one of the trends these days with coaches.
I mean, I understand it. It's just if you play, if you have a nice back,
if you do it well,
it gives you so much to both attack and defend at the same time with really, 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 really good effectiveness. It's just about execution.
Yeah. Let me run you through some Bundesliga results. Games have ended. There's one more game happening between RB Leipzig and FC Cologne. It's 2-1 as things stand now. RB Leipzig, I believe, have just scored. 44 minutes played in that game. Before that, Freiburg took Werder Bremen to the cleaners, 3-0. Freiburg were playing away from home in that game. Bayern Munich also were 4-1 winners against Hoffenheim Football Club.
They are looking good this season.
You are thinking about who scored the goals. You don't have to think. Harry Kane got a hat trick in that game, and then you don't have to think. Don't worry yourself.
You know why I'm laughing? If you listen to Kiwick's post match after the Champions League game in midweek when he scored a brace, Kiwick was like, "Are they getting used to Harry Kane's performance now?" He said, "Yeah, now nobody says you did well when he scores in the game. Like it's like nobody props him up in the dressing room anymore. It's like normal.
It's business as usual.
It's business as usual. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
Harry Kane with the hat trick there. Serge Gnabry also getting in on the action. So that's what's going on so far. Let's get to some of the other matches also that have been played. Lots of games actually going around right about now. But like I said,
9 minutes at a time in this game. That's crazy.
yeah, they've added 9 minutes.
9 minutes.
Yeah, to this one. Let me run you through some Ghana Premier League results as well. So Hearts of Lions were in dominant form against 11 Wonders. 4-1 is how they won that game. Hohoi United also playing out a 1-1 draw with Young Apostles. When you go to the Italian Serie A, Bologna and Genoa has finished. It ended 2-1 in favor of Bologna. Juventus have conceded a goal in that game. So it's 1-1 after going up in their game. Juventus are in shambles. I think they will sack Max Allegri very soon.
Max
Allegri is at Milan, rather.
Yeah.
Igor Tudor. Yes, he's going to be fired soon.
They can't keep goals out, and I don't get it. I don't think they should have lost the Dortmund game in midweek.
Yep.
No, they drew.
They drew.
Yeah, 4-4. I don't think it's a game that they should have let slip by them. Like, but I will.
Well, but apart from that game, you could see clearly Juventus have not lost any game this season in the Serie A. Yeah, they've won all games. Even the previous one that they won last week against Inter.
My problem is my problem with Juventus, even from the latter parts of last season, is the amounts they concede. Like they can be in a 3-1 or 2-0 lead, but then by the end of the game they'll just complicate it for themselves. They'll have to finish 3-2. Like
I get you. Because in their last 2 games they've conceded 7 goals.
Yeah, like they're not goals. You just make the last 10, 15
it's just
minutes.
not sustainable form.
Yeah, and if it keeps on going like this, by the time you're realizing you're winning the games, then you see you're drawing games. Now you are lessening goals to the end of the game, and I just feel like it's not healthy. They should just put the cusp on that. Like, because if they started the season really well, if this goes on, it's ease into the season, and Napoli look like they want to like keep doing what they were doing last season. And Inter are going through a transitional phase. This is Juve's chance to get back in there. Like,
if they are really falling off. Anyway, there's a AC Milan Udinese game to come a little later, so there's that as well. When you go to Spain, Girona Levante ended 4-0 advantage Levante. Girona picked up 2 red cards in that game. Real Madrid won their game by 2-0, a clean sheet finally for Real Madrid. Alaves are up against Sevilla right now. It's 1-1. It's time added on in the first half in that one. There's also Villarreal Osasuna. It's goalless. First half almost coming to an end. Osasuna have a red card in that game.
It's a red card week.
Yep. And then there's a 7 p.m. game featuring Valencia and Athletic Bilbao.
That's a cracker.
That should be a good game. That's what's going on as far as the German Bundesliga, not the German, the La Liga is concerned. I'll try and give you some updates from Germany. So I've done Spain, France, Italy. I'll take it around again, but we are just about wrapping up on the first half here of our big game between Chelsea, who are traveling to Old Trafford to play Manchester United. Man United cannot believe what has happened.
Like, I'm sure they cannot believe their luck. Like, see all the analysis we're doing before the start of the game about how United's midfield pairing and so on, and Sanchez just decides that, hey, you know what? All of this will matter in the end. I'm going to get myself sent off.
Yeah.
So it's just, I understand Maresca's frustration. He looked really frustrated on the touchline, and I'll be that frustrated too if that happened. That's early in the game. It doesn't even give you a chance. Like, the game has barely started for you to even start thinking about a plan B. I don't know if you get me. Like, the game has started. Your plan A, you've not even seen what your plan A looks like. So you even start thinking of, oh, my plan A is not going well. What should I reverse to?
Yeah. Then
it's thrown out the window. Like, you have to think on your feet and come up with a new game plan for the game. And that's what they'll probably need halftime for. Because
so far, not so great. Man United, let me see if I can rope in a few of the numbers that make sense of the kind of first half that we have watched here. United fans, I'm sure, are having a complete field day. They don't care about no red card.
They don't care.
They don't care about no red card. Don't care about Chelsea.
I wouldn't care too. So like, if I wouldn't care too. Like,
okay, so Chelsea, we have a little sequence here. Wow, that's a yellow card. If you ask me, I'm not sure what's going on there.
he held him and pulled him to the
Red
ground.
card, another red card.
Oh, this back they get taste.
Oh my goodness!
Now they get back they get taste.
Oh my goodness!
No, he held him.
Wait, he didn't know he had a yellow card.
Yeah,
He
he knew he had a yellow card. So I'm surprised he
I'm
dragged him to the
surprised.
ground. He dragged him to the ground.
That's a very useless.
Now
foul
you have a game on
because
our
you
hands.
have you are 2 goals up.
up.
Why are you committing this
Listen,
type of foul?
No.
Because they didn't even look like they were really in on goal.
So the truth is, when you look at the game critically, you could see clearly that the Chelsea players want Manchester United to also get a red
Yeah,
card.
you.
So all the
good
sequence
point.
of
Really
football-
good point.
Yeah, it's true. All the sequence of
They were
you
trying
see
to
clearly
buy fouls.
They'll frustrate
Yeah.
United, and
If
they had it.
If you
This
notice,
is
there was a
crazy.
chance that even got through to João Pedro, and
Yeah.
he tried to buy a foul
Yes.
in the penalty box.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you could see clearly that
Yeah.
from start, it's a yellow card too.
More yellow cards being dished
I'm sure
out.
to the coach.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
It looks like no.
So 2 red cards.
Now we have a game.
Now we have a game.
Now-
Referee Peter Banks is
Oh.
on fire today. Peter Banks is not taking any. He's not taking any nonsense.
Casemiro,
from
you have
anybody
yourself
today.
to blame. Don't shake your
at
head.
this time, Chelsea will be paying because now they will be like, oh, if Neto or Estivao was
still
Still
on.
on, or if it was still just 1-0.
1-0. Yes.
But I can't really blame Maresca. How quick the thing happened.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah, yeah,
85
he
minutes.
had
so
to react.
He had to react.
No, but I'm surprised Casemiro had to do this.
Yeah,
That's such a
Yeah,
useless
yes,
red card.
It's a useless red
because
card.
you knew he had a yellow card.
I even thought, when the incident happened, I didn't even think he had a card.
No, I knew he had a
knew.
card. I knew he had a card. So like that's why I was like, why are you putting him down? Like I was about to
Oh,
say.
okay, so Maresca was the one giving a yellow card.
Yeah.
Interesting. What was he complaining about?
I don't even know.
What
a game. So just so much has happened that you won't believe that we are still in the
It was
first
the
half.
first half. I don't even know what to say anymore.
Wow.
So now it's like Chelsea are going to gain a bit of confidence.
Yeah, now
Because they know they are equal power.
what I was saying, they need half time for a new game plan. Now he can actually plan a
Yes.
second half.
But you've taken all your creative players to off
I'm
the
sure
pitch.
maybe this is the time Garnacho will come in.
Yeah, he can bring. He should still have.
Yeah, still has that
He still
card
has
in
two.
there.
Still has two
subs to
two
make.
subs. So
Yeah.
Garnacho can come in to balance things
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
This is
Look
look.
at Amorim.
Why is Amorim throwing bottles on the?
No, because he has like
Is he already panicking while being 2 goals up?
now the midfield we were complaining about
Yeah.
that won't stand 11 against 11 has been reduced to one man, and now it's just Bruno in there.
Yeah.
So Maresca is probably looking at I'm 2 goals down, but
Yes.
I can get back in this game.
This is such an interesting.
Because I'm sure when he
football
looks
game.
up this afternoon.
And now he has
right?
you mentioned he has Andre Santos on too.
Yes.
He has Santos and Caicedo on. That's
Yeah.
balanced
That's
out
the
for
thing.
him. So he adds another forward and he's balanced out his front line.
This afternoon to Brighton were leading 2-0 and second half.
and
Second
managed
half.
to throw it away.
Throw it away.
So now they'll have some kind of hope that okay, now it's 10.
All we need to do probably try and get one early goal in
Early
the
goal.
second
I'm
half.
sure they will even try and get the goal before. If Chelsea get the goal, he'll be up for half time. United are in trouble.
In fact, that sequence that resulted in the record looked like it was going to be a goal. I think that's why
Now
Casemiro.
it looks like Chelsea has now opened up
Yep.
because now they
Look
see-
at how many bodies they are committing forward in this
Now
attack.
it's even, baby. Let's go.
This is a very interesting game by all accounts. It's had everything. It's had
Yeah,
everything
It's,
so far.
it's incredible. It's just 45 minutes.
Wow.
Yes.
It's incredible. It's just the first half.
Wow. So it's 2-0 still advantage Man United. Goals scored by Bruno Fernandes and Casemiro. So Casemiro has literally had a man of the match type of situation.
Oh,
no?
the cameraman knows what Maresca
Yeah.
is taking. Zoning
The
on Garnacho.
cameraman just zoned
He
in.
knows
on-
that it's a
on
Garnacho.
Garnacho. You know what I found funny? When Cole Palmer was hooked in the I saw a glimpse of Kobe Menu having a laugh. I don't know if he was
Yes.
I don't know if he was laughing at Cole Palmer for getting substituted. That was just funny to me. I don't know what that was about. Because Palmer looked very upset.
No, he was so upset.
He was upset to be
Yeah.
coming off. Kobe Menu was having an absolute ball
I,
with that particular incident.
I think for the Palmer change in particular, Maresca rushed. I would have understood taking off João Pedro, but Palmer is somebody like I'll keep a
Yeah.
Palmer in my team.
Yeah.
Like
But
it's
the problem with Palmer is that he doesn't offer you anything
off the
defensively.
ball, and now they need
And
bodies behind the
he's
ball.
very lazy, actually. He barely tracks back, and he's slow. He's not
Yeah,
the fastest guy.
player, yeah.
So I don't know, man.
I
I
can understand
understand him. I can understand him definitely, but
But I'm thinking of it like a I see him like a Ronaldo or a Messi in terms of how they not to that level anyway,
decide a game.
how they can decide. But he's shown on
Yeah.
a lot of occasions that if a chance falls to him, even in those situations, he can decide a game.
True.
So I would have just left him on just let's see what can happen. Like
Mm-hmm.
if anything falls to him, he's definitely the guy who can put it away.
Yeah. Well,
Now you could see clearly now Chelsea's playing most of the football now,
yeah.
trying to get.
United are a little rattled by that red card because all of a sudden
No, they were in
are
complete
yeah,
control.
yep,
Now
they are being forced to defend.
Yeah.
They,
Now they are playing a 5 back.
interesting game.
I just want to see you know what I'm looking forward to now,
Mm-hmm.
a full 45 minutes of Bruno Fernandes being that guy in the middle there.
yeah.
And
I'm sure in
Amorim
the second half,
will have to react
yeah,
to that.
He will do that.
You have to balance
And-
that.
and-
out.
It's half time.
And you see, the good part about this one is that Chelsea have spent the whole first half calibrating for how they are going to play their second half. United thought they were in cruise mode, and all of a sudden have been hit by a red card. They have to make adjustments now. It's half time in that game, in the game between Man United and Chelsea. What a first half! Anyway, I'll be activating the phone lines in a bit. It's been really crazy. 0539 986 996 and 0549 986 996. Those are my phone lines. 0539 986 996 and 0549 986 996. Is the Republic of Football here on 97.3 City FM. I'm Benjamin Nketiah, Adam Kai, and Kwabena Mafo in the studio with me. We already have a call on the line. Hello. I think we lost that one. We'll be getting back to the phone lines in a bit. Keep your calls coming. 0539 986 996 0549 986 996. You can also get to us via text or WhatsApp. You can drop me a shout on YouTube. We have a call on the line. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, your name and where you're calling from?
Okay.
Your name and where you're calling from?
Alan.
I don't think I can hear you. I'll have to probably get back to that in a bit. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Your name and where you're calling from?
Hello.
Hello.
Should I say I'm sad or I'm confused?
You don't know if you're sad or confused there. Then I know you're a Chelsea fan. But talk to me.
I can never be a Chelsea fan.
Oh, Charlie. What team are you supporting? Talk to me.
I'm a full red.
Oh, then why are you sad or confused?
I'm sad. My captain, your captain, everybody's captain, gave an assist.
Uh-huh.
But I still can't wrap my head around why Casemiro is going to draw such a foul.
Oh. We all can wrap our heads around it. We all can wrap our heads around it.
Let's just hope for a second better.
Thank you very much for that one. Let me see if I have another caller on the line. 0539 986 996 0549 986 996. We have a call on the line. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hello, your name and where you're calling from?
Yeah, I'm blessed from Amasamai.
Bless. Talk to us. Talk to us.
Oh, Charlie, I don't understand. See, as Casemiro has received the first yellow card, I know that by all means, red card will come. Me, I'm an Arsenal fan, but I don't know why Casemiro is still in the team up to now. As soon as Casemiro left Real Madrid and come to Man U the first time, and he took that 2 red card in his 2 games, I know that Casemiro will not be good in. He should go to Saudi Arabia. There's money over there. He should go and find money over there. But I hope that Man U win this game because Chelsea, they like talking too much. I hope Man U win this game.
Okay, thank you very much. Bless from Amasaman. Let's see if we have another call on the line. 0549 986 996. We do have a call on the line. Hello.
I'm Kenneth from Tema.
Kenneth from Tema. Kenneth, what team do you support?
Chelsea.
Chelsea. Charlie, tell me, take me through the emotions you have been going through in this game.
It's really sad. It's really sad. Very, very sad. And I'm very disappointed in Robert Sanchez.
I mean, are you one of those people who thought that Chelsea should hold on to Sanchez or should have sold him before coming into the season?
I believe they should have sold him for probably Donnarumma, because Donnarumma wanted to come to Chelsea. Really wanted to come to Chelsea, but then Maresca decided to just keep Sanchez. He's really a stupid guy.
No, calm down, Ken. No, Ken, calm down. I know you're upset, but calm down. You're on radio, so calm down. Don't worry, calm down. I beg you.
Okay.
I mean, what are you expecting from Chelsea in the second half before you go?
Maybe Maresca should bring Garnacho on to come and stabilize the forward. But he should have kept Cole on. Bringing Cole off wasn't a good idea. Although we know he had to defend, but then Cole is a very creative player and could have kept Cole on. Probably taking João Pedro off.
Okay, Kenneth, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And please calm down, okay? You'll be fine. For all you know, your team will be able to salvage something out of this game.
I believe Chelsea will come back.
I believe so too. There's a whole 45 minutes of football to play.
Yeah,
lots of football to play.
Are not in their best of form, so Chelsea can come back.
I like that.
We can just reduce the defenders and bring Garnacho on and come and do something magic.
Nice one.
Yeah,
Kenneth.
United. We will score them, don't worry.
I'm not worried. Kenneth, thank you very much for calling in. 0549 986 996.
I'm watching a Sanchez sequence again, and Mbeumo was probably not even going to score.
I'm telling you.
Because Fofana would have taken
Fofana would have covered it.
That's what I'm saying. That's a goalkeeper who lacks composure. Let me take another call on the line. Hello. Hi, your name and where you're calling from?
Yeah, I'm Solomon calling from Nungwa.
Solomon, shout out to the people in Nungwa. Talk to us. What team do you support?
The Blues forever.
Charlie, your confidence is still high. I like that. What did you make of that first half, and what do you think your team can rescue from this in the next 45 minutes? I think we lost Solomon over there. 0549 986 996 0539 986 996. We have another call on the line. Hello. Hi, your name and where you're calling us from?
My name is Maxwell. I'm calling from Kraken.
Maxwell, talk to us.
Chelsea, they should put pressure. Yeah, because I'm a Chelsea fan. So I think this second half, Chelsea can do anything about this goal.
So you can rescue something from the game?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me talk to another caller on the line. Hello. 0549 986 996. We have a caller on the line. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Your name and where you're calling from?
I'm Alan Mensah.
Alan.
I'm calling from Mount Seven right now. I'm at Mount Seven right now.
Nice one. Alan, talk to us.
In fact, Chelsea coach has disappointed me a lot. I don't know. I'm not a Chelsea fan, but this United team, how they have been rushing for a goal or the game, you have to just come down and take the match on yourself. Robert Sanchez hasn't done anything. He's a keeper, and that ball is a safety, so that's what has come. But what the Chelsea coach did in the first half, taking out Neto and Estevao, I don't know. Why do you do such a foolish changes like this? No. You have to just count down, give the game about 5 to 10 minutes before you make the change. But you just should have taken off these two players. They can help you. Right now, see, Manchester also have getting a record, and who is going to come and help you with the game? Charlie, I'm very disappointed with the coach.
Calm down.
Very, very.
Something will happen in the next 45 minutes. Don't worry.
I'm a Red fan, and you know, a Red fan always wants a United downfall. So, I don't know.
Charlie, against Nawoye Nisano. Is that against you are doing in a spirited way like that?
Against we, United, only Panama level.
Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you very much. Let me move on to another call on the line. Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening. Your name and where you're calling us from?
Oh, my name is Trace Uchiawa. I'm the one that tested.
Uche. You said that
me.
on Judgment Day, you show God your United jersey and tell him that you have suffered.
Yes, I'm the one. I'm the one. You know, Man U have really dealt with us, so we don't have to pity them anymore. You see, so we are even heartbroken. You see, every weekend, anytime Man U plays, you go to hospital, you see different patients of suffering of heart attack. Who is suffering it? It's Man U. It's because of Man U. So I think the Judgment Day, they will not find it easy. They will not find it easy.
This is interesting. Uche, thank you very much.
I've been a good listener. I've been following City Sports, but I don't really call. I don't also tell. But this time I want to follow up what is happening. So,
we appreciate you. We appreciate you and your call.
Coach is not there.
Yeah. Coach is busy with some stuff this weekend, so hopefully next week he'll be back.
I don't like the way coach normally defend Man U. He should be saying the truth. We, the Man U fans, we also like him to be telling us what is happening. He shouldn't be defending Man U.
I like that.
Man U, please. Thank you.
Big shout outs to you, Uche. We appreciate your call. Thank you very much. Let me get more callers on the line. Hello.
Hey, Uncle Ben.
Hi, your name and where you are calling from?
This Emmanuel. Hope you are doing great.
Emmanuel, nice. I'm doing great, actually. What team do you support? Are you also doing great?
A dead man. People want dead man to die again. People are wicked you.
Oh.
Hey, this United team is dead already, and Liverpool people want us dead again. Hey, no. Hey.
The dead team is winning by 2-0.
See, Casemiro, see, I don't understand. What was he doing? No, when you look at as a professional footballer, experienced footballer like you, actually sometimes I sit down and I watch some of these players, and the player being paid over 3,000 pounds. And look at what he's doing on the yellow card. He knows the team in and out, and do such a silly mistake that will cost your team. It doesn't make sense to me.
I know.
No, what's gonna be right? What's gonna be right? If our coach is bad, so you the place on the floor too. You have to like sabotage him. I don't know. Like they are all against the coach now. Like they are winning, but they are still against the coach. Charlie, you know something?
Charlie, calm down.
If you just take Sesko off and bring in a midfielder, but if he doesn't make that sub, I'll be very, very surprised. Like leaving Sesko in the match for the second, when the beginning of the second, I'll be very, very surprised because you need more men in the midfield, and I think you should bring in a midfielder that can settle the midfield for us. Because after Sesko, you should just take him out of the game and bring in a midfielder so that we can control the game much better.
Charlie, the man is upset. Thank you very much. Let me get more callers on the line. 0539986996. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, your name and where you're calling from?
I'm Ayuba Halilu, calling from Kokuase.
Nice. Regular texter. Talk to us.
Okay. I'm very upset with Maresca.
Why?
Why should you take off Estivao, Neso, and Kopama? Why? He has given the game to Man United to win on a silver platter. Because where is his attacking offense now? Now that Man U has been red-carded, all the teams are down to 10 men. No attacking offense for Chelsea. How are we going to win the game now? Or even get a goal? Who are going to score the goal?
You still have Garnacho on the bench. You have 2 substitutions more.
Garnacho alone is not enough. He should have left Kopama on the pitch.
So I'm just picking up that Kopama had picked up an injury actually and was calling the bench to actually take him off.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So that was not a deliberate substitution. It was the coach's hand was forced.
Okay, let's see what will happen.
Thank you very much, Ayuba. I hope so too. Thank you very much. Let me take another caller. 0549 986 996. We have a call on the line. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, your name and where you're calling from?
Yeah, I'm Solomon calling from Nungwa. I'm back.
Solomon from Nungwaya back. Talk to me.
Yeah, I'm back.
Your line is way clearer now. Talk to us now.
Yeah, my rescue boy I blew up on.
Talk. Go ahead.
Well, boy I blew up. I'm feeling some kind of woman. Anka yaya 10 Charlie. Uncle, I'm going to defend. Oh, Radi, my rescue. Ah. But telling you, put a chance to baby near if you cried at this young girl, yeah, draw. Please tell my keeper or your keeper or baby. Yeah. Why?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Solomon.
It's funny from all the calls.
Yeah.
United fans are leading 2-0.
Yeah,
but
and they are still not confident.
They sound like they are the team losing. And
yep.
it's crazy to me.
Very good observation.
Yeah.
Let me take another caller on the line. Hello. 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 Hi, your name and where you're calling from?
Hello, this is K.
Okay, K. Talk to us. K, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Kofedia.
Nice one. Big shout outs to the people in Cove Town. Talk to us.
Yeah. I think the last time, it was the influence of coach. You guys were just laughing at Chelsea that they couldn't pass the ball and all the rest. And how do I see it? We are all aware that Man Utd, how do I see it? Can even pass the ball? Looking at their performance over the last season.
But they are leading 2-0.
Let's compare their performance to Chelsea. So if you say Chelsea midfielders cannot pass the ball, so I cannot even say that how do I say my midfielders cannot even control the ball. Comparing their performances. That's what I mean.
I get what you mean.
But
so, what's your prediction for this game based on the circumstance?
I think Chelsea will come back. It will be a draw, yeah.
Hey, Charlie, you both get some nice one. Nice one.
Yeah.
Let me take two more callers and then we'll wrap up the phone call section. Let me get another call on the line. Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Hi, your name and where you're calling from?
I'm calling Adam Studio. I based in Adoso in the Equatorial District.
Is it Collins Adam?
No, Adam Studio.
Oh, okay. So let me just call you Adam.
Yes, please.
Adam, what team do you support and what do you have for us?
I support Manchester United.
Talk to me about that first half.
Oh, it was brilliant from United. Although I was expecting more from them, but it's okay. But the red card considered by Casemiro is a useless red card. So I think the coach has to maybe put more in the midfield so that they can hold the ball for the next of the minutes.
Thank you very much, Adam. Let me take one more caller. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Adam Mohammed.
From Adam to Adam. Adam Mohammed. Adam, where are you calling from and what team do you support?
I'm calling from Kofodua.
Nice. My Cove Town people. Appreciate you guys. Talk to us.
I wanted to find out why we are not more hearing the commentary.
Well, we've taken a decision to take commentary off, and that's why you're not hearing. It's a host of things, but I don't think I can explain that now.
No problem. I understand. No problem.
Yes, sir.
Where's Coach Nimile? It's a long time. I couldn't hear from him.
Yeah. Coach was on. He's been on for a minute. He's just had some obligations. So next week he'll be back. You'll hear from Coach next week.
Very well. I'm Arsenal fan, so I hope tomorrow we will beat Man City.
Nice one. Adam.
Chelsea game, I hope maybe because of that, now the ball have record. So maybe Chelsea may come back.
Okay. Thank you very much, Adam Mohammed. Thank you very much.
I wish you guys well.
We wish you well as well. Charlie, I always love the phone session, man.
We have a really, really smart audience because they said things that have really stuck out to me.
Mm-hmm.
First thing one of the guys said that stuck out to me was a player of Casemiro's experience should not be getting that second yellow card. And I completely agree. The levels to which Casemiro has played football to. in a game of this nature, the kind of situations Casemiro has been in.
That's what I kept telling you that when I saw that, I thought it was a first yellow card.
Champions League finals, like you're a big game player. You've played at every level possible.
Yep.
This shouldn't be something that should happen to you,
and especially at 2 goals up.
No. So I completely agree with.
I'm very disappointed in him actually. Marfo, I don't know what you've made of all the back and forth talk, but second half has started. Has anybody made a change yet? I've seen Manuel Ugarte on.
Yeah, he's been substituted on for Benjamin Sesko out.
That will lead me to the second thing I'll say about our smart audience. One of the callers made a point that he feels that the coach should introduce a midfielder to help United control the game. Whilst United have made the change that he was asking for, I don't think it's in the profile they need for the game. Because Ugarte is not somebody who is great on ball retention. He loses the ball a lot. And United do not need a midfielder who is coming in and go to give a lot of turnovers, because Chelsea thrive on those situations. Chelsea like to receive the ball.
And in fact, Ugarte himself he's a walking yellow card.
When he came on, I don't know if you saw me whisper to Marfo that I think he can get sent off.
He's a walking yellow card.
Ugarte is somebody who can get sent off because of how
somebody's sins right now.
And aside that, the fact that he's not somebody who is heavy on retaining the ball, keeping possession, distributing play. I think Man Utd does that
way better. That is why I'm saying
fairly better.
Amorim is. I don't know what he has against United's academy players, because look, he's treating Kobe Mainoo really unfairly. I'm not sure what's going on.
It's strange for me.
I don't know what's going on.
Because this is a game I feel he will thrive in if he comes on. He comes on.
This is his type of game.
He can pick up the ball, hold on to the ball, win fouls, like just derail Chelsea's momentum.
Facts.
So.
But also some interesting stats on the referee Peter Banks. So he has officiated before this game. He has officiated 97 Premier League games.
Okay.
And he has given 11 red cards. Just 11. And in this game already, he has given 2.
So Peter Banks is not a very red card happy guy. So but somehow they forced his hand.
The guys are acting up with the field. They deserve
and to be honest, all the red cards are very deserved. Yeah. Today's red cards have been very, very deserved. It's the second half. It's 48 minutes played. It's 2-0 advantage Man United still. Chelsea Football Club and United both have had a player sent off. Robert Sanchez sent off as early as the 4th minute of the game.
The pitch is very wet.
Yep.
Very wet. Very.
United, I don't know how good United's under soil heating is, but I don't know. It seems the ball is moving around, but it looks like the rain is very torrential. And it's been raining since the start of the game.
Chelsea seem like they're up for it in this half. They look very, very.
They need to be up for it. They need to be up for it because look, if they get one goal, United will panic.
Yeah, very early in the game.
You are saying things.
They'll panic. United don't have any composure. You know, like we've all maintained here. Because they don't win back-to-back games, there's no build-up of confidence. Like, when they win a game, I'm sure they themselves, they are shocked. Like, wow, we actually won the game. Yeah, I mean, 2 wins in 13 matches is crazy. So, if they can actually hold it up, and if Chelsea can get 1 goal in this, United will definitely panic because they'll probably tell themselves, oh, here we go again.
Yeah, but if United want to make things safe for themselves, they get the next goal and kill and snuff out Chelsea's confidence. Yeah. Because Chelsea... The red card just gave Chelsea a renewed sense of strength in the game. So you score a goal before it hits 65 minutes. You kind of take them back to where they started at the game, because Sanchez really blew the game for them at the beginning, and Casemiro are just giving them a way back into it.
Stay on something for me. I'm picking up a lot of Ahmad on my socials, and I'm also picking him up in the game as well. Last sequence basically involved him. Looked like United's best player last season. I can't recognize him this season. Like, completely unrecognizable for me.
I think he's being asked to do different things this season. I think that's he's not really playing as the forward we know him to be. I just feel like this season a lot of things with how like specific players are being deployed in the system at large are not marrying with the entire like program of what Amorim is trying to achieve with the team. I feel like that's really the disconnect between
when you try and play, let's say, an inside forward or an inverted winger as a number 10.
Yes, yeah,
advanced playmaker, like completely
the
different
sentiment. The sentiment of what you are trying to achieve by, like, I said this thing to Angelo off air sometime that he's hiding behind the system because he's saying, "Oh, this is system," but are you putting everybody in the right spots? Is everybody playing? And like I was making the same point to him that teams gel because if the team is working in a proper way, it's working that way because every player is able to provide what he is great at as an individual to the collective.
Yep.
Once your players can't do that for your system is going to have shortcomings. Every player is supposed to. Bruno Fernandes is supposed to give the best of what Bruno Fernandes can do as a footballer to the system. Then it pushes the team forward. If people are not aligned in the positions they're supposed to be playing in, the team is already playing at a disadvantage.
True.
So it's just. I just think
you won't put it down on the player. You think he's just being used wrongly.
Yeah, I just think he's being used wrongly.
Interesting thoughts there. It's still 2-0. Chelsea look like a very different team. Let's go to the lineups because a lot has changed about the lineups of these two teams since the game started. Let me see if I can give you an update on what the lineups look like now. Lots of changes have happened. Still 2-0 advantage Man United. So Man United started the game with Bayende, Delete, Maguire, and Luke Shaw. That backline is still intact. Patrick Dogu as a left wing back, Mazraoui as a right wing back. Those are still intact. Bruno Fernandes is still in there. Casemiro has been sent off in this game. So they have had to make a change. They've taken off the striker Benjamin Sesko, still goalless after his big money move. At least he contributed the header that led to the red card. Alejandro Garnacho is receiving final instructions from Enzo Maresca. I think Garnacho will be fired up for this game.
He stayed in the league specifically to try and he had offers from other players. I feel like he stayed in the league to try and show United that he can still thrive in this league. So I'm sure he's really motivated and looking at that game like, this way I can come and make.
Let me show you guys a little bit of what you are missing out on. So Alejandro Garnacho looks like he will be stepping onto the pitch very, very soon. But just to conclude that lineup, Amad Diallo and Brian Mbeumo are still in the game. United and Amorim feel like you can take Sesko off and still have enough firepower in Mbeumo and also Amad. Bruno Fernandes can also join the attack every now and then.
He's just stuck with what he was doing in the first half. So Casemiro goes, he brings Ugarte to. So Ugarte will probably play beside Bruno in the middle of the park there. So he doesn't seem like he wants to depart from what.
I just feel like there's another sending off in this game. I don't know why. I can just sense it that there's another sending off in this game. Like we haven't had the last red card in this game.
This is hands down one of the craziest games I've watched in a long while.
Very crazy.
For a first half, I've not seen these number of dramatic things happen in one half of football.
Just so you know, there are 3 Chelsea players on yellow cards.
Yes.
As it stands now. Kukaraya is on the yellow card. Chalobah is on the yellow card. Enzo Fernandes is on the yellow card.
How about United?
United have no yellow cards from what I have seen. The only person who was on the yellow card is the young man who has been sent off. So Robert Sanchez has been replaced by Jorgensen. Reece James is still in the mix. Chalobah, Fofana, Kukaraya, Caicedo, Enzo are in there. The front 3 of lefties were all hooked by the 30th minute. And so that has changed. Andre Santos is in the mix right now. And it looks like we will be getting Andre Santos, Tosin Adarabioyo, and Philip Jorgensen have come off for Chelsea. It looks like we'll be getting another change pretty soon. It's almost 55 minutes of action played between Chelsea, who are the traveling team, and Man United, who are playing at Old Trafford, which has become a fortress for them against this particular Chelsea team. Like I mentioned, this is the most drawn fixture in the history of the PL. So don't rule that one out, that United can possibly pull out something. There have been 14 draws at this particular home ground out of the... there have been 27 draws and 14 of them have been at Old Trafford. So don't rule it out if we pick up another draw in this game. But United are currently trying to shake off the... I think the shock of losing Casemiro at the end of that opening 45 minutes. Very, very crazy for me. Casemiro, man. I don't even understand them.
I expect what Sanchez did from Sanchez. I don't expect what Casemiro did from Casemiro after he already had a yellow.
Casemiro has done some out of character stuff since coming to United. Like he's picked up weird red cards. He got another red card I think it was last season for it was an elbow or something of the sort. He's just been doing some really funny stuff these days. He's on star player salary. He's not doing star player things. I'm just.
When they asked him about whether he will leave, he said he has a contract he's going to honor.
If I was getting 300k a week,
I'll
honor my contract as well. So it's very, very straightforward there. Let me give you more updates around the continent. Simba Club of Tanzania are up in their game against Gaborone. I think that game is heading to half time right about now. When you go to the French League, Stade Brestois and OG Cines. OG Cines had Salih Samed. They signed Salih Samed. That's the guy I was trying to remember. Yeah. So he was at Racing Club de Lens, went on loan at Southampton, and then has come back. He's joined his former coach, the guy who made him like a big guy at Lens. He's at OG Cines now, so probably hoping to revive him. 2-1 in that game. Let's see what's happening in the Bundesliga. All but one game still ongoing. Augsburg 1, Mainz 4, Hamburg 2, Heidenheim 1, Hoffenheim 1, Bayern 4. Company's teams scoring goals for fun.
Bayern are looking.
They are cooking.
They are looking
with
really,
gas.
really good this season.
Yeah, Werder Bremen 0, Freiburg 3, and then RB Leipzig are currently 3-1 up against FC Cologne. Let me see if I can bring you the goal scorers from that game. So we have Thielmann, so Odrago, Cardozo, and Dennis Rom. I see Dennis Rom getting on the score sheet.
Odrago scored. That's nice.
Yeah, so interesting goal scorers in that particular mix there. And then when you get back to the Italian Serie A, Juventus versus Verona. I think Verona scored a goal that was disallowed. So it's still 1-1 in that game. This is what I've been saying about Juventus. I've not been convinced about them in a minute, but 90+4 in that game as things stand now. Looks like the teams might just split the points. Let me go to the Dutch Eredivisie. There are quite a number of Ghanaians in the Dutch Eredivisie, actually. And also in Switzerland and Austria. We have quite a number of players in those particular leagues.
Garnacho is still taking instructions.
Yeah, giving him final instructions.
Charlie, no be small thesis when they give Garnacho.
I hope Fofana is not injured. He looks like
Wesley Fofana?
Or he's not.
He's limping.
He's limping. Yeah.
Oh, Wesley Fofana. I was just saying that you are available these days.
Please
Anyway, in the Spanish La Liga, Girona lost 4-0 to Levante. Real Madrid won 2-0. Sevilla, the traveling side, are leading by 2-1 against Alaves. It's 67 minutes of football played in that game. There's also Villarreal versus Osasuna. Osasuna have a red card, but somehow they are up by a goal in that game. Villarreal are struggling. Let me check who's on the starting lineup for Villarreal. Let me see if Ghana's own controller is in the mix for that game. He's had a couple of bench appearances because he has had
legal issue.
Just with fitness, really. He's not been training a lot. He's been flying all over the place, coupled with his legal issues too. But looks like he started this game, but has been hooked. He's been taken off. Thomas Partey is who I'm talking about. Played some minutes in this game. Nicolas Pepe is in the mix as well. Those two were cool back at Arsenal. They've reunited at Villarreal. Very interesting going on there. But Chelsea still trying to get a goal that gives them a pathway back into this game. So far, still haven't had a solid attempt. I don't think Alejandro Garnacho has come on yet. He's been receiving a truckload of instructions. I'm sure his head will be buzzing with all those instructions by the time he comes onto the pitch. Let's see if he can be a spark plug of some sort.
It now looks like it's a 10v11 and United are the team with the man down.
They just recalled into their cell and they're trying to defend the goal. Very interesting tactic, or how do you call it? Game plan. Just reeks of a team that doesn't lack confidence. It lacks confidence. But if you are 2 goals up and you are home, why are you trying to defend the rest of the 45 minutes? It's I don't know. Almost like they don't have confidence in what they are doing. But Man United so far not so great. Let's venture into some of the other leagues and try and break down some of those results, and then we can come back here a little later to finish up. Let's talk about Spain. Adam, let me talk to you about Real Madrid and Espanyol. 2-0 is how they won their game today.
Real Madrid have been doing their business this season. they've labored to a lot of wings, but they've been doing the business, and I'm glad to see them not concede a goal today. It's been something that has been happening in their games. They've taken a lot of 2-0 leads, then they'll concede a goal,
make it a nervy
ending to the game, and so it's nice to see them get the clean sheets. You can see that Alonso is trying to get his identity across to the team. He's doing it, but I don't think they are fully there yet. But the fact that they are picking up wins, even in this stage, is a great sign. I think what a lot of Real Madrid fans want is stability in their play, and the fact that Real Madrid weren't controlling a lot of games last season. I'm sure they want to see their team take the lead and actually like go through the game and not have like nervy endings. So a 2-0 win is a great one. Not conceded a goal is great for Real Madrid. I've liked how they look under Alonso. I just feel they have to just keep on going in this manner, and especially shut the goals out from their back, because this season they don't look like they have a lot of goals in them so far. I'm yet to see where the peak of which their form will hit, but so far they don't look like they have a lot of goals. As they're defending what they've got already, that seems to be a bit of a problem. They usually have nervy endings to their game, so a 2-0 win with a clean sheet is nice progress.
Talk to me about Dean Huijsen. Lots of noise made about him. Brought in for big money, young player. I don't know.
It's just the red cards he's gotten. Outside that, I think he's been quite fantastic.
A couple of mistakes actually in games as well.
But generally, I think he's been good. He's getting adjusted to a new team too. So don't
want to be too hard on him.
Yeah, and it's Real Madrid. It's a truckload of pressure to go to a club like that, especially coming from it's not like he played for an incredibly big team before he came to Real Madrid. There's Bournemouth he's coming for, so the step is a bit steep. It's a real high level, but I think he's done well. He aids Real Madrid a lot with the way they play because of
how we are in for some drama.
Offside.
Oh, ref, come on. Ref, come on. We are trying to get this game up and excited. Come on. So Wesley Fofana thought that he had given Chelsea.
Oh, he went too early.
Let me see how this is.
Went too early.
It's offside.
Yeah, it's offside. He went too early. He was already in front of the goalkeeper.
He was even about to be substituted.
63 minutes played. 2-0. What's Chelsea bringing on this time? Looks like 2 changes. So the final.
Garnacho didn't come in.
Wow.
Malo Gusto and Tyreek George.
Yeah, Garnacho didn't come in again.
That's interesting.
Are you kidding me right now? Wait, what's going on here?
I don't know what he's doing.
Why is Tyreek George preferred to Garnacho?
Maybe he feels the sentiment of the game gets to Garnacho too much, and he might be overly eager.
Oh,
very possible.
No, but this is Garnacho. This is the type of game.
I'm just putting a reason out of my head, to rationalize it. That's really just it. Aside that, I can't really see.
That is a very strange decision. I want to see Garnacho on that bench right now after getting all those instructions and not being allowed to come on. Wow, that's interesting.
Did Amorim take Bruno off?
Let me see that as well.
Mazraoui.
So Nusayr Mazraoui has also been taken off by Man United, and Mateus Cunha has come on. There's a goal in Spain. That game between Villarreal have equalized in their match against Osasuna. So it's 1-1 in that game between Villarreal and Osasuna. Osasuna have a red card. It's 71 minutes played, so lots of time for Villarreal to actually go ahead and win that game. I believe the game is at the Ceramica. They have enough time to be able to rescue all 3 points from this game. Let me get to my YouTube feed. Omar the Poet says Maresca has lost it. Not very happy with the head coach, clearly. A lot of people who called didn't seem to be happy that the head coach was making all those wholesale changes in the first 45 minutes of the game. Still a lot of football to be played, so I think that we are still in for quite a lot of drama. Chelsea Football Club look like they have a lot to say about this game before the game eventually wraps up completely.
Okay, so it looks like Tyreek George coming in, playing as a number 9. That will make João Pedro come back to play as a number 10 to just control.
Which he's comfortable in.
Yes, so they felt that maybe Garnacho coming in will be very difficult for them to get this kind of substitution or this kind of formation they want to play.
And I'm just guessing that Tyreek George is a harder worker than Garnacho. Probably. Because in this type of game where you are numerically at par with your opponent. You want to be able to take advantage, especially for the team that's down.
I'm even thinking of it along a continuity. Tyreek George has been in the team longer than Garnacho. He understands the dynamic of the team more. So I just feel like maybe he thought it was just a more prudent thing to do per the situation.
Why did he give him all that pep talk? That's what I don't understand. Why will you gas me up like that? Like I'm coming to play in the game, then you don't put me in the game. I don't. Why do?
See, maybe he felt it wasn't the time.
Guys, look, I've been listening to Maresca for a bit, and he needs to be very careful at Chelsea. Like, you see, right now, he's winning, right? Yeah. Won the Club World Cup, and so he's grown more wings. Yes. Now he's grown some impunity to be able to be doing something. He was asked a question about the Axel Disasi situation, about how players like Axel Disasi will be feeling now, and Raheem Sterling, now that they have been exiled from the main team. He says that it's not a problem, and that real problems come from situations like his, where his father was a fisherman, had to go to work at 6 a.m. and come back at 10 p.m. Oh my goodness, I couldn't believe what I was listening to.
Basically, you earn too much money to be complaining about something like that.
Basically, as in a footballer earning £150,000 or £200,000 a week.
And not playing
should not be any cause for alarm.
And for Sterling, he's earning more than £300,000 a week.
So why are you people complaining about Sterling?
He's making good money. He should be quiet.
I think that is a very bad answer. I think the manager is completely out of order in that type of situation.
In any sort of job you are doing, if you are being paid and you are not working, I don't think you'll be happy. Yeah, I don't think if I was coming to work every day and I come to the office and I sit
they say you should go and sit in some small cubicle.
Like sit there, I'll be like, yeah. I mean, it's nice to get money that you didn't work for, but like if you are somebody like me in particular, I want to feel a bit fulfilled.
Yeah, exactly, man. And I think those guys want to play.
So
they want to play. I'm not sure what Maresca is on about, but you see, right now because he's won, he has rope to be doing these things. When the wins dry up and your form becomes poor, people will point out these things and say you were treating players badly. And I'm sure those players will have a lot to say about him when they eventually leave or change clubs. So,
I mean,
interesting happening.
He's quite ruthless with some of his decisions. So, but that's really not a nice thing to say. Like, it's really not.
His father, who was a fisherman when he was young, working 6 to 10, is what is a bigger issue instead of Disasi. And I couldn't believe what I was hearing, to be honest. Charlie, it's just crazy.
It's Raheem Sterling. Raheem Sterling, I really feel bad for, because he was working on a move to Fulham, and I don't know what happened with that. Apparently, Fulham were keen on bringing him in.
That move, I don't even know the details, but I'm very sure that it had to do with money.
Yeah,
it had to do with, right? Fulham probably wanted him to take a heavy cut on his wages.
And he was probably, I'm not doing that.
and to be honest, he's in the twilight of his career. I'm not taking any pay cuts at this point, because this might be my last big contract. If I'm not going to go to Saudi Arabia, I'm surprised Raheem Sterling has not been approached.
But Sterling, you chop Premier League money. Like
Raheem Sterling?
From Liverpool to Man City.
Raheem Sterling was getting paid top dollar when he was a young star at Liverpool. So before he even made the switch to City, he was collecting like crazy money. So he's been earning, he's been a top earning PL player for over 10 years. How old is he now? Like 29?
Yeah, 29. Since his teens, he was like 18. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's made a truckload of money. I'm sure he should be heading to Saudi Arabia. I don't know about Fulham for him. He should go to Saudi Arabia.
I think he still feels like he has a lot to offer at the top level. I don't think Sterling is done. He just didn't work out.
He's not done, but he knows his situation better than me. If I'm him, I'm going to the Gulf. I don't know what he's doing here, trying not to go to the Gulf. But let's take another break here on the show. When we come back, we'll do another round trip around Europe. We'll share some perspective on games happening, including the one that we are watching right now between United and Chelsea, and then we will begin to wrap up the show. Stay with us here on the Republic of Football. We'll be right back. football, live on 97.3 City FM, Channel 1 TV, live on X or Twitter at City 973, on YouTube at City Sports GH, and also on Facebook at City 973. We are 74 minutes into that game between Man United and Chelsea Football Club. Let me ask you, Adam, why do you think it's been so hard over the years for Chelsea to crack Old Trafford? I mean, even in United's bad times and Chelsea's up times, Old Trafford has always been like a very hard place for them to come to.
It's a pride thing for Man United. Coach always says it's when these big games come around. Even in their bad states, there are some teams they can't understand that they will lose to. I just feel like it's really that for Man United. Like, even doing socials, you see them put up some performance against Man City.
In fact, they had some of their best big game performances under social.
So it's just the concept of Man United thinking that they are losing to this club. No, they can't stand it. I feel like it's really just that.
I actually agree, because I feel like they are probably one of the, take Liverpool away, right? United are one of the big like game performers. Like, they know how to show up for a big game. They might not win the game, but they will make sure that you are not about to embarrass them.
No, you embarrass them. No, like, and I think it's really just a pride thing. That's one thing they still have that I respect a lot. Yeah.
Very interesting. Marv, quick thoughts. Game is closing out. Chelsea have not been able to give or find out one goal that makes this game a desperate rush towards the end. I don't know. Are you happy with the changes Maresca made? Are you feeling like perhaps he should have probably gone in a different direction, because the clock is ticking and looks like still nothing?
I'm sure if Maresca will be very pained now.
He will look back on
changes
and regrets.
Yes, like Estival, Neto, like this. Like, you can't see any creative player in the Chelsea setup right now. You don't see any player who will be able to create. At least if there was someone like Estival or maybe a Neto in the game, you see one creative chance or something from Chelsea, because Chelsea has been playing the ball all around.
They have an XG of 0.09.
Yes, they are just playing the ball around. They are not even able to.
Nobody can play that splitting pass. Nobody can.
And it's very difficult for them, because we all thought when it was 10-10, Chelsea will come in the game in the second half very strong and try to get a goal very early in the game. But it looks like they are just passing the ball around, not getting a good connection, all because they are not having any creative player in the game. So it's very difficult for them right now.
Maresca looks like Chelsea fans and the Chelsea people are not happy with you generally.
What will frustrate me is if after thousands to bring Garnacho on and refusing to do that and introducing Tyreek instead, at some point in the game, especially the Dire Embassy introduces Garnacho, that would just really annoy me.
For now, Chelsea doesn't have any substitutions.
He's exhausted his subs. He brought on 2 changes, so he's exhausted his subs for.
I thought it was just Tyreek he brought on. He brought on Tyreek and
Gusto.
Yeah, he brought on Malo Gusto as well. I was really surprised.
Looks
like
it was just Tyreek.
That would mean he's probably moved Reece James up the field.
And this is something Gabi consistently complains about. That he feels that Reece should just be the fullback Reece is, and Reece is more dangerous if Reece is running at you and putting crosses into the box. Not asking him to act like a sort of midfielder or invert.
It seems like Reece is still playing as a right back, and Malo Gusto is rather playing as a left back, because Cucurella was substituted for Malo Gusto.
Yes, Cucurella was taken off in the game as well. So a lot of improvising in this game.
If anything, United might probably get the go and kill the game off.
I think that's why Chelsea have not scored. Chelsea are not trying to fully commit to attacking, because they feel like probably one more game and it's curtains. But what do you have to lose at 2-0?
You are you don't have anything. You're already down. Like,
you're down by 2 goals to 0.
Like,
throw the kitchen sink at it.
Like,
I'm not sure why. It's been a disappointing performance from Chelsea overall, from the execution of the first half, how they handled the red card. United have handled the red card way better. Way better than I thought. And the Manuel Ugarte we were complaining about
has actually done a great job since he came on.
Done a good stabilizing job in that middle of the park. I like it. I like it so far.
He's not done anything crazy. Not try to over elaborate his touch. He breaks it up. He gives it out. He breaks it out. I've
always said that the best footballers do the simple things. They know how to do the basic
You know,
things.
he's been running into a lot of criticism because of how maybe sometimes he plays a bad pass after he wins the ball back. But today he's kept it quite simple and
Composure.
yeah.
If you have composure as a footballer, it will elevate your ability by 1,000-fold. Like that's the one thing
a lot
of players need. Composure means that Robert Sanchez will still be in this game. Composure means that Casemiro will still be in this game. On this pitch.
Yeah.
Some way, somehow, they both didn't have it. I mean, you have a yellow card. There's an attack. You are one of the most experienced, if not the most experienced player on the pitch. And then some way, somehow, lose your head, get a second yellow card, and get sent. As for Sanchez, that's his behavior. So I'm not even going to say. That's literally
Sanchez didn't surprise me. Casemiro, with the experience he has, like, no, that shouldn't be happening. Especially when if United was a team losing, I understand it.
Yeah.
Like, you're chasing the game, you're trying to get the ball back, but you are 2-0 up.
Yeah.
And even there were three defenders.
Three defenders who could have covered
the
that.
First instance I saw it, I was like, this is not going to result in a goal. Why are you hacking your man? But I think the damage has been done. Chelsea looking to make a fight of it in the last 10 minutes of regulation time. I don't think there'll be too much time added on. This second half has not had that many stoppages. And so hopefully it will be pretty straightforward. Look at Luke Shaw, man. My good friend Luke Shaw.
He's actually not been bad today at all.
No, on the average, he's good. But he's just not Man United good for where they are trying to go. If you are trying to be back as a top
And
six.
Chelsea are back in it.
Okay.
Chelsea are back in it.
This is the kind of drama that I live for. So 10 minutes to go. We have 2-1.
And as you said about Rich James, a very good cross from him.
Very good cross.
Very, very good cross from him.
Yeah. So Trevor Chalobah. So ball quick pass out.
Oh, that's a great cross.
I think United were caught ball watching. I'm not sure what they were doing. They were complaining about something.
I don't even know.
6s and 7s. That was a good header. I'll tell you, Bayandel rooted to the spot. He didn't even move.
The last 10 minutes.
He did the most basic thing you do when you return the ball back to
the last 10 minutes will be very
interesting. Head the ball in the same
back,
direction it
came from.
The last 10 minutes will be very interesting.
Yeah, very, very. So we have a game on our hands. If Chelsea rescue a point in this game, oh my goodness. I live for the drama of these moments. But Adam, I mean, if you are Chelsea, how are you approaching the final 10 minutes of the game?
As you were saying before the goal came, you have nothing to lose.
First and target.
Wow, that's
wow.
They really lack the creative presence after the young dog.
They have
the lefties.
They have.
The trio of lefties.
Give it your all, but like you said, first shot on target is unpardonable for a game of this nature.
That's the 80th minute. That's crazy.
I don't care if you have a red card.
Yeah.
You have no excuse to have one shot by the 80th minute. I don't really care if you have a red card, but it looks like they will make a fight of it in the final minutes of the game.
For it now. Right now they've halved the deficit, so there's really nothing to lose.
Let me look at the benches of both teams and look at what they could pop. Chelsea are done. They cannot bring on any more players, even if they wanted to. They have executed all their substitutions, and then United have brought in a couple of players. Mateus Cunha is in this game as well. He's still not scored, has he? No, he's not off the mark yet.
No.
Yeah, he's not off the mark. I think he had a few issues coming into this game, but yeah, just thoughts on him as well. Have you liked everything you've seen about him? What can he do to probably stabilize himself going forward as he looks for his goals?
I think he picked up an injury. Yeah. That's what kind of. But prior to that, he didn't look bad at all.
I liked him on his debut.
Yeah, I liked him he was really looking lively, looking like he was. He looks like he wants to play for the club. I think that's one of the things United fans love about him. The fact that he's a very if you know him and you listen to him in interviews and you see how he approaches football, he's a very motivated person. He has a lot of personal motivation. He wants to succeed. So I think that's the drive that United fans love in his game. I think the injury just took him off a bit because he was building up to something nice in the team, and he just got injured and it just affected his form. It's just how this game ended in a win when he came on. It would be great for his confidence and the confidence of the team generally. I just feel like Cunha can't do much wrong at United. My problem with United isn't even really about the new additions. I think they are great players that can add a lot to any team they will play for in the Premier League. It's just if they are aligned well in the team with how good they are as players and the things they can offer the team. And I already mentioned I feel that Amorim isn't doing that with the players well enough.
Oh, we just had a sequence here. I thought I was going to score. Who is this?
Bruno Fernandes.
Look at this guy. See this guy, they need to give him to me. They need to give him to my team. Like this is where they are wasting this guy's time. No,
he's a good player.
He's a very good player. They are wasting his time. Like he's wasted his prime in football at Manchester United. He wasted his time. If you look at his numbers, if he was playing for a slightly decent team, he would have been doing wonders.
I mean, that's very true.
Even you don't even need to look for if he was playing for my Newcastle.
Oh.
Bruno
Fernandes.
You don't even need to look for in the Premier League.
False 9, number 8, like inside 4. He can do a lot of things. And he's always like really spirited in like very. He
has a lot of heart. Yeah, and I think that's one of the things I was mentioning about Cunha. Cunha has a lot of heart too. So I think Cunha will do well at United. It's just Amorim and whether he will optimize the team well for all the guys to perform well. That's really it for me.
Well, it looks like we have a little situation on hand. What's a brilliant tackle?
That's a great tackle.
Player looked like, where did that come from?
Yeah, he's trying to complain about a foul. That's no foul.
It's not a foul.
Wow. So it looks like we are going to have a little back and forth action to finish the game. United have woken up to the threat of Chelsea getting an equalizer, and so they look like they want to end this.
They want to kill the game.
Yeah, they want to kill this game off. But well, let's see how it happens. There's 5 minutes left at Old Trafford. I'm predicting another draw because this is the fixture of draws. So I'm predicting another draw to
late Chelsea drama.
Yeah, I think so. It has it written all over this game, especially based on how United went up 2-0, red card, and still managed to make this competitive.
It's just like there's a lot of pressure on Amorim, who is leading.
There is.
Maresca is
rather reflected in the call.
At 2-0 up, he was kicking bottles on the touch line.
When the call-in session happened, the United fans were the ones who sounded more nervy. Most of the Chelsea fans were saying,
we'll come back into this game.
So it's just the fans know their team and they know themselves. Like
oh my goodness, Malo Gusto.
That was João Pedro.
Like, what kind of low IQ football is that? Like, I don't understand. Just saw the man and basically ran into the man. What? Anyway, still a few minutes to go. Let me see if I have some messages coming in. I'm reading some of your messages from YouTube. I think we went on a little message hiatus. We are back on. Omar the poet says, imagine United losing this game. What explanation will Coach Chris give? But inexcusable, really.
All in all, I feel like United should have done more with the 10-man the advantage when they had it.
United I lost team. This is I think this game is a prime example of how dire their situation as a team is, because you cannot get a numerical advantage. They literally made it. They made it like when the red card came, the goals that were scored. I don't know. I feel like that was Chelsea beating themselves up mentally, and so they lost their heads in those moments.
Yeah.
Since Chelsea recovered and felt like they can actually get something out of this game, United have struggled to do anything meaningful in this match, and that says a lot about United. Says a lot about them. Yeah, I think he's run his socks into the ground. He should probably. Hey, this is what he didn't want. To be competing for 5 minutes and 10 minutes and whatnot. But let me ask you about this. If Kobe Mainoo was to leave United, what possible destinations would you be looking at for him?
I mentioned the club earlier. Newcastle? Are interested. I've seen reports.
How does he thrive at Newcastle? That midfield is locked. Locked.
Who? Newcastle are playing the Champions League.
Yep.
I don't think they feel like all the players they have ample replacements as backups. I don't think if you take a Joel and 10 out and you bring the next midfielder to replace him, he gives you the same level. I think Kobe Mainoo has played at levels that shows that he belongs with these guys. I've seen him at the Euros. I've seen him in the Premier League for Man United. I've seen him. I think the FA Cup they won. He had a brilliant game in the final.
Yeah.
I've seen him at like high level games, and he's quite a good player. I think
Kobe Mainoo.
I think he adds a lot to any top half Premier League team if he goes there. So I just want to see where he will decide to go, because I think if he will leave in January, I think you have options of a loan deal to pick from. So I'm sure he wants to stay in the league, English boy. I don't think he wants to go far from home. So let's just see what happens. But I think with any team he goes in the Premier League, especially in the top half, he offers them a lot. Yeah, he's young, he can run, he's a good passer of the ball. He takes care of the ball well when he's in midfield. He has a lot to offer a lot of teams.
I mean, let me take your thoughts on this, Kwabena. Like, I feel like for the lofty aspirations Chelsea fans and the team had after winning the Club World Cup, they've been quite underwhelming in the league. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel a lot of people have spent time focusing on United, focusing on what's going on with Liverpool and Isak and all of that, Arsenal and Gyökeres. Chelsea have kind of slipped under the radar, but I don't think they've been as impressive as they would have wanted to. Maybe it's just me, but I'd like your thoughts on that.
I think I agree with you.
Because from this result, they are set. They won 2 games this season. And two games drawn 2.
Yeah, even the 2 games that they won, apart from West Ham, that is so easy for you to beat.
Yep.
That they played so. Apart from that, their other games, they've been so shaky. Against Fulham like this,
shaky.
We all saw how shaky they were. And it's not been too good. Last week against Brentford, they had to draw that game 2-2. So it's not been too...
What would you pin that down to? I mean, switching up, fatigue from the club.
I'm sure it's fatigue because looking at how they played in the Club World Cup, they rested for close to just about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
They didn't get enough rest and other things. So it's fatigue could be a key thing. That is why the likes of Cole Palmer and things are struggling because of fitness, because of they getting injured. But I'm sure this is the 5th game of the season. So I'm sure as the game goes on, they'll be able to adapt and be able to play so well. So I don't think it's anything so bad for them.
And then you have some thoughts on that for me?
I think all the clubs who participated in that tournament are feeling it. Almost all the clubs who, and if you notice, little people are picking up injuries here and there. Saka got injured.
It's going to get worse.
Yeah, it's going to get worse as the season progresses. People were saying it before the tournament happened, and we'll feel the effects afterwards. But I just feel like Chelsea, the main problem with Chelsea this season is, and going forward will still be their centre backs. It's something that was a prevalence thing in their game last season, and I don't think it's been cured in the summer. I was expecting they bring at least one new centre back with how they are freezing out the Sassy from the team, and they don't really trust most of the options they have.
7 minutes.
I think 7 minutes is rich. I don't think a lot happened.
Very rich. Yeah. Like who did what to get 7 minutes? I don't think a lot happened in the second half.
A lot didn't happen in the second half.
7 minutes, but
well, like my old man always says, the time added on is for the 2 teams. It's always for the 2 teams. So don't complain.
Your old man has some fire codes.
No, he says the time added on is for the 2 teams, man. He says, why are you complaining about the time added on? They didn't give it to just one
everybody's
team.
playing.
You can also score, so play. That's what it is. Like it's what it is in this game. Let's see if Chelsea can make a fight. But I'm sure United will be asking themselves, what? 7 minutes? What? You know the funny thing about time added on is that when your team is the one in the advantageous position,
it's forever.
It's forever. And when you are the ones trying to catch up, you're like, wait, 7 minutes? Small. It's almost up. Like they'll tell themselves that where's the time going? Probably look at that. 1 minute's already gone.
Yeah, 1 minute's gone. Yeah.
Already gone. I remember a lot of games where I'm watching and from Liverpool Real Madrid where we need a goal and then they add 5 minutes. Hey ref, 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
All the things that happened. And then in the 5 minutes before you are done shouting, 2 minutes are already gone. These things pass very quickly, but I'm sure Chelsea will not mind. They are happy to have 7 minutes, have a final go at it and see how it plays out. But it's been a very, really, really interesting game. I've enjoyed all parts of it. I think Maresca has probably is that well to handle this game. I've been a little underwhelmed by Chelsea's efforts.
No, even with the yanking off of the trio of lefties, I think Chelsea has still been disappointing because at this point in time in the game, they should just go.
Everybody should go up.
Go long. Like United are jittery.
They're tired too.
Yeah, and they'll put the ball in our box. Something will happen.
Yeah.
Put the ball in the box. Something will happen. They should be trying to find Reece as much as possible now for him to be putting those balls in the box. Because the goal came from a situation like that. Reece was found out wide. He puts a ball in. The goal comes. So just try and do more of that. There's nothing tactical going on in the game.
The manager is sitting on Teta hooks. The manager cannot stand still.
He's literally praying now for the game to end. He's not giving any instructions about any tactics right now. Puts the ball in the box.
The manager is praying for the game to end.
Look at him pacing there. He's praying for the game to end.
This is interesting. So it's 92 minutes of football played between Chelsea and Man United, and it's still 2-1 advantage Man United. Man United still holding on to their reputation as a fortress at Old Trafford whenever they take on Chelsea. So Nothing new here. Just United being United when they take on Chelsea at Old Trafford. But look at the second half attempts. Interesting percentages there. I'll bring you some of those numbers there in a bit, just so you know who's been doing well in the second half.
Andrew Santos in the second half hasn't been bad at all. Hey, dangerous.
Oh, wow. See, that's what Eden was saying.
Put the ball in the box.
I always say this. Once you have bodies there will be kicks, there will be rebounds,
something will happen.
Ricochets.
Something will happen.
Could even get a handball, get a penalty.
At this stage in the game, you're not trying to be intricate. Like nobody's looking for that intricacy.
Yeah. Teams like to be cute with their passing. Just put the ball in the dangerous area.
No, 4 minutes left in the game and you are chasing the game. Play the ball in the box.
Yeah. Andrew Santos has not been bad.
I like Andrew Santos.
I like him a lot.
I was telling somebody that I watched some of his games
at Strasbourg.
Was it Strasbourg or Social? Strasbourg on loan. Really good spell. Could really like fire up that box-to-box roll. Up, down. His tackling was really good for me. His interceptions also good. I'm surprised that Chelsea went and bought another DM in Dario Sugo when they had this guy coming off such a good loan stint.
So now it looks like all the balls are going to reach the
Fine, Reece. Fine, let him. If I had a player like Reece in my team who can cross the ball,
you would abuse it.
In times like this, I'll abuse it, bro.
Yeah.
Give the ball to him.
Yeah, looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do now.
Why did he do the dummy? Try and take the shots.
Right now, United look nervous.
They
want the game to end.
Like,
oh my goodness, this is such an interesting viewing. I've loved every moment of it. I'm sure Man United fans are sitting on fire right now.
One of the most dramatic games I've watched in a while.
Yeah, they're sitting on tenterhooks right now. They want this game to end. Trevor Chalobah giving Chelsea a lifeline. And just like that, we were complaining about a time added on. It's 2 minutes left. That time has just blown by. It's 2 minutes left for Chelsea to be able to salvage something from this game. So, tick-tock.
Go long.
Yeah. It's been just very interesting. I would be tried twisting and turning in the box. I would be looking for a penalty if I was that person. Wow, what a game so far, guys. What a game. I think this might be one of the final attacks in this one. Yeah, United won this game.
He's played long.
Yeah. He's tired.
He's tired.
Yeah, so that's what's going on, guys, right now. Let me just see if I can bring through some comments and then some messages. Say Amorim Ayomobo. This guy is just,
Wow.
Yeah. Tosina Darabio, yellow card with a couple of minutes to go.
I mean, it looks like United will leave.
United will leave with the 3 points in this one. Hard for 3 points.
Yeah, but I don't know whether their fans will be ecstatic with the performance.
Charlie, when you are in United's position, you don't
nitpick
about nature of performance.
You just take it.
No, 3 points very rare in your life right now.
Fair.
This is your fourth 3 points in like 14 matches. Come on, bro.
Amorim is
that is bad.
Yeah. Amorim knows that his extended stay in Manchester rides on him getting something out of this game.
He granted an interview about 48 hours ago saying that he feels he's confident he'll be here in 12 months. So I don't think he should be bothered about the results.
Well, maybe that's why the team is as bad as it is, because this type of form gets you fired at an Everton, Wolves,
anywhere.
It gets you fired in any club. But some way, somehow, they've told him that it's a project, and I'm sure they are going to buy him more players. So he has every right to be happy.
He's waiting for the whistle.
Final seconds. He cannot believe the referee wants to have that dead ball taken. Final seconds. Yeah, very interesting. Ruben Amorim has seen this one out. 2-1 win for Man United.
Maresca will be disappointed in himself. I feel like this loss.
He lost this game.
He lost the game tactically for them.
Yeah. Robert Sanchez was an airhead, but he definitely could have managed that situation.
He tanked their chances with the speed of the substitutions.
How you make 3 substitutions in 20 minutes? The guy's not even happy. Clap at the fans. They are happy to see you win. Clap at the fans. But let's wrap it up here, guys. Let me take 2 thoughts, right? Adam, first of all, what does this win mean for United? What does it mean for Chelsea? I'll throw the same thing to Afo as well.
It buys United time to go into the season, especially for their manager.
Yeah.
Because as much as we are saying that the manager should go, changing the managers to in the middle of the season is not really a great thing.
Yep.
That means the team has to get adjusted to a whole new culture. So it buys them time. It gives them a little bit of confidence going forward. As to what they'll do, I don't know what their next fixture is. I hope it's something that is favorable in terms of the difficulty and the intensity of the game. So that's something they won't have to labor through a performance like this. Something a bit more easy for them to play. And they don't have Europe too, so it kind of helps their situation. They can rejuvenate and go at it next week with whatever fixture that will be thrown with them. For Chelsea, it's disappointing because, as you were saying, they came into the season with a lot of ambitions coming off the World Cup when they beat one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world in the final there. So it's kind of a mixed bag of performances heading into the season. They've drawn some games I felt they shouldn't draw, and even their wins haven't been too convincing. So it means Maresca has a lot of work still to do with his team, especially I keep talking about their centre-backs. And today, if you look closely at their goals, you see that some of that came to the fore today. So they have a lot of work to do. The team is not there yet. The team has the potential to be there, but Maresca has to go back to the drawing board and see to it that some things are tightened up. And today, he really, really didn't try with how quickly he tanked his team. I think when the red card came that early, he thought, let me just play it safe, which is understandable. But it's football. Things can change within 2 minutes.
True.
I've seen Real Madrid look like they were out of the Champions League and they find 3 goals from nowhere. So you don't do that. It's football. You calm down and see.
That was some inexperience.
You at least see a 15-minute sequence to see where the game settles to before you.
Maybe he thought the game was good to get. They were going to get blown out of the water quickly.
United is not a team that can blow you out of the water right now, so you shouldn't rush. If you are playing, if you are playing a Man City with the form CC's in now, or even a Liverpool, you get scared and make those changes. But not a United that are struggling to win back-to-back games. You wait and you let it peter out a bit and see what's up with that before you make those changes. So Maresca has a lot to think about this evening. He should do a lot of reflection. I think his team still has sense in them, but they just need a few more tweaks to get the team firing the way they need to be firing for the season.
Marfo, you get the final, right?
For Manchester United, I just feel like this win is really going to cool some tempers down a bit. And for Amorim, I know he'll just be like, okay, I've got more time now. If they have to sack me, don't sack me now. Don't sack me now. But Manchester United, they have a lot of things to do. Like, although they won 2-1, they didn't really excite us a lot. They didn't do so well. For Chelsea, Maresca, he did a panic substitution that we all saw, and that should make him know that, okay, he's going to learn a lot. He's a young manager coming up. He's going to learn about all those things, about those panic substitutions, so that next time when he meets another team and he gets any red card in that big game like this, he will know when to do those substitutions. So I'm sure this game is really going to tell him a lot to do. But for Chelsea, their centre-backs, as Adam said, is one key place that I feel like they really need to check on that place. In January, they just need to try their best to get a player, but it's going to be difficult because mostly with the January transfers, it's going to be difficult to get a good player.
Teams are trying to sell you players for an arm and a leg.
Yes, so it's going to be very difficult, but they have to try to make sure they will be able to solve that place. But for United, now, interestingly, United and Chelsea is just 1 point difference. United, who didn't start the season so well, and we were talking so badly about them, it's just 1 point difference. So
that's crazy.
It's also going to power a lot of pressure on Chelsea for them to do better. United next game is against Brentford away, so I'm sure for the Manchester United fans, they'll like to do their best. Like, they'll have to try their best to win that game because they want to see at least consistency, see another win in that game. And for Chelsea, their next game in the Premier League will be against Brighton. So that's also a very difficult one for Chelsea. So it's been a brilliant game that we all watched.
Brilliant game. Thank you very much, Kwabena Marfo. Thank you very much, Adam Kai. And big shout outs to Yari Jamie who was here with us earlier on in the day. Shout outs to all of you guys who made this possible on Twitter or X, YouTube, Facebook, and across all our platforms. I'm Benjamin Nketiah. Same time tomorrow, the Republic of Football will come your way. We have another big game tomorrow. It's Arsenal hosting Manchester City. That should be great as well. Until then, keep your dial right here. Keep doing the listening. We're out.